Kitu ya ARVs. Serikali inafaa ishughulikie watu wanatumia ARVs. They are brothers and sisters. Zinanima sababu kuna watu hawaja receive hizo madawa sendi za wenye wanatumia madawa. Kunaelekea kuwa na upungufu for the first time kwa government ya Uhuru Kenyatta, anafaa ashughulikie hiyo issue pia. Unanisikia?
Nakusikia, endelea.
Niko ama nimepotea?
Huko, endelea.
Okay, yeah, hiyo issue nimeona saa hii kaniuma sana. Our president amelet watu hiyo ni issue moja. Another thing ni about story ya vaccine ya. Vaccine tunafaa tutumie moja, sababu tukiendelea venye kunaenda, huyu anadungwa hii, wengine wanadungwa. Ni poa venye wamepanga vaccine tutumie moja. Tuache kumix vaccines kwa watu wetu. Umepotea kama sahi?
Endelea.
Nasema vile wameanza kuchanganyisha watu na vaccine, tutumie vaccine moja. Hakuna mambo ya kutumia vaccine mara ya Russia mara zuia wapi. Tutumie hiyo moja na wananchi wasikubali kutumia ingine yenye si inatumiwa na government. Kama ni vaccine tutumie ile moja, tuache mambo ya kumix.
Lakini tumeangalia tukaona Murkomen anateta ati vaccine yenye Ruto alitumia ni ya Russia na ndio maana serikali na iban juu hawataki Ruto apate the second dose. Is this the truth?
Ruto anakosea sababu vaccine yenye tukua tunataka ni ile iko free. Hii ingine ya kununua Wakenya wengi hawata afford, na yeye akikuwa kama mtu ana preach the word hustler, afai kuwa anapeleka watu wake kwa hiyo njia, because one thing, si kila mtu ata afford hiyo pesa 8,000 ya kwenda kununua vaccine. So anafaa kusupport government yenye imeletea watu, aache kwenda kando kutuletea vaccine zingine, itachanganya na pia italeta corruption. Yes.
Okay. But then sasa hii alishachukua the first dose. Na tukiangaliwa tunaona it's the best. Unasemekana ati chances zake sijui iko 90% hii yenye tumepewa na serikali ni 70%. So mbona government is to pay the best? Rita ni kama umepotea. Yego.
Hello Mutembei.
Yes, wewe ndiye tunangojea bwana. Hebu tuambie hii story. Mbona tunadungwa vaccine tofauti? Ruto anaendea tofauti na hii ingine yenye iko na MPs na Uhuru na other Kenyans.
Okay, bwana Mutembei. Kweli tuliona Ruto alichukua ile vaccine nyingine kutoka Russia. Which was not actually government sponsored. This one, AstraZeneca, is also it was a government sponsored vaccine. But then I think that the thing that is here is why did Ruto decided to take the other one other than the AstraZeneca? Sidio? Unajua Ruto ni mjanja. Na anajaribu kuonyesha when the president invited even the whole cabinet to come and take the vaccine, Ruto was not invited. So Yeye mwenyewe akaona sasa hawa jamaa wamenipiga chenga, wacha even me I have to go for my option. So I think it is actually entertaining. It is entertaining kwa sababu hatukuwa tunatarajia, you know, he's a senior government official na kuenda opposite of the others ilikuwa kidogo inaleta ile tunashuku kidogo what is all about this. Alafu again, you know, this AstraZeneca comes from UK, is it?
Yes.
And the president himself kuwahimiza wafanyikazi wake yeye mwenyewe kwamba let us take this vaccine, it shows some loyalty actually. Uhuru Kenyatta is actually showing the UK government that we are loyal to you and whatever you are going to provide for us, we are going to follow it. Remember, we are a country whereby tunategemea external, sijui can I call it external donation ama nitasema wacha niseme support, external support. And most of the countries yenye tumekuwa tukipokea support is the UK. I think UK is England, am I right? Yeah, so tumekuwa tukiona this country has been playing very major role apart from this corona, even in other, wakati tumekuwa na shida ingine kama ya drought, we normally get their support, unaona. So in one way or the other, Uhuru actually wanted to show that loyalty because hakuna kitu by the way, hakuna kitu itaweza zuia that the Kenyan government wants to go for the Russian the Russian vaccine. Unaona?
Okay. Kamwana Kase. Kamwana Kase, unaongea? Okay. Kama uongee, Sami Makosi.
Yes, Mutembei.
Wewe ndiye tunangoja sasa. Tupe your input.
Yes, kwanza kabisa happy Easter to everyone.
Easter to you.
And yes, and thank you for according us again this platform. Kwanza niwashukuru wale participants wote na wale wote ambao wamechangia, na pia naona wengine wako online. Pia namwona Daktari Gadhuma tulikuwa naye jana. Na nafikiri Daktari Gadhuma ndiye hata alikuwa anatujuza mengi na kutuelimisha, manake hiyo ni field yake. Mimi ile kitu tu ambao mimi naongea, manake mimi si mtaalamu kwa mambo ya matibabu kwa upande wa vaccine ama mambo yote ya matibabu, lakini mimi nitasema tu kwa general lile ambao iko domain na maoni yetu. Kwanza kabisa nataka kusema kwamba Ruto deputy president is not our equal. Kumbuka kwamba akona insurance ya hali ya juu. Kumbuka kwamba akona madaktari wataalamu wa hali ya juu ambao waamshua kwamba they advised him accordingly before kwenda kuchukua hiyo vaccine, and madaktari wakubwa hata ambao wa serikali. Number 2, deputy president hajawahi kuprocure vaccine zake kutoka nje. Yeye alichukua zile ambazo zilikuwa available na alikuwa na option ya kuchoose katika ile ambayo iko. Serikali ndio imefacilitate hizi vaccine zote kukuja, whether hiyo kutoka UK ama hiyo kutoka Russia. Now I think huyu Dr. Amos kwanza anafaa kukua I mean, anafaa kuwajibika katika kikazi, na watu waache matani na mzaha. Hamwezi kuwa mnalete dawa kutoka mali ambayo mmetoa, clear, maanake hizo dawa hazikuruka kutoka mbinguni. So clear, zimefika nyumbani, alafu mnaanza kutuambia kwamba haifai. Kwanza hapo tayari mtu anafaa kuchukua responsibility, na kama kweli hata Dr. Ahmed mwenyewe atasema hivyo, na wao ndio wataalamu wala ambao wao ndio walikuwa waende wachunguze kwanza dawa kabla zijefika. Maanake tutajuaje? Si deputy president peke yake amepata hiyo job, wako wa Kenya wengi. Kwa hiyo hamwezi kuchezea maisha ya watu, na wao ndio wataalamu. Kwa hivyo kitambo kwanza mtu aseme hiyo dawa ni marufuku, na hiyo dawa haikutengenezwa Kenya, ilikuwa imported, ikafuata zile ratiba zote ambazo zimewekwa na serikali before ikuwe cleared. So if anyone anaenda kusema kwamba hiyo dawa haifai, then the body responsible, wenye walileta hizo madawa, wenye waliclear, kwanza they should be held accountable. Mtu kwanza resign kazini na hawezi kuadhibiwa, because that is how we end up taking poisons. Siku ingine tunasikia hata sukari tunaletewa iko na I don't know mercury. Now this nonsense has to stop, and it is so sad that hatukulearn. Kwa hivyo ikiwa tuna vaccine ambao kitu dangerous namna hiyo, alafu mnatuambia kwamba haifai, na mume clear mkawacha ingie katika market until watu wakachukua. So somebody must be held accountable. Wacha hizi shenanigans kwamba ati sijui Ruto, hizo ni mambo hata hatufai kuangalia. Lakini kuna watu wengi labda ambao wamechukua, wacha ile tunaangalia kwamba ni deputy president peke yake ambao 8000. Kuna watu wengi ambao wamevote na watakuwa wamechukua, but indeed kwamba wanatuambia kwamba iko na na wakufanya research kwanza, then something must be wrong and they should be held accountable. So Wakenya lazima wachangamke, ndio ili next time mtu mwenye anapatiwa idara, mtu mwenye anapatiwa taasisi ya anafanya kazi yake kwa makini na kwa wajibikaji. Maanake kitu kama vaccine si kitu ya kufanyia mzaha, ni kitu ambayo inaingia kwa mwili yako, ambao huwezi kujua inakaa kwa muda gani, na huwezi jua kwamba ina effect gani. Na sisi wote si wataalamu, lakini tuna watu ambao tumeajiri katika serikali kufanya hiyo kazi, na tunaamini kwamba wao ndio wanafaa kutuongoza, kutupatia mwelekeo na kutukinga. Kwa hivyo ikiwa kweli hata president mwenyewe kabla ya kwenda press, na hakika kwamba wala advisors wake they should advise him accordingly, na kwanza wajibike mwenyewe, adili na wale watu ambao waleta hiyo dawa bila kufanya research ya kutosha.
Okay, sawa.
Sasa Mtembei.
Yes sir.
Tupe hii story.
Mimi story I think I'll go watch it too, mommy. Okay? Come on. Mimi story I mean I don't even know where to start, because first of all we keep talking about RUTO, and I hear now people are saying other people who took it. Do we know who these other people were? Like, who is these other people who took it? Who approved this vaccine? I mean, in as much as I think it was Mr. Sami who just said that, you know, this vaccine was approved by somebody. I know Mr. Sami mentioned Dr. Amos. You know, Mutabei and my other panelists, there's what is supposed to be the process. There's what is supposed to be the protocol. There's what is supposed to be done. But in a lot of these cases, or in a lot of these scandals, let me just call them scandals, because really that's what they are. You normally hear about a process that was skipped, you know. And when you have a bunch of guys around the president, the Muraves, all these guys around him, it makes you wonder, you know, if there is something else that is behind this whole thing. And then it doesn't help when politics is involved. Anytime you involve politics, you miss politics and the medical, you know, perspective on the medical front. Then you end up with things like this. You end up with a government that is now going back and saying that we are banning this vaccine. But me personally, I haven't even seen the narrative or the articulation or the reasons behind the banning, you know. And I don't know why we are trying to hook it up with RUTO. I think RUTO, in as much as he's the deputy president, I don't think there's a way the vaccine was banned just because it was him. And by the way, personally, from where I see, this is the first time I'm hearing of a vaccine that is being bought specifically by individuals. I mean, all over the world, even the rich people are talking in the Hollywood, they are trying to acquire this vaccine, but they have to wait in line. So why was it in the Kenyan perspective where people are able to purchase this vaccine by themselves? So, you know, from where I see it, I see a lot of inconsistencies. I see a lot of a scandal in the making, really. And I think if Parliament were to be real with this thing, they would dig deeper. You know, like Sami said, a vaccine is not something to mess around with. This is something that we are supposed to be using to fight a pandemic. And so we ought to get it right. You know, we shouldn't, you know, have a back and forth about it. Like I said yesterday, Mr. Mutebei, the thing about the Russian vaccine, there's a lot of information we do not know about it. We do not know what the technology is behind it. Maybe some people know, I don't know. You know, when you think about the Pfizer, the Moderna, the J&J, we know what the process was involved. We know the difference between these vaccines. We know the efficacy in those vaccines. Like in Russia, because they never allowed the WHO or even the UNICEF, who are really the guys that administer the COVAX program, they were never allowed to look at the data. They were never allowed to look into the studies that the Russians did. That is why the Russian vaccine has always been in question. And so, maybe from where I see it, I see a lot of, I see a scandal in the making. That's what I would say. And as far as advising people to take, I would never advise anybody to take that Russian vaccine because we don't know. Vaccines are based on trials. They are based on data. And as far as I know, we do. By the way, people talk about the vaccines in Russia, in the UK, in the US. Do people realize there's also a vaccine in China? You know, and then nobody really talks about that Chinese vaccine because, again, China was very opaque in terms of their data, even though even the basic infrastructure of the vaccine that we are using in the US, the template, the original idea was from China, but they provided the original DNA of the vaccine, but then went ahead to do their own vaccine, and nobody really talks about that vaccine. So I think there's a lot of politics around the Russian vaccine. That is unnecessary. You know, the Kenyan government, I know they want more vaccine, but if you're going to have more vaccine, have a more transparent process in it. You know, like when this vaccine came into Kenya, the Russian vaccine, we should have been more aware. Like we know the AstraZeneca vaccine is coming via the COVAX route. So hii ya Russia ilikuja namna gani, iliapproviwa namna gani, iliapproviwa kwa njia gani. That way now when you're banning it, we at least know why you're banning it. That's what I would like. That's what I would say.
Okay. Sami Makosi.
Yes.
So kulingana na nani, you know Murkomen, kuna tweet nimeona Murkomen akisema the banning of your Russian ni kuzuia Ruto asipate the second dose.
You know, that is just what I call a political statement.
Unajua there are some people asking tunajuaje Ruto alichukua the Russian one. I'm telling you that Murkomen ni point man wa Ruto na ame confirm the same.
Yes, ile kitu tu nataka kusema ni kuwa Murkomen that is just what we call a political statement ambao haina base, sababu kitu ya kwanza na I'm sure kwamba Ruto si mtu mdogo. Before aende kuchukua hiyo vaccine, he was well informed. He have highly skilled doctors who are checking after his health. Ruto is not our equal. Kwa hivyo yeye akona top insurance ambao iko na top doctors. Kando na hiyo yeye mwenyewe akona private doctor. Hata madaktari pia ambao they are assigned for the presidency. So I'm sure kwamba he was well informed. Na Ruto si hata kama ikipigwa marufuku hiyo vaccine ya Russia, I mean haitakuwa ngumu kwa Ruto ku access. Anaweza kutumiwa, ye mwenyewe anaweza kusafiri, anaweza kuhaya achata na kaenda Russia na kadungwa na karudi, ama any country that is available there ambao wanaendelea na hiyo vaccine yake. Kwa hivyo sio ati kwamba ni Ruto. So I'm very much disappointed kwa mtu kama Murkomen, where mtu kiongozi ambao ana watu wengi ambao anawakilisha, but he want to center his politics. Yani anataka kutuambia kwamba Ruto ndio muhimu kuliko wale Wakenya wengine ambao walichukua hiyo dawa. Kwa hivyo ndio jana hata nikasema kwamba viongozi wanatufail. Sasa Murkomen anakuwa psychophant, anasahau kwani maisha ya Ruto peke yake ndio muhimu kuliko wale Wakenya wengine. That is why nikasema Murkomen as a lawyer, kitu ya kwanza angekuwa anafanya, na ndiye akona nafasi ya kulegislate huko parliament, huko senate, badala angekuwa sasa aende ulize maswali, nani walileta hiyo dawa na ni kwa nini imekuwa disapproved na kwa nini ilikuwa approved in the first place, who approved it, the way Dr. Muduma hapa anasema. Sasa Murkomen anakuja tu kutuambia mambo ya Ruto peke yake. That is, I mean, a childish talk. You know, let us be realistic. Unaona, life does not revolve on leaders alone. Yeah? Yes, hata Ruto akienda Kenya bado itaendelea. Kwa hivyo tafadhali Murkomen, kama anataka kusaidia Wakenya na yeye ndiye akona nafasi, amekuwa majority leader, anajua channel zote za kufuata ukweli na kuchukua wale watu ambao wako responsible, na kama hiyo dawa kweli haifai na ichunguzwe haifai, then mtu kama Ruto mwenye amedungwa na watu wengine, ni kivipi labda wanaweza kupatiwa dose gani ya kuneutralize hiyo ambayo iko kwa mwili isiendelee na effect, because serikali haiwezi tu kuja kusema watu wachadungwa alafu unasema ati dawa haifai na umkuje na option. Watu sasa tupate ma experts waseme wale watu ambao wamedungwa labda kuna nini nyingine ambao wanaweza fanywa kuneutralize ambayo iko kwa mwili. That's all I can say.
Okay, Ndandrai.
Yes.
Yes, karibu.
How are you? Asante sana. Good evening everyone.
Asante.
At least nimesikia topic iko juu. Unajua kitu inafanyika nani? Na sisi wa Kenya.
Hiyo vaccine Ruto alidungwa ilipitia wapi? Ndio ikuje ibaniwe baadaye.
Hiyo vaccine tunaweza jibiwa na GK Malema.
Ruto adungwe hiyo vaccine.
Yes sir.
Ngoja Malema tuelezee, huyu ni point man wa Ruto. Hebu tuambie bwana, hii vaccine mlitoa wapi nyinyi peke yenu?
First of all guys, this is about life.
Yes.
Right? This is about life. Number 2, every Kenyan knows that the president and his cabinet sidelined the deputy president from the vaccine. You expected the deputy president to go to Kibra or Ngongro to get a jab. Are we together?
Tuko pamoja, endelea.
Yes. Rais mwenyewe sidelined because tulikuwa tungeona the ministers, the president and the deputy president of State House wakipewa hiyo jab. But now this is a case whereby the deputy president knew even before, because of some things that I don't want to share over here. So he had, because this is about life. My friends, this is about life. If there is a place everywhere in this planet that one is supposed to get treated or maybe to get specific medication for whatsoever, people should be given. It should not be politicized. And because of that, there was no measures before even ilikuwa imeletwa juzi. Hakukuwa na measures that kindly we must stick to these types of vaccine. It's only after the deputy president sourced for himself. And some of you guys, you know, the Russian vaccine is even known as okay. Even those guys who are in America and Germany, especially German, and you know, guys, German are the genuine people. The genuine people. If Germany says this vaccine is not good, German people and American people are genuine. But the other parts of Europe now are using this jab as whatever, because now I think in next month or maybe next year, some people will be deported from Europe because those guys are using now the jab, right? They're using as maybe to scrutinize those people who doesn't have papers in Europe. But German are the genuine people. They said this kind of vaccine is not good. My friend, if such countries like USA and Germany wamekataa, why are Africans forcing its citizens to get, or maybe to obtain such, to be given such vaccine? So Deputy President sourced himself, and akukuwa such restrictions. Such restrictions, even the whatever, because I'm not a medical doctor, I know if some medicine is supposed to be brought from outside the country, lazima ipitie the board, I don't know, what do you call, pharmacy or what control board. And I know even now the vaccine inatumika saizi haikupitia pale, it's a government walitumia njia fupi ama njia panda kulazimisha watu. And even me, Malema, I cannot take, because if my clients from Germany advise me not to take, why should I take? Why should I risk my life? And the German people are genuine. So the Deputy President has to take that job because he sourced it for himself, because ameona amekuwa sidelined. Deputy President angeenda kama amekatazwa kuingia pale apewe na serikali. My friends, there is a problem in this country.
Okay,
Mutembe, allow me to intervene 1 minute about my good brother GK Malema.
Yes.
Kwanza, if indeed what GK Malema is telling us, I think this is a very dangerous precedent, that kwamba our second highest office holder with the deputy president and the leader of, you have a lot of followers, alafu instead ya kukaa chini na kushauri serikali kwa kitu ambayo itatufaa, he went ahead and committed an illegal act by importing drugs illegally, because that now will be illegal. If indeed what GK Malema is saying is justifiable, that he sourced himself without following the due process, the guidelines that is set by the standard, by the government and the ministry concerned, then that in itself is a crime. So let me hope that GK Malema is saying something that is not, that cannot be substantiated. That if it is true, then that is a crime he committed, number one. Number two, ni kuwa hii vaccine hata ukadunga viongozi peke yake ujemaliza shida pandemic. Kwanza priority ilikuwa ni ya wananchi. So kusema kwamba ati one person is sideline, I think it is not here, not there, because Wakenya wote wala ambao wameletwa, kama hiyo vaccine iko Eldoret, hakuna mahali RUTO alienda Eldoret, hakuna mahali ambayo inasemekana kwamba there must be a specific place to get a jab, as long as the jab is available anywhere. Hata kama ni huko kwake hiyo kijiji kupale Juakali ama Tumaini pale, he can as well go there and get a jab. It's not a big deal, just like any other Kenya. Kwani watu wengi wanaenda Nairobi kuchukulia vaccine? Si watu wanachukulia from their from their villages. So to say that somebody was sidelined. And number two, that is what I said. RUTO he must have been informed very well. He have professional doctors around him, and he have a good doctors. So wezi kuniambia, he knew very well kwamba you have to take 2 jabs. So wezi kuniambia, if he sourced himself, he cannot just go and source one and keep and waiting. Ataleta complete. So maybe hata akona amene cartons ya yeye na wale watu wake wako around. So nikakwambia that statement ya Kipchumba Murkomen is just a political statement. RUTO sio ati kwamba ni mtoto mdogo ama ajui kwamba ati anaenda ananunua moja alafu ati anajua kwamba lazima achukue 2. Lazima alichukua yeye na ya mama wetu Rachel Ruto na akina Nick au watoto wote na wale watu wako around akina Faruk. So hawezi kuwa ati, so hiyo ni nani anasema tu ni is a political statement. but if indeed kwamba alisource peke yake, then it should be investigated for that, because serikali kuna kitu naitwa Food and Drugs Control Board, ambao kila dawa ambayo unaingiza lazima ipitie katika hiyo board na ikuwe certified katika hiyo board. So mtu wote mwenye analeta dawa yoyote bila kupitia hiyo board, hiyo makosa yako ni kama wale matraffickers wengine. So kama kweli Ruto alisource peke yake bila kufuata utaratibu wa serikali, then it should be investigated. That is a very serious crime, and especially to be committed by a higher ranking officer like him.
Hebu ngoja sasa JK Malema atujibu. Nani alileta hiyo dawa ni Malema?
I think Makosi seem to Musenge Makosi ni kama aelewi mipangilio vile hiyo madawa inafaa kupatiwana. First of all, walisema maskari, walimu na wale watu wana mingle na watu. So pale State House nao na viongoza wale wana mingle, si ati walikuwa priority. Yes. So walimu wanafaa kupewa kwanza, maskari wanafaa kupewa kwanza. Na, sorry, is someone talking maybe? Mutambei?
Endelea Malema.
Nilikuwa nasema hivi yes. Makosa ni kama haelewi, sababu ukikuja kuangalia Kenya hii, priority kwanza walipewa walimu, madaktari, polisi na kila kitu. Na wale viongozi kama rais mwenyewe, na sababu angejitokezea kama marais wa nchi zingine. So tukasema kwamba tukaona pale kuna pengo. Kwa nini cabinet ya rais alitenga deputy president? Kwa nini? Angemwita pale pia yeye apewe mbele ya kamera kila mtu aone. But because of political which anile imekuwa, because this guy is also is talking from a political perspective. He criticizes politicians because he's also a politician. So what I want to say, before hizi vaccine inapatiwa sasa Kenya, before ifika Kenya, hakukuwa na guideline yoyote. Mambo ya kusema poison sport na nini hakukuwa nayo, sababu hizi zingine silipita wapi na silikuja mpaka Kenya. It was open sababu walikuja kurealize watu wameimport, so wamekataa, so imekuwa illegal sasa zimefika Kenya. Number 2, I want to tell Makosi, hizo si sumu. Kwanza ni safi sana kwa afya. A deputy president cannot take a Japanese poison or whatever to maybe, it's a human being like us. But my question is zingine, it is sababu ni cheap. Why is government forcing us to have or to take it? Another countries wamekataa. Hey, Mutembei, waambia watu waongee ukweli.
Can I speak for 1 minute? 1 second.
Kindly Mutembei.
Yes.
Mutembei, I thought that you given me a chance to talk. Then after that, I just know that you offer. Yes, first I want to tell Malema, however is nimesikia ni insider wa RUTO, but wacha ukweli. The first ukweli, RUTO hata kama watu wako State House, and I think Sami amesema it doesn't matter because there are some followers of RUTO. Na unajua hii Sputnik inauzwa. Sasa RUTO kama alikuwa anaona hii kitu ni mbaya, hii AstraZeneca, hii sijui Astra what, kama alijua ni mbaya, angeambia tu wananchi this thing is not good. That's why nimechukua ya Russia. Kuacha yeye jidunge na watoto wake na bibi yake, na awache hao wengine wadungwe na hiyo, kama anajua hiyo kitu ni mbaya. Second, kama anajua vizuri, si lazima Ruto aitwe State House ajidunge. Si hata kama naona kama wamekosa kumuita, si lazima sasa awache kudunga na hii imetoka hii India. Sasa enda ajidunge na Sputnik. Hapana, angechukua tu watu wanachukua. Kuna places mingi, even this, hata ukienda huku Ushago and whatever, there's people wanajidunga. Si lazima wakuje State House, unaona. Another thing that lazima tusemane ukweli. Na vile umesema this thing is just politics. It's true politics vile unaileta ina politics way. That ameachwa sasa lazima aenda jidunge na hii ya Russia and whatever. Mtembe, what I wanted to say about this. William Ruto ako na followers. Kuna watu, kuna supporters wa William Ruto. Na unasikianga, if you are a supporter of someone, means you believe in a ideology and everything that you do. And sasa unasikianga, there are some people, watu wanaenda kwa barabara wanakufa, lakini we kesha asubuhi unaamka tu because you support someone. William Ruto kama alikuwa anajua vizuri, na anajua ni saizi pali ako sahi, that there are some people that they can die for him. Some followers. Mbona yeye kwenda kuambia watu that I am seeing this thing si mzuri, ama hii kitu iko mzuri lakini percentage nyingine si mzuri vile ilikuwa na think. That why tumechukua Russia. Na kama ni Russia, unajua that thing hiyo Sputnik wanauza. Niambia hao watu wanaitanga asla. Every time that mama mboga and mama whatever. Mama mboga anaweza afford 8,000 kununua Sputnik. Kwa sababu vitu ziko kwa kibanda peke yake haiwezi fika hata 5,000. Niambie saa zile ameenda kujidunga na hii Russia. Na ameacha mama mboga anatuambia kama mama mboga, jamaa wa mkokoteni, jamaa wa wheelbarrow. Mtu wa mkokoteni atapata hata 2,000 wapi ya kujienda kujidunga hata kama hiyo. You see? Second, William Ruto anajua vizuri kuna watu anaona kama kuna watu wanamfuata. Na kama it's not a secret by the way. Wamekosana, there are some kutoelewana na yeye na rais. Haimaanishi kama rais hajamuita sasa yeye aende achukue mkondo mwingine. Hiyo ni wanajaribu kutuambia sisi wananchi, kama wananchi, that kitu rais anafanya ni mbaya na mimi ndio nafanya kitu right. Ama rais anajaribu kutuambia kitu William Ruto anafanya vibaya. That's why unasikia wame block hiyo, wame cancel everything. Hiyo Sputnik na whatever. Nao pia lazima watuambie hao watu wa government. Sasa zile mnasema hii vaccine yote isikuje hapa Kenya. Because I know very well before hiyo kitu ingia hapa Kenya, there's some inspections, lazima hizo dawa and whatever lazima ipitie kwa lab and whatever zipimwe. Sasa zile hizi Sputnik zilikuwa zinaingia hapa Kenya, hawakuwa wanapima ama ilikuja tu direct from William Ruto. Because hii ni game tu wanacheza hapa. Huwezi tuambia that you prove kitu kwa sababu government ina prove. At the same time, ukiona hiyo sasa tena unaruka ati hiyo kitu ni mbaya, sisi tunataka kudeal na hii moja. Na huku side pia wewe pia uko na watu wanakufuata na unaona watu hii kitu ni mbaya ama hii kitu mzuri. Lead by example. Kama Sputnik mzuri, atoke atuambie hii ndio mzuri, ile ni mbaya. Wakenya waamue ufuate kitu mbaya ama kitu mzuri. Kushinda tuone tu kwa TV nani ameenda hii, nani ameenda hii.
But he did just that.
Excuse me, Mutembei.
Malema inakaa ni kama kila mtu anaongea story yako.
Mutembei sijachangia bana hata mimi.
Mpatie Clinton.
Chance bana.
Wajua sawa, asante sana kwa nafasi hii Mutembei. Nimesikiza watu venye wanaongea na kwanza ningependa kusema hivi. William Ruto is the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Na unapomuaddress si baba yako, si mama yako, si ndugu yako, you have to refer to him as the Deputy President. Nikisikia mtu anaita William Ruto ati sasa huyo Ruto ama William Ruto, ni the Deputy President, hatuna wawili, ni moja tu. So hata kama hatumtaki, we have to respect the office. Because some of them voted for Jubilee just because of William Ruto. They never liked UHURU Kenyatta, but because Ruto was there, they had to vote for that ticket alone. So William Ruto is the Deputy President, si William Ruto. Ufai kumuita William venye unaniita bana, eti Clinton, William. Hapana bana. Hiyo hata kama uko pande gani ya siasa, itabidi tuambiane ukweli. Kwa sababu ukiulizwa naibu wa rais wa Kenya, utasema ni Mheshimiwa William Ruto. Hakuna mwingine. Hata kama UHURU hamtaki, that's the Deputy President. Huyo ndio tulimchagulia na haezi akamtoa. So nikikuja kwa hiyo mambo na vaccination, kama ni ukweli rais alienda akavaccinate every member of the cabinet at State House. William Ruto is a member of the cabinet. Angeambiwa ikifika saa 8 cabinet tuna meet pale State House tunavaccinatiwa. Alafu tuambiwe aliambiwa akakataa kwenda badala ya kutuambiwa completely. Alafu nimesikiza Sami akisema angejipeleka tu popote apate vaccination kama Mkenya mwingine. Kwani kuna shida? Sasa wale mawaziri walienda State House. Si wangeenda kwa villages zao, Uhuru aende huko kwake kwa village apawe vaccination. Sasa unajilinganisha na William Ruto wewe Sami, kwa sababu unaweza walk into any hospital and get the vaccination there. Unaona Ruto, umempunguza Ruto kwa level yako mpaka sasa unamwambia wewe Ruto jipeleke popote pata vaccination. This is the deputy president that we only have. We have to respect him. He is the second in command. Kama Uhuru hayuko, William Ruto ndio wakusema. So hiyo kitu alifanya vaccination alijitafutia mwenyewe, ndio alinyimwa ya serikali. Ametumia pesa yake wakati wale wengine hawakulipia. Government inapeana kwa wafanyikazi wake bure. William Ruto anakuwa excluded, alafu anaamua anatumia shilingi yake sijui 8,000 10,000 kujinunulia vaccine, na yeye ni moja kati ya wale watu ambao wanaendesha hii serikali. So we may dislike the guy, but we have to accept that at this moment in time, William Ruto is our leader, and we are not happy when you are vaccinating everybody. For example, all of us here have families. Baba yako aseme, atangaze kwa WhatsApp group ya family, kesho tunakuwa vaccinated wote, lakini amekublock, alafu anasema eti huyo Sami naye msimwambie. Alafu kesho kuja utukose kwa room tuambie eti na mlienda wapi? Tulikuwa tu area. Baadaye usikie tulivaccinatiwa wote, lakini dada alisema tusikuambie. Obviously utakasirika. Yeah? So man, let us be faithful to what we are saying. Danrai pia amesupport Sami akisema kwamba William Ruto ni mtu tu wa kawaida. Man, let us accept simple facts. He is the deputy president. Hakuna mwingine. Hata kama Uhuru anachukua Raila usiku anaenda kulaunch taps 2 za maji, ama wanaenda kufungua sijui barabara ya county government, hiyo pia ni sawa. Mbona akitoka na Raila usiku tunaita right honorable prime minister? Raila ni prime minister wa wapi? Kenya iko na president na deputy, lakini wakitoka usiku kwenda kujivinjari on Fool's Day tunasema eti right honorable prime minister. Lakini hapa kwa Ruto, wewe Ruto sijui nani? Hapana bana. Let us just have facts. Let us accept that William is the deputy president. Tumheshimu. Tulikuwa tuna expect aende State House akuwe vaccinated, hakuitwa, akaamua kujitafutia vaccine yenye inamfit, kwa sababu hizi countries zingine wanasema kwamba AstraZeneca maybe iko poa kwa watu wa 60 and above. William hajafikisha 60. Sasa akijitafutia hiyo ingine kuna shida. Hii AstraZeneca bado kuna debate juu yake. Watu wengine wanasema hata under 60 wako sawa, wengine eti watu wa below 60 wasikuwe vaccinated. Maybe Ruto chose that one, eti hii ya above 60 niachane nayo, nichukue hii ingine yenye inanifit. Ruto aliingizaje vaccine Kenya? Ruto afanyi kwa airport, afanyi kwa sijui Mombasa port. Alichukua vaccine ambayo ilishaingia Kenya at that time. So wale watu wenye wale madaktari walienda kumvaccinate, alafu na Russian embassy in Kenya can explain better where the drug came from, but we cannot ask William Ruto, where did you get this drug? Aliitisha tu kama Mkenya mwingine. Ukienda vaccination unaweza sema nataka hiyo ya Pfizer ama AstraZeneca. Wewe ndio unachagua. Sasa yeye alichagua hiyo yake, akawa vaccinated na ikaisha hivyo. And because anything that William Ruto supports the government doesn't want, they said let us ban this one. This is not the first time we've seen William Ruto supporting something, then it is being banned. Ruto started talking about youths, mambo na youths na mawilbaro zake na kila kitu. Watu wa Raila na Uhuru walikuwa wamenyamaza. Wakati BBI sasa ilikuwa imekaribia, Uhuru akaanza kuongelea mambo na youths. So anytime that these people tries to punish William Ruto, they lack even what to punish him on about. How do you ban a vaccine just because he has taken it? Kwani hakukuwa na intelligence Kenya kusema kwamba hiyo vaccine ishaingia, kesho William Ruto ataichukua, wamzuie asiichukue hiyo, alafu achukue AstraZeneca ama akose kuchukua kabisa? Mbona mnangoja anachukua, alafu in less than 24 hours mnasema tumeban? Sasa kitaka ya pili itabidi travel kwenda Russia. eti amekuwa punished. So I beg to disagree with these people that disrespect William. We don't subscribe to his ideologies, but we accept he is the current deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. Tumheshimu, tuheshimu maamuzi yake. Tutakutana naye kwa debe 2022 majaliwa, either tumpe ama tumnyime. Lakini kwa sasa we have to respect the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Malema, acha niseme kidogo.
Mtembei, allow me to respond sababu alikuwa ameniguzia.
Sami umesema
nataka kurespond sababu nimepata nini ya Clinton. Nipe 2 minutes.
Sawa.
Mtembei, nipe 2 minutes
Yes.
Kwanza nimemsikiza sana rafiki yangu Clinton. Ameongea kwa ufasaha sana. Kwanza nataka kumwambia kwamba hiyo mambo anasema ati huyu si mtu wa kawaida, huyu si mtu kama mimi, labda yeye, lakini mimi ninaamini kwamba mwanadamu wote ule alizaliwa hapa duniani wote tunafanana. Hii position is just a position, lakini haimaanishi kwamba ati sasa yeye vile ameenda hapo is a demagogue. Kwanza I mean kuna hypocrisy between Clinton. Maana yake mwenyewe anasema hapa tumuite Ruto deputy, lakini akimrefer Uhuru anamuita Uhuru. Mbona muiti president kabla kumuita Uhuru? But anakuja hapa anasema atu tumuite deputy tusimuite Ruto. So that is I call it hypocrisy and psychophancy. Then number 2.
Sammy, can you answer this question? If Uhuru dies today, what would happen to Kenya?
Yes, now I'm coming there. So, irrespective, we have the leaders. Number 2, I want to clarify that State House is not a hospital. State House is not a medical facility. So, hii mambo ya kusema ati kwamba ati sijui nani ya kwenda State House kudungwa, State House si hospitali, unaona? So, Uhuru walidungwa pale na marafiki zake, manake hapo ndiye anaishi, hapo ndiye anafanyia kazi ni State House. Ruto naye akona ofisi yake na akona kwake Karen. Anaweza kuita madaktari hapo wakamdungia kwa ofisi yake ama wakamdungia. So yeye Ruto alifanyia, Uhuru alifanyia State House, manake hapo ndio residence yake. So let us get the facts clear. Unaona? Sasa Ruto yeye akona residence yake ambayo analipwa na serikali, akona residence ambayo ya Karen ambayo imelipwa na serikali, hiyo ni nyumba ya serikali na anaishi pale. Anaweza kuita daktari, akaita watu wa media, akadungwa hapa akatuonyesha kwa mapicha. Ama akafanyia ofisi yake, akaita watu wa media, wakatuonyesha. So it's not a big deal. Now, the reason we are talking of kwamba alilete dawa, nimechukua kutoka kwa JK Malema, but nikasema hatuwezi kusema ni ukweli ama ni uongo, maana hata Malema mwenyewe amesema tu on his opinion, but we don't know exactly if yenda alinunua hizo madawa. But again, we have to agree. Let me tell you, kuna regulations ambayo imewekwa na taasisi za serikali, si ati sababu ya COVID peke yake. Kutoka kitambo, uwezi kulete aina yote ya dawa kutoka mahali popote pale kabla ya kupitia katika taasisi ile ambayo ya kuratibu uingizaji wa madawa. Aina yote ya dawa wewe utaleta ukisema kwamba si sumu, lakini taasisi ya serikali iko na wataalamu ambao wanaipeleka katika maabara, wanaiangalia na wanasema kwamba hii imepitishwa. Bwana Clinton anatuambia kwamba ati hii ya UK ni ya watu ambao above 60. Kwani Ruto peke yake ndio mtu ambao wako below 60? Kwani wewe Clinton uko above 60? Amalema hapa kwa above 60, Mutembei hapa kwa above 60. Karibu 80% ya Kenyans are below 60 years of age. So ikiwa Ruto alikuwa anaona kwamba hii ya Russia ndio ni ya watu wa below 60, Ruto mwenyewe amekuwa anapiga mstari wa mbele akisema kwamba yeye ndio chief hustler katika hata sheria za kawaida tu. Hata kama ni rubani wa ndege, unaambiwa ndege ikipata ajali, rubani usitoke mpaka wale abiria wako wote watoke. Sasa Ruto mwenyewe akiwa ni rubani wetu, alafu yeye anaenda anajidunga shindano na anaacha abiria wake huko nyuma waacha wangangane na zile madawa si mzuri, yake anaenda kaimport yake. Huyo ni mfano mzuri wa kiongozi. Mimi nimesema kwamba the hypocritic of our leaders is sijaonea example because they have the power. Now you are here. Let me just yes, I'm finalizing it. No, for the last point. You are telling us that we should respect deputy president. Marisa, it is true, we must respect.
is a deputy president, but what is he achieving as a deputy president? I mean, is there playing a victim? When a deputy president, a second person in command, is playing a victim, what of ordinary person like us? So instead of taking a mantle, guide us, use the powers that they have, eh? And at least give us what is required. Then is there playing a victim? What of us? So instead of telling us to respect him, make him play that is capacity and show us by action. Yeye achukue hiyo capacity kama deputy president, aenda lete hiyo madawa ya Russia containers ngapi, afacilitate na serikali aje apatie watu, lakini sisi tukwenda kudunga peke yake, alafu anakuja hapa ana play kama victim. So we are not against deputy president, we respect him. And let me tell you, Clinton, I elected this government, and even if RUTO 2022, I will still elect him. But what I'm saying is, we should be bold enough to tell a king that is naked. So whatever RUTO is doing is going out of the way, and it is not bad we criticize him, although we support him. Yes, thank you.
Okay, sawa Sam, acha Kewel ongea, then Malema akuje. Kewel.
Thank you so much, Bwana Mutembei. Sami, we've been in this forum for quite a while na haikuangi kelele sana na vita sana. We normally express our opinions and you know, siasa mingi haikuangi sana, so tuliza, tutaenda polepole mpaka uelewe hii maneno vile inapelekwanga. Now, I think we were discussing something to do with the vaccines and not playing a victim of nani alifanya nini. Because you see, AstraZeneca was brought into the country. This other one called Sputnik, Kaleto into the country. And I don't think kama there was an issue, I mean, from the government that no other vaccines should come in. Because we remember at some point when we saw Sputnik in the public disposal, I remember the lady who normally, the CS for health, what's her name? I can't remember her name, this beautiful lady. So at some point she mentioned that we want to know the suppliers of Sputnik, and we want to know, I mean, lazima wajitokeze, waseme how they are doing it, how they are administering, and I mean, they should provide us all those logistics about administering the vaccine. And there was no restriction about who should be given and who should not be given. And it was at everyone's disposal whether you wanted to be given AstraZeneca or you be given Sputnik. So I don't know how DP has become a subject here, but then he had a choice whether to go for AstraZeneca or to go for Sputnik. And later on, when DP, made his decision and he went for Sputnik, he never told anyone that go for Sputnik or go for AstraZeneca. We just saw it in the media, DP being vaccinated. So I don't know where these temperatures are coming from, that DP has done this, DP has done that, DP has imported. We don't even know who imported this thing in the first place. So if I choose to go for AstraZeneca, I choose it at my own peril. If I choose to go for Sputnik, I choose it at my own peril. So I don't think if really DP came out openly and said that I'm going for AstraZeneca or I'm going for Sputnik, he made his own decision and he went for it. Which of course, it depends on someone's, decision, whether you want to go for which one. So the point that we are trying to say about DP, it is neither here nor there. DP went for that Sputnik, and that is his decision. I don't know why it's becoming something that is inatupatia kelele mingi. And I remember when that lady, as I said before, alikuwa amesema watu wa Sputnik wajitokeleze waseme hii kitu iko wapi, inapeanwa wapi, how is it going to be administered, and people went for it. And juzi wakasema it's been banned. How? Why? And Wakungu has just mentioned that it has not followed the WHO's stuff like that, how it was created, how it, the formulas and stuff like that. Me, I'm not a doctor by profession, but then this thing came in and nobody gave out a restriction on no people should go for that thing. So how it went to become a DB's business until sijui imekuwa banned, we are not sure. And if there is anything of a politics zenye zinachezwa hapo, that is a wrong direction, I mean, that we are taking. Kama ilikuwa na issues, you tell us it has issues. And I like what Amoth said, that kama ushachukua the first jab ya iyo Sputnik, be ready to take the second jab. And if you've not taken any jab, please go for AstraZeneca. Don't go start with Sputnik. And I think people who are giving out Sputnik now, they are not administering to first jabbers. So, I mean, by and large, it's being said that this thing is not, is not understood. And if it has been mentioned like that, let it be understood like that, and let no politics be played on it. Thank you so much, Mutembe.
Okay, sawa sawa. Malema umetajwa sana. We are giving you a right of reply.
Mutembe, before Malema, can I tell something to Kaywen?
Hapana, acha Malema ongea, then utaongea.
Yeah.
Guys, can I ask the question? I'm from Russia. Can I ask the question? Like, few questions.
Order.
First of all,
The chairman is there.
Okay, I can keep silence. Can I ask the question? How come Sputnik is available in Kenya since it was not allowed by the government?
Malema, you can answer
I think,
that.
Mr. Alex, I think that is a question we've all been struggling with. We just saw this injection being administered to the deputy president. So that is a question that we are all struggling to answer, sir.
The thing is that what I know about our government is that they do not distribute Sputnik until it is officially allowed by the government. And I'm not sure your country is getting Sputnik. Maybe they get, the accident in Mexico when they found fake Sputnik, and it's already kind of jabs which has nothing to do with Sputnik. And the transportation is quite complicated for Sputnik, and it may be fake something. It's not Sputnik until government signed the agreement and it is transported properly, because the job which is not transported properly has nothing effect. It can harm you. That's my main question. I was super surprised about all the discussions which is going on in Kenya, and that's why I joined. I mean, I don't understand, why do you think that this is Sputnik? This is something else. This is not Sputnik.
That's now a different dimension of the whole conversation, because we do not you keep hearing everybody here say we don't know why the thing was in there in the first place. So now you're banning it, but how did it get there in the first place? And we are asking that same question ourselves.
Yeah, and that is why, all that problems, all that political issues, well, it's not Sputnik. I mean, it cannot be Sputnik. There are really serious.
Alex, maybe now that you are here, we might take advantage of you and ask you this. We know what is the efficacy of the Moderna vaccine. We know the efficacy of the Pfizer vaccine. We know the efficacy of the J&J. So, and I know there was a question about the studies on the Sputnik vaccine. So, what is the efficacy of this vaccine? What is the technology involved in this vaccine? Because we don't know. I don't think the world knows about that. And the trial.
I'm not a scientist. We really better to listen to doctors. But what I know is that the trick about efficacy is that all vaccines was tested in a different time. For example, Pfizer and Moderna was tested in the countries when the wave of the virus went down. That is why they have very high efficacy. While AstraZeneca and Sputnik was tested when the wave went up. and that is why they have low efficacy. You know,
So
so
what is
this
that
is
number
very
for
tricky.
Sputnik?
For Sputnik, Lancet, and everybody like say it's a 91 point whatever percent. But the thing is that whatever percent is there, both AstraZeneca and Sputnik and Pfizer and all other vaccines are very good from you getting to hospital. That's the main thing. You will be able to get virus from any of those vaccines. You know, like Argentinian president got corona after getting vaccinated by Sputnik. Other people can, you will get corona anyway, with vaccine or without it. The thing is that either you will feel it, either you will go to hospital or not. And again, when you're seeing all these numbers like percentage, don't pay attention to that. It's just simply because some vaccines was vaccinated in the countries when it was really low percentage of the virus, or it was the wave up, you know, and then it has a lower percentage of efficacy. This doesn't matter. All vaccines works. But the thing is that what I believe, since Russia officially is not supplying Kenya with Sputnik, I'm not sure you actually getting the Sputnik. I think that those guys is giving you fraud. It's something wrong about it. And this is really, I'm really sorry about that. But until government approve it, until it is supplied through the governmental organization, you are not getting Sputnik. You know, too many people are faking Sputnik right now.
But right now, Alex, we don't know if it came through the government. We know that government banned it, but as far as who approved it, I don't think we know that information. I don't know if
government banned. Look, Russia does not supply Sputnik until government approve it. The things you are getting is not Sputnik, or maybe some people managed to make tricks. I cannot guarantee that, but like what I know for sure, Russia does not supply Sputnik until it is guaranteed by the government, until the government is approving it. So it's not Sputnik. I mean, and that is why I think your government is doing absolutely right thing of banning Sputnik, because this is not Sputnik. They cannot prove that, but they are doing absolutely right thing, because you maybe received something fake and you pay a lot of money for that and you hope for that and your relatives hoping for that, but this is not Sputnik.
But how did it come in though, Alex?
I don't know what is coming in, but it's definitely not Sputnik.
Mutembe, allow us to say something also.
Yes, yes.
Okay. I have heard Festus will follow me.
Okay.
So, okay, thank you very much, guys. I've heard what you are discussing about. And first of all, let us know that somebody's health is his or her own concern. It is not all about who took what, who went for what. And there is something also I'm coming to get. Why is it that the whole country and eventually, yeah, almost everybody is concerned about what RUTO and what UHURU were vaccinated with? It means actually that the life of this RUTO is actually in the public domain, because after knowing that they had a difference with the president, now everyone is up to know that what is being done to this person. First of all, remember, we have some doubts with the AstraZeneca. Sometimes we are being told that it causes clothing and whatever. Now, RUTO played a trick by taking the Sputnik. And let me, somebody has asked it there, how did this thing get into Kenya? There is a company called Dinlas Farm that actually imported this thing. And the Sputnik was actually approved by the pharmacy and the whatever board. It was approved the way the AstraZeneca was approved. So we don't know the reason behind why the government decided to ban this thing. Why did they decide? Why did the president decide that this Sputnik should not again be in Kenya? And yet they approved it. The body consulted with the approval of the.
Sorry, I hear some music. Can somebody switch it off?
Who has the music?
Yes, I don't know with what. Yeah, so
Okay.
I was saying that we don't know. We have known. We know the one who imported. We have been told that it was Dinlas Farm. I think I've answered somebody's question. Alex, you have said that this vaccine, either you are vaccinated or you are not vaccinated, you are going to get the virus. Now, what is the essence here? Are you telling us that these governments are just playing a trick with our bodies or whatever? Because you cannot tell me I'm going to take something that will not be of any benefit to me. I have to take something that is going to assist me. So if you are telling us that this thing, when you are vaccinated or you are not vaccinated, you can get the virus, then it means we are also in danger. You have said that the Sputnik, was it the Russian? You said Alex has gone.
No, he's back.
No,
So
no, no.
Alex,
I was able to hear you because like it's removed headphones. Like, sorry, I just grabbed another view.
there was a prime minister from which country who was vaccinated with the Sputnik vaccine, and eventually the leader contracted the virus. So it means, for me, I can actually take it as maybe the vaccine was administered to him or her when it was still under the testing stages. So, but for now, we don't know how effective it is. We are expecting to observe this from the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. So, if he is going to have any if the vaccine is going to have any side effects in his body, then automatically we will judge the vaccine as it will now not be recommended for human vaccination. And therefore, what I am actually up to is that this thing, the Sputnik vaccine, the government knew it very well, that this vaccine was coming in. Now, the thing that was, I think what made the government to ban it, it is the cost. After realizing that this Sputnik costs more than the AstraZeneca, and it was as if like watu wakubwa wakubwa, these rich people are now going for it, because it could ingeleta differences between the wananchi na the higher class, kwa sababu wananchi could have they are going actually to be given the AstraZeneca, while those people in the high class level are going to be given the Sputnik. This one could actually not bring a very good picture. It could not have shown a good picture between the leaders and the people on the ground. So for uniformity and for the whole country to go in one direction, we have to use the same vaccine. Okay, there's nobody here who can convince me that we are sure that Uhuru Kenyatta took the AstraZeneca vaccine. We are not sure. And also, whoever told us that RUTO took the Sputnik, we don't know. And it is okay if he took the Sputnik, it is also okay. But we don't know if Uhuru really took the AstraZeneca, if Uhuru really did not take the Sputnik, and we don't know, maybe even Uhuru played a trick, because the other day we were saying like there was something that Dr. was trying to put across, that whenever you have this vaccine, it is good that you don't have a drink. That is the legal. And we know of our boss. I don't know, I don't know if one day our boss can wake up in the morning and decide that today I'm going to work. So I'm even worried. I'm worried about his health if he took the AstraZeneca, and eventually the other day we saw him again in his normal state of operation, the way we normally observe him in our screens. So otherwise, this thing the government knows. They should have given us another reason.
Okay, Yagon.
Yes.
My 1 minute.
I through. Maybe Festus, you can now go on.
Okay, Festus.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Look, I just want to comment something about the DP. You know, these people are playing politics. Let's get it right. You guys need to stop beating around the bush. You banning the Sputnik vaccine just because the deputy president took it. It has nothing to do with, oh, it's not safe, or it is expensive. It is your choice to get the vaccine you want. It's just like in the US. You can take the Moderna vaccine or the Pfizer. Like somebody said, I don't remember who said it, but I think this Sputnik vaccine was imported by the Inland Pharma something limited. It is associated with one of some powerful senators in the country. I'm not going to mention that, but from the rumors I hear. And when it was imported, it is business. If I'm doing business in Kenya, I have a right to import what I want to import, so long as I'm doing it within the confines of the law. Whoever wants to take the Sputnik vaccine, be it the deputy president, be it Raila, be it UHURU, it is their own choice. So for the government to ban Sputnik vaccine just because the DP took it, it's just politics, and this is childish politics. You're banning this thing just to frustrate the deputy president. You're doing this thing. It is just the continuation of what they've been doing to the deputy president. Anything associated with the DP, it is considered chaff. Anything associated with the deputy president, I'm pretty sure if the DP would not have been associated with this Sputnik vaccine, I'm pretty sure this business would have still been going on. They are banning this thing on mere grounds of its association with the deputy president. It is stupid. It is childish. Number one. Number two, about like he said, this guy said a Sputnik vaccine. I haven't had any issue with a Sputnik vaccine. I haven't taken it myself, but I haven't had any issue about it insofar as the side effects and the contraindications and all that. But those other vaccines like AstraZeneca, the one we have in the country right now, I've had some issues about it. I've had news all over the television and all that. People are getting blood clots with AstraZeneca. People are dying. We had 7 deaths in the UK from AstraZeneca. I don't know why Kenya cannot import this vaccine from other countries. I don't know why. I just don't understand. Why can't we not import this vaccine from America other than dealing with the UK or rather China or maybe Russia? I just don't understand the foreign policy of Kenya when it comes to these things, like these serious issues like health and stuff like this. We have Pfizer vaccine in this country, in the US. I'm pretty sure nobody has had any issue with the Pfizer vaccine. Moderna, it is here, those 2 vaccines. I haven't had any death from it. Why can you guys just forget about the AstraZeneca vaccine and import some other vaccines like this Pfizer or Moderna, So if you ask me, just to comment, to summarize everything, this Sputnik thing, it is all politics. From what I've been watching, from what I've been hearing, this thing was imported by the Inland Farmers Limited. It is associated with one of the senators in the country. The senator has a very close link with the deputy president. Let's ban this thing, and then we can stop and just stop this thing because it's being associated with the deputy president. It is just being done because of RUTO. It is that simple. It comes to a time when you guys have to start calling a spade, not a big spoon. Wacha mambo ya kuogopa. The truth is wanachana na hizi vitu because of the deputy president. They are fighting. They just want to fight. Somebody just want to poke holes. They just want to keep poking you, and just to see what you're going to do. Wacha tumuchokoza. Everything he does, they just want to chokoza him every single time. So it has nothing to do with it is expensive. Okay, kama mimi naweza afford Sputnik vaccine. Inakuuma nini kama mimi naweza nunua if it is expensive? Wewe hii yako yenye ni bei rahisi, siwache wale wengine watumie. Hii yenye unasema ni bei ya juu, siwache sisi Masongo tutumie. What is the problem with it? Ile pilipili usiyoile inakuwa shida. If I can afford it, let me do it. So they are banning this thing because it is associated with the deputy president, because he took it, because the person doing that business is a friend, a close ally of the DP. That's the truth. So maneno ya kusema oh, expensive, wacha hiyo mchezo. They need to leave the deputy president alone. They need to leave him alone. The mchezo mnaleta Kenya, it is going to bring trouble. It comes to a time when you guys have to speak the truth and just say how it is. It's nothing like, oh, it's expensive. Are you guys buying for us? You're not buying for us. You know, if I'm digging from my pocket, why does it bother you? The DP chose that vaccine because maybe it's just get any issue with that vaccine, Sputnik. I don't understand anything to do with Russia, but I haven't had any issue with Sputnik. I've had issues with AstraZeneca, the one that UHURU may import. I've had issues with it, what was the Kufa now and all that. But this Sputnik thing, I haven't had any problem with it. I haven't had even on the news about Sputnik vaccine and all that. But hiyo ile mmeletewa Kenya, hiyo people are dying from it and all that. Alafu nataka kulazimishiwa. Hiyo mchezo bwana. You guys did. I watch people saying the truth and I just like it. Some people are scared to say it. Some people say it is the truth. The truth is the truth. You are doing this thing to frustrate the deputy president. It is stupid. It's childish. It's that simple, plain and simple. Thank you.
But first,
Thank you.
20
Go
seconds.
ahead.
Gazuma, let's have Nani GK Malema next.
Okay, I was just going to respond to his assertion about the Pfizer and the Moderna.
Uta respond after GK Malema.
That's fine.
Okay.
But can I say something quickly? Because I believe like I was not heard. Russia does not supply Sputnik V to Kenya at all,
Right.
completely. Russia supplies Sputnik only by state logistics. Only after state approve it, Russia will supply it to the country. I don't know what Kenya is having right now, but this is not Sputnik.
Okay, Malema, you hear Alex says that Russia doesn't supply to companies, it supplies to governments. So
No.
we have
Russia supplies only after governmental approval and only on agreement between governments.
okay. Once the government
Matembei.
Let's have Malema kwanza.
Matembei. First of all, I don't know Alex. I don't know. First of all, I don't know Alex is speaking on behalf of Russia. Hello, everyone. First of all, I don't know whether Alex is speaking on behalf of Russian government. I don't know which position he holds in that government.
Of course, I'm not.
I don't know whether he knows everything.
I know how it's
maybe done. If a government to another government makes or maybe have an agreement on their businesses, I don't know whether Alex accesses that. He's here. No one knows where I am even right now. Maybe I'm in Uganda, and maybe Alex is in Westlands. I don't know. Hello, I don't know. Maybe Alex is in the Westlands, Nairobi, and he's telling us he's Russia. I don't know. He's speaking on behalf of which government? Is it a Russian government or what? The basic information, or even the information we are here right now, is this is a government full of intelligence. The vaccine came from wherever it came because, of course, the deputy president had the job, and there was some beside him was maybe there was some posters maybe showing maybe it is Sputnik. My question is, why do people really see the deputy president does not know what he does? I saw some guys here. They just showed their smile because Alex has really spoken something that
Sputnik producer,
and
you can check that Kenya
because
is not
maybe
in
Alex
the
is telling
supply
us
way
whatever deputy president took is a fake job. Listen, guys, the deputy president of his.
We have lost Malema.
I didn't block him. Believe me, it's not Russian hackers. Believe me, it's not Russian hackers. But seriously, you can simply go to official bodies of Russia. You can read there on the things. Russia is not supplying officially Sputnik V to Kenya. Yes, it was approved, but it's not supplying it. Nobody admitted that. That is why I seriously doubt that this is Sputnik V.
Alex, how do we confirm these things you're telling us? If you are not a representative of Russian government,
you just go to Sputnik V producer. We created special website. You can even go to Twitter, and there is a Sputnik V direct fund. You can ask them directly. Russia is not supplying Kenya with Sputnik V.
It's not about, look, you are telling us state-to-state contract. What I told you, what I just said, somebody said that same thing too. We have a business person who contracted this thing with the Russian government.
I know. We also had those tricky people. But the thing is that vaccine is supplied only through state contracts. You need to understand that government already signed the contracts with states for more than 1 billion people. And they do not, why Russia did not make its only with states? Because if you sign with some commercial organization, let's say, and for example, commercial organization will not keep the temperature conditions of supplying Sputnik, and Sputnik will harm somebody. It will cause a lot of loss if somebody will discover that somebody was vaccinated by Sputnik, not properly transported, and that person died or something. The whole Sputnik distribution will be closed right after that. That is why Russia is only keeping contract with the state, not with commercial organizations at all.
So is it possible that this is a black market Sputnik?
Absolutely. That's what I'm trying to say, that, and that's why I'm saying that Kenya government is absolutely brilliant by restricting those, because this is anything else but Sputnik. I mean, guys, you heard the news from Mexico when they arrested the whole huge portion of Sputnik, fake Sputnik, you know?
So is it possible that it is Sputnik, but it wasn't supplied by the government, but by some other corrupt person
Russia
behind
does not distribute Sputnik until there is a governmental agreement.
So can someone sneak it out? Can it be snuck out of Russia?
No chance. Zero chance.
Alex, in what capacity are you speaking? In what capacity? Because we have an issue understanding. Hold on a minute, Alex. Hold on, just hold on. We understand where you're coming from. We just want to understand in what capacity do you speak? Because if you do not represent, if you're not a representative of that Russian government in any capacity, not a minister, not even a member of parliament, who are you representing, and what do you have? What just phone do you have to tell us for us to believe what you're telling us is legit? Because you can't just come and tell us, oh, the Russian government cannot do A, B, C, D without you guys giving us justification for your allegation or for your statement. You are telling us they cannot do business with other people in the country unless it is state to state. In what capacity do you tell us these things? Because if you don't represent any person in that country, we can't believe you.
Festus, Russia is a communist country. It's not a capitalist. So everything is done through the government. And I think the best thing is to ask the people who are supplying it to Kenya, who authorized it to come from that country. Then they can give you the answer. I think that's a better way to go instead of asking Alex. He's giving us information for us to investigate. But my 2 cents on this is that I suspect this thing is not that just that RUTO took it. He actually is the owner, and that is why it was banned, because that's a lot of money he's getting by it being sold. So they don't want him to get as much money, and so they banned it. Where he got it from, I don't know. He might have got it from the black market.
That sounds right, but with the ownership, maybe just by virtue of his relationship with whoever is doing it. I don't believe it is the deputy president doing that business.
Excuse me, first.
I don't believe he's the one doing it. But the thing is, maybe he's just taken it because it is somebody doing that business who has a close association with the deputy president, not the DP doing it. But even if, be it whatever it is, be it the case or be it whatever it is, deputy president is not going to take this vaccine. Are you telling us this guy is so stupid to take this vaccine if it is from the black market? Like seriously, the deputy president took a vaccine that he does not trust. Like this guy is telling us it's from the black market.
No,
really?
it
The
is not.
DP?
It is his company. Inland is his proxy. I am suspecting Inland is his proxy company, and that is why he has confidence to sit down and get injected because he knows exactly where it came from.
Yeah, it might be not his proxy. Let's get it right. It is from somebody, maybe his friend, not like his company. No.
Festus, am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Go ahead. Yeah, that's right.
Excuse me.
Festus? Yeah. The thing is that each dose of the vaccine from Russia has a QR code. And by this QR code, you can identify if it is fake or not. And how fake vaccines was found in Mexico is that besides that they use wrong Russian, by this QR code, it was not identified. In fact, each jab of Russian vaccine has its own number and it has to be trackable in order, for example, let's imagine something failed on the production. Some kind of portion of vaccines failed and had some consequences. That is why they implemented that QR code in order to be able to track it, you know? And that is why you can, Kenyan government, I believe, can easily track from where those vaccines are coming from and who supplied it. But the thing is that Russia does not need to use black market to distribute its own vaccines. And its supply, let's say, supply is much less than the demand. And that is why we are using only official governmental agreements to supply the vaccine. Until Kenya agree to that, and until we sign the contract, until the official supply, you are not using official Sputnik V. That is why I'm absolutely surprised why there is so much noise about Sputnik V, since I believe that there is no Sputnik V in Kenya.
We have to agree on one thing. Number one, they are banning this vaccine because of deputy president, because he took it. That one we can argue until tomorrow. I'm just gonna put it that way.
Let's argue on that. They are banning not Sputnik V. They are banning something which is presented to people as a Sputnik V, and people has to pay for something fake. Russia does not supply it.
Alex,
can I say something?
I'm speaking as a Kenyan. Alex, I'm speaking as a Kenyan.
Just a minute.
And I don't think you can. I don't think you can do that to your
Alex, okay.
Just a minute. I think all of us we know.
Excuse me, members. We have to be in order.
Alex. Which order? And I've said, please. Excuse me. What's up?
We have to speak in order.
We have to share something. Let me speak. What's the problem with you, Clinton?
I agree with Festus.
I'm just trying to say
that me as first cannot agree.
Which order? And these people have listened. I've just said,
yes.
Excuse me.
No, I'm just giving him something.
What excuse me means?
Kindly.
Excuse me.
I'm living here with somebody.
Elfas, relax a little bit.
Can I speak, please?
Elfas, relax a little bit.
What I'm saying is,
relax a little bit.
What I'm saying is, I agree with Festus 100%. That me as Elfas can't agree to be injected with something that I know that it was. Yes. Yes.
Have you finished talking? Elfas, have you finished?
I think the internet frozen there.
Okay, so what is there? Festus, let us argue maturely, as in when Alex is presenting his point, listen to him. Then when he finishes, you can chip in after. And then let us just talk in order. Everybody's gonna talk. Like when Alex is talking, everyone has a question at the same time. It is not a debate. So anyone who wants to react to what Alex was saying?
Not yet. I was waiting.
What?
Not yet, please.
No reactions yet.
Okay, my question
Elfas is
was.
still making his point.
Hello, my question was.
Okay.
Elfas, will you speak?
Elfas has a problem with the internet connection. So maybe, Festus, you can continue with what you are saying.
I don't really have much to say, but those guys, like somebody just said here, I don't know if it was actually the lady. She said, we are trying to investigate who is behind this importation of this vaccine. I just gave a clue. I mean, from what I heard, I'm not a DCI, I'm not a detective, so I don't know. But from what I heard is the Inland Farmers Limited, something like that, associated with one Mburu, somebody by the name Mburu. You can get that thing on Google anyway. Mburu is husband to somebody is a senator somewhere, as somebody's husband who is a senator. So you guys can Google and
I
do
had
an
a question,
investigation.
Alex.
Oh, is
That
Susan?
by you saying that the jab that you know very well that it came from Russia, and our deputy president took it, that they are fake. Now it doesn't make sense, because from what I know is our own deputy president can't agree. Even me myself can't agree to be injected with something that I don't know its source.
And that's why I'm saying
Hello?
that the president
Can you hear me?
knows
go
where
ahead.
that drug came from.
Actually, can I speak if you guys don't mind?
So, excuse me. You see, after Festus finished speaking, Elfas started talking. Nobody realized that Elfas was talking until he asked, "Can you hear me?" So that's why I'm telling you, if there is some order, you're gonna speak to one another, not at one another. So Festus, maybe they heard you.
Right? Like Bella Mkono June, then you can talk. Maybe that can make sense.
Yeah, at least. Or we go with the first row and then the last row. So Festus, you put your point, right? Diego, can you say in 2 minutes?
Okay, maybe a point of order. I wanted to say that kindly let us give the moderator a humble time. When the moderator has muted your mic, don't mind unmuting it, because he is only allowed to unmute it when he is giving you the opportunity to talk. So kindly, that is a point of order. Thank you.
Okay, Ayaga, something in 2 minutes. So you see, Ayaga took the Sputnik vaccine. So maybe he can tell us more about the vaccine, where he found the vaccine. Yeah. Ayaga? Ayaga, network connection. Please, somebody has an audio.
Titus.
Who's having that audio, please?
Titus.
I don't see. Nancy Titus. Okay. Thank you. So, Ayaga, can you proceed? Can you hear us? No. Ivo, say something in 2 minutes.
Hi guys. I had one point a point of note that I wanted to say. Obviously, I couldn't join the chat room before, but it was when first I was speaking in regards to the other vaccines that have had what is it called, reactions to people, and obviously, like in the UK, people have died of blah blah blah, and nothing has been heard about the Sputnik or any side effects. But how do we know that? Because we know Russia is, they're not as transparent as any other Western countries. So maybe we've had some reactions or people have died from Sputnik, but obviously Russia is not disclosing all that information because we all know how Russia is, So I cannot just go by saying Sputnik is 100% good and all this and that and everything, and then obviously AstraZeneca. I mean, at the end of the day, the western part of the countries like UK and all that, they're transparent, and they'll say what numbers have succumbed due to AstraZeneca or whatever kind of stuff. You know what I mean? That's what I wanted to say for now.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm coming to you, Festus. Ashley, say something in 2 minutes.
She's gone.
Okay, thank you. Let me check down here. Maybe. Okay, Festus.
Well, I just want to agree with what Ivo said. And that's exactly what I said. Why I said, why can't we then deal with these other people who are transparent? Like Ivo just told us, we do not know what goes on in Russia. That country, I mean, just to be honest, they're not as transparent as the US, the United Kingdom, and France, and all those other Western countries. That said and done, I was very clear when I said we don't know anything about Sputnik. To be quite honest, like I just said, because they don't tell us stuff. When things happen in that country, you cannot just speak up. There's no freedom in that country. You know what happened to the opposition leader when he was, whatever happened with the Putin or the opposition leader. So you can't really tell what happens in that country in the event of things like this. With these other Western countries, we know AstraZeneca has issues. That vaccine has issues. We know this. I just don't understand why the government went ahead and imported the vaccine, even after having had all these, blood clots and stuff like that from that AstraZeneca vaccine. That's why I said, why can't we then import these two vaccines from this country, the United States, Pfizer and Moderna? That was just my opinion. Now, maybe to summarize with this, like I said, I don't know who imported that thing into the country, the Sputnik thing. From what I heard, like I said, it's just rumors. It's from whoever Mburu is and the husband, somebody. You guys need to go find out who it is. Do the investigation. I'm not a detective. Do find out who imported the thing in the country. If it is viable, if it is good for us, if it is worth taking it. I don't know. I haven't taken any vaccine myself, but like I said, if I have to take a vaccine, I'm going to take Moderna or Pfizer. Those other vaccines, AstraZeneca, Sputnik, I don't really trust them. I don't. Because like I said, AstraZeneca had issues. I wouldn't even inform my family to take AstraZeneca. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't tell my mom to take AstraZeneca vaccine. It had blood clot issues with it. So unless the country where it comes from, which is UK, unless that country confirms to us the vaccine is viable and it is safe for vaccination, I will not advise anybody to take it. That's just my opinion. Pfizer, Moderna, yes, I can take that. So that's just my honest opinion.
Clinton, can I answer this question? Because it's been banning me for a second. What he's just talking about.
Okay. Yeah.
Because he keeps saying, Festus keeps saying, why shouldn't the government of Kenya get these other vaccines? And I think, Festus, there's something that you must understand. That the Moderna, the J&J, the Pfizer, all those three vaccines are not available to these other countries. Okay? The reason Kenya is getting the AstraZeneca, yes, the reason Kenya is getting the AstraZeneca is through the COVAX, through the UNICEF program. Okay? As a matter of fact, even the US, what they did when these vaccines were being initially, when tulikuwa tunaanza kutengeneza hizi vitu, the US government, the European Union, the UK, they went and purchased all these vaccines en masse. So right now, even if Kenya wanted, even if Nigeria wanted, even if these other countries wanted that vaccine, they cannot get it. The only vaccine they are getting right now is the AstraZeneca through the COVAX program. So I have a huge issue with you saying that people who have access to the AstraZeneca vaccine should not take it. Now, the deaths that you're talking about is 7 people out of 13 million people who have gotten the vaccine, you know, and that is what they have available in Kenya right now. So 7 deaths is way, way too many. But you cannot tell people to stop taking that vaccine and expose themselves to severe disease, okay, just because 7 people got blood clots. That is too much more of a data for you to stop people from getting the vaccine. That I would like to say.
Okay, I think kindly.
I have a question for the doctor. For the doctor.
Sure.
Okay.
This is Ashley.
Yes, sir.
A question for the doctor. When you get vaccinations at the hospital, do you confirm the source or do you just use the vaccine without asking questions? Because like this, Alex is saying that the vaccine from Russia is not from Russia, and we keep calling it whatever the name is, I've forgotten. But do you confirm that the vaccine is from where the source that is supposed to be from before you start administering it to patients?
The facility, the hospital only is the only one. Even what Vestas is saying, that you have a choice. Even in the US, you don't have a choice of the vaccine that you get. You know, it's what is in the facility. If you're at a certain hospital, you do not choose. You do not choose.
No,
That's
not my question. My question was.
And I was coming to you.
Question was to when the administration of the hospital. Okay.
Go ahead and ask the question again.
When the administration at the hospital gets the vaccine from inland, let's say inland or whatever, did they confirm or normal procedure? Do they confirm that where the inland people got the vaccine from to make sure that it is an accurate and not a counterfeit, or do they just buy it without any questions?
Now, maybe from where I am in the US, these vaccines normally come from the manufacturers to the state. And then the state decides what facility, they are prorated. So, ukipata vaccine from J&J as a state, you get J&J, you get Moderna, you get Pfizer, you confirm as a state, and then you distribute to the facilities. Okay? So,
okay, I wasn't
Kenya,
I'm talking about Kenya.
I don't know. To answer your question, I don't know what happens in Kenya.
So I will direct this to Kiwel, since he has access to
the deep state.
Susan Kihika. Can you get us a confirmation where her husband got the vaccine from?
Thank you so much, Ashley. I not mentioned anything about, sourcing or who knows about this thing. It was Festus who mentioned about Mburu. But then by the time the government gave these guys the certificate of certificate of administration of the virus, the vaccine, I would really want to ask myself one question. Did they really give out this thing without doing the background checks? From clearance from wherever it was coming from the airport, now from the test, from the poisons and what do you call the poisons and whatever board, by the time this thing came into the public domain, Didn't they do all the background checks until they cleared this thing to the people? That is the question I'm asking myself. But then also, after the DP had been, given the job, did we realize that this thing has issues? Then we ban it. Those are the questions we are asking ourselves. So by the time you're giving us all these stories, please tell us, who are these people? How were they cleared? By the time they were being administered to the people, was it fit? Was it fit in the first place? So this question of telling us it should be banned and stuff like that, and people have been administered unto, do you want to tell us that this thing, I mean, the people who have been given those things, they are risking their lives? So, I mean, tusidanganyane hapa, iko siasa enye iko, and I think I trust what Vestas has said it, that this thing is good, but then also we are not sure of how it came about. But then when Alex tell us that, this Sputnik V is a fake thing, it's the same thing that we're asking ourselves. How did it get cleared until it gets to the public domain?
Okay, Clinton, let me ask another question.
Okay. Let me say something.
Before you ask how did it get cleared, ask what was cleared, because Alex is saying it wasn't Sputnik. So it is great concerning that if it wasn't Sputnik, what was cleared?
Ashley, let me just clarify. I found out some news that on 31st of March, Sputnik V was approved by Kenyan government for emergency use. That means probably in a week or so, it will be governmental supply of the Sputnik. What I'm saying is that please do trust only to governmentally approved Sputnik, because there are a lot of fake things already happening around Russian vaccine. Only governmental. If it is a state hospital or approved by state, then it is Sputnik. All others, something else. Russia does not distribute it just to commercial organizations, only through state channels.
So we are going to have to find out what we have if we don't have Sputnik, because Russia would not distribute to a private owner, right? A private company.
Russia never distribute to private owners only. It's only distributing Sputnik V through the state channels. Only. It was, if you don't trust me, I'm not an official, just check how it happens with all other countries. Only through state channels. Only by, that is why I really support Kenyan government, which is blocking and restricting that, because it harms our, let's say, image of Russian vaccine, because who knows what they inject there instead of Sputnik.
Clinton, allow me to challenge Alex. Allow me to challenge Alex by telling him that it seems there in Russia, in Kenya, here we have something we call freedom to information, and we are being assisted by the media houses. Now, how did we come to know that the Sputnik vaccine was administered to His Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, that is William Samoei Ruto? It was through the media. Now, Alex cannot challenge me and tell me that Russia did not allow the exportation of the vaccine. That is because he may not be able to know how did it get out. Maybe the freedom of how those people are exposed to the media there is a bit minimized. Maybe the media cannot even assess how the government operates. The government of Russia can decide on their own that they are going to export this thing. And I like the way he has put it clear, that the Russian government only allows the private sector to get the vaccine. And I'm sure the Dinlas farm company is a private, it is a private company. It is not something that we are saying, this one is a government company. It is a private one. And that is why it was able to be approved by the pharmacy and the, I don't know what is the name of the full name of the board. So, Alex, kindly, you will agree with me that this thing might have been done, or it might have been cleared in a more, like, how can I put it? Because it seems the people are not aware, but the officials concerned about the vaccine were aware. The same thing in Kenya. If it were not for the media, even me here personally, I could not have gotten the information. We could not have known that RUTO was given this, UHURU was given this. So we are not sure about that. So let us not stick to the point that Russia does not allow. It is not true at all.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Yago, for your point.
Can I answer?
Please.
And I think
can I
let's
answer,
have order.
So there are 2 points.
You cannot answer at the same time.
Russian vaccine
Excuse
supply.
me.
Russian vaccine supply is delivered only on state agreements, while Russian production of the vaccine can be negotiated with private companies. So that means, for example, you probably know that in Italy, Russia discussed production of the vaccine with a private company, but not the supply, because supply of Russian vaccine can be discussed only on governmental level. Any other vaccine which private companies suggest or supply on their own basis is not Sputnik V.
So is it possible that the deputy president discussed as a governmental person with the Russian government oligarch, some oligarch there, and
oligarch has
had the
nothing to do
Sputnik?
because all the vaccine production is state-owned in Russia. Only
But
after
they can sneak it out.
No, they cannot.
What do you mean they can't?
Just because the thing is that why it is not. Let's assume that Russia is super corruptive, super wrong. The thing why it is not allowed, because like any kind of wrong transportation of Sputnik V and harm of the vaccine itself can produce media outcome which will hurt the reputation of Russian Sputnik V in general. That is why it's strongly prohibited of any kind of illegal supply of Sputnik V or any kind of sneaky tricky things. Only state controlled, only state owned, and they are, I know they are struggling through this, but they are fighting. Even like people who are living abroad, who are super rich, they have to fly back to Russia to take the vaccine. Even the shot of the vaccine, one single shot, cannot be exported outside, even for extremely wealthy person. They are recommended to fly back to Russia and take the vaccine there. Things are very serious about that, especially taking into account about all this competition between huge corporations of the vaccine production. Pfizer, AstraZeneca, and all that, they will applaud if Russia will fail in a very tiny moment. And that is why Russia is very strict about that. They cannot allow themselves to go any kind of sneaky peeky game.
Alex, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Alex, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
Whatever you are preaching to us has been preached before, even before we were born, when there was a Cold War or something like that. And we were told that anything that is coming from communist nations are bad. We are not prisoners of capitalists, and we will never, we have decolonized everything about capitalism. I myself, I took that medicine. I took it. Yes, here in Nairobi. And I'm waiting for the second. If the Westerners is advocating that the Sputnik vaccine is bad, it can not only be bad when it's sold in Africa. The lives in Russia, they should also fight for the common people in Russia, not only in Africa. Africa is not their field of battle where they come here starting selling and showing their superpowerness. No, we will refuse that. I'm not even a supporter of DP, and I took it. I took it. I'm waiting for the second one. I don't have any of the side effect. I'm as healthy as you can see me. So whatever you're preaching to us, I think we better listen and we'll do nothing. We know our government. The logic of importation, even if it's done by a private, we know the procedure. It was not smuggled. Don't put it as if that private company smuggled that drug in Kenya. It passed through JKIA, the only international airport we have in this locality. That serves even in Tanzania and Uganda and Rwanda. The biggest in East Africa. It passes through there. The procedure was followed. It was taken. We were told prior. We saw it when it arrived. The distribution and the process, we were told everything. That's why we are very confident even when taking it. No matter whoever take it. Either Ruto is a human like me. If that thing kills, I could have been dead. Ruto could have been dead. So please, even if you are preaching for your Westerners or whatever, you have some interest with them. We as Africans, it is our time to have our interest at hand. But we are not prisoners of the capitalism or capitalist. Never.
Okay. Thank you, Ayaga.
Can I say something?
Thank you,
Ayaga?
Thank you, Alice. Wait, Nancy, wait. There are some people who want to enter the show, like they call themselves funny names.
Can I
this is an
say
official
something and get
Facebook
out
page.
so that they can enter?
Nancy, wait.
Can I say something? Okay.
So somebody is calling herself or himself Mari Kenya. Mari Kenya, change your name down there, then come back. And some funny names here. So you cannot come like that, man. You may come here, abuse somebody, then tracking you may be a problem. I have to ask this. Ayaga, where did you get the vaccine? Is it in hospitals or where? And then to Alex. Alex, are you communicating from Kenya or you are in Russia? So maybe you'll answer those questions after Nancy.
Ashley.
Yes, Ayaga.
Yes, I'm in Kenya and I took it in hospital in Kenya.
Okay, so it is available in hospitals, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that information. Alex, are you speaking from Kenya or from Russia?
You mean about me? No, I'm Russian, but I live in Romania right now.
You live in?
Romania.
So right now you are in Romania, yeah?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that information. Ashley, you may proceed.
Ayaga, I would like us to take Alex at his word, and then instead of like being on the defensive, have an open mind, because he could be telling the truth. We don't know. So I think it's best to just take this information and their ways. I like the way Sonko used to come with facts. I like dealing with facts. If we know the people who have inland, you go to them, let them bring the papers of how they acquired, who signed off, so that it might be a government agency through a certain person. Then we won't have, these people are not in Mars, they are not in Jupiter, they are in Earth, they are in Kenya, and we can get there. So that means we can postpone that source, that information until next Sunday to gather more information. We can ask Mutembei to go and find out for us these questions that have been raised. Is this Sputnik or whatever? And where was it got from? Can you show us paperwork that it was authorized by the government or whatever procedure needed to be followed to leave the country, that it is the right vaccine? And then now you can come with facts and talk to Alex. But without facts, what you're using is emotions. And I think we need to use facts and not emotion. We don't need to be on the defensive. We don't need to be on the offensive. Just bring facts and let the facts speak for themselves.
Okay, thank you, Ashley. Thank you.
Ashley, according to you, that medicine was smuggled into Kenya.
No, that is not according to me. That is from all what Alex is trying to suggest is that unless the government gives permission to our government, then it could not be that vaccine. So the only other way in my mind, my little mind, it only because it came from Russia, I believe so. Then a very strong oligarch sneaked it through, bought it, or someone who has a clinic there got it and sold it behind the scenes. So that is not what I'm saying as a fact. Those are called
Ashley, in fact, I'm insisting that Russian vaccine Sputnik V cannot be supplied to Kenya anyway, but through governmental agreements.
Yeah, through
whatever you get
agreement.
there, only it's not sneaky. There is no chance. Believe me, I know Putin. I know how everything is stated.
So if
there is
Sputnik
zero
is not the drug
chance
we have,
that Kenya is having Sputnik V right now.
So if
there is
it's
zero
not
chance.
Sputnik, if we don't have
No.
Sputnik, okay.
No,
okay, so
no.
let's
I can bet on that.
So we got this information from Alex. Let us not cross him off immediately. It is now we've been given something to go and investigate. So what I was giving was my opinion. My opinion. But my opinion is not true. It doesn't have to be a fact. So don't quote me. From what he's saying, if we have Sputnik and he's saying we don't have Sputnik, so the only way we can actually have Sputnik is if let us smuggled. Otherwise, then it is a fake. But that is my opinion. But then I'm asking to ask off. Let me just finish. What I'm asking is let us do. It is now we've been given something to go and investigate. So what I was giving was my opinion. Fact. So don't quote me. From what he said.
Thank you very much. But if you have been in Kenya for some times.
Excuse me, Ayaga. Excuse me, Ayaga. When Ashley is talking and you talk, it is now noise. Let's agree on this. So we've not heard what Ashley was saying because you started making noise. So everything became noise. So I don't know what you want to reply to Ashley.
I want to tell her.
So
I want to tell her. Hello. I want to tell her. It is only Kenya that I can wake up tomorrow and I'm being told I'm not a citizen of this country. If government allow that medicines to enter here, if tomorrow Matembei will done an investigation, he will get the correct position that government did not allow and that thing was smuggled in this country. We know how Kenya work. We have been here. I'm here. I'm born here, almost 30 years here. I'm telling you, if they politicize the process now, because it is here, you will have a solid reason, 100% solid reason. They will tell you that thing was smuggled here. But my knowledge of logistics, clearing and forwarding, that thing followed the process. It was announced before. Why could they block it before it arrives here?
So what we are going to find, the burden of proof is with inland. Inland has to prove with paperwork that they were allowed into the country. So whatever the government says, as long as inland has the papers, I think that will speak louder than anything else.
Thank you. Thank you. Ayaga, which hospital did you get the vaccination? If you don't mind, please. We may go there tomorrow and get the vaccination as well.
We need Festus to
Yeah, we
speak.
can have Ayaga sue the hospital that he got a fake Sputnik and have him sue. Yes, you need to sue them so that we can get to the source. Tell them that you have been told that you got something fake.
You can go ahead and sue them.
So Ayaga,
you
which
are
hospital did you
not
get
me.
the vaccination?
I'm repeating Karen Mission Hospital.
So now
Karen
help
Mission
us
Hospital.
here.
Thank you.
Help us here get some information. I know you trust it. We need some information, and you can get it for us. If you sue them and say that you have found out that it was fake, and ask them to provide proof that it was not fake, then next week you should be able to give us facts.
If it could have been fake, I could have maybe be dead or seriously sick. I'm not sick. I have no side effects.
Thank
so
you.
fakeness rule out.
Thank you, Ayaga.
Ayaga, you may have got glucose for you all you know.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Ayaga, kwa kutuambia unaishi Karen. Matibabu yako yote ni Karen Mission Hospital. Asante sana. So, Festus, itabidi nikupe dakika moja ama mbili kwa sababu kuna Ivo, Cyrus na Derek. Wanataka kuzungumza. Yeah.
Proceed. Right. Look, I want to agree with Ayaga. Actually seeking information. She has all the right to seek information. She needs information. She needs the right information. Number one. Number two, I want to agree with Ayaga because, man, look, you cannot bring anything in this country, Kenya, without the right procurement procedures. There's no way you are going to sneak in some illicit stuff into the country. Where is our National Intelligence Service? Where is our police? Where is our DCI? Where is our Kenya Ports Authority? Where is our the JKA, personnel? You are telling me, you guys need to stop playing, like seriously. You are telling me these guys sneaked the Sputnik vaccine into the country. It was put into use. It was put into our public hospitals, and nobody said anything. And then a day or two later, people have taken this vaccine. The deputy president has taken it, and now you're telling us, oh, it is some black market thing. Really? Are you kidding me? The deputy president took this thing. People have taken it. It is in the public hospitals, and now it is fake just because somebody took it. Like, come on, man. Give me a break. You guys need to get serious. Ayaga is right. This thing came into the country. These people know it came in. The government knew it.
I worked at the airport, and I tell you, those people, as long as you pay them, you bribe them, they will let you sneak anything. They had so much money. I used to work there at the airport, so it can be possible that it was sneaked in through the back door. Immigration there is very corrupt. It is a possibility. That's why I say let us get facts. Let us not use emotion here.
So it was sneaked with all cameras, all our TV stations, national TV stations sneaked. It was live and it was sneaked. Omera.
If you pay them, they'll know how to handle that.
Yeah, I just think
I worked there, and they used to talk about how they get bribes. I don't know whether it has changed, but I used to work at the airport, and I know that they used to talk about how they get bribes. So it is possible that some big person knew how to sneak it in. So I'm not saying it was, but that is also a possibility. Right. So we just need to check the facts.
Yeah, you need to find out what is true about it. But just like I said, this guys know what's going on. They need to stop playing. They know what's going on.
Okay, thank you for that. Ivo, Cyrus, and Derek. Ivo, Cyrus, and Derek in that order. 2 minutes each.
What I want to say is obviously addressing some what Alex is saying. Obviously, what Alex is saying is probably reading that from the internet or anything like that, because he obviously said he does not work for any governmental organization or parastatal or stuff like that. And what he's saying that Russia cannot export Sputnik to any other country unless it's a government agreement, signed paperwork and all that for legal reasons. I mean, that can be a protocol that Russia has put in place. but we don't know what's happening behind closed doors. You know what I mean? So there could be a possibility that that is happening. Again, going from what Ayaga was saying earlier, what I don't understand is how can we have Sputnik imported from Russia into Kenya, and within a number of days, it becomes an illegal drug that gets banned? I mean, what was the point in the first place of government ordering all that medicine to come into the country, and going through the whole process and maybe paying some money for it, and then all of a sudden deciding to say it's illegal? I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me. Do you know what I'm saying? But we know how sneaky countries can be. I mean, we're not saying Kenya is any safe. We know from what has happened in the past. If you can remember if we are old enough to remember the story of Atur Margarian and Atur Sargassian, those were two guys who came into the country and got Kenyan passports within on the day they landed, pretty much. I mean, you know what I mean? So anything can happen in Kenya.
And Jack Ma.
That's all I had.
Jack Ma.
Yeah. Yes, and stuff like that. Yeah.
Can I comment on the first thing that about sneaky peeky supply of the Sputnik? Again, I'm trying to repeat myself that each job which is supplied from Russia has QR code. And in case somehow it will be discovered that certain jobs which is devoted to, I don't know, Argentina was supplied to Kenya, once it is scanned, it will be traced back to Russia, and the person who made that sneaky peeky operation will be discovered and will be punished. There is no way for Kenya to receive the jobs of Sputnik V through any kind of sneaky peeky operations, because all of them has this QR code.
I'm not disputing that, Alex. But what landed in Kenya at the airport, and what did Ayaga and the rest of the Kenyan citizens receive? Do you know what I mean? What went into their arms?
I think he has just given us a clue. He has just given us a clue. It could have been headed to a different country, and then someone made a deal with that country and bought it. He just said it might have been headed to Brazil and ended up in Kenya. And you remember we had Jack Ma PPUs disappear. Just as the Jack Ma PPUs disappeared is how that Sputnik may have got into the country. So getting into Kenya is not a problem. There are many routes to get into Kenya. But I think from Russia, it was destined somewhere else and ended up in Kenya. But we'll find out.
Can I say something?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Can I say something?
Okay, proceed, Nancy.
I've been listening for a while about this Sputnik vaccine, and in regards to the Deputy President of Kenya taking this vaccine, we had communication from his communication spokesman, who said that Emmanuel Talam said the Deputy President has had a COVID-19 vaccination. Talam did not say it is Sputnik or AstraZeneca or Pfizer or Moderna. He never said that. We are all speculating that that is what the Deputy President said. So far as we know, in regards to Kenya and Sputnik, the two people who are kind of celebrities and their senior counsel is only Abdul Nasir and is it Donald Kipkorir? He's a senior lawyer. He's a senior counsel in Kenya. They have tweeted and said, given the address, given the addresses where they got their vaccine, and what they're saying is, Abdul Nasir tweeted early this morning and asked the government to confirm whether he'll be entitled to his second jab. And what Mutahikagwe confirmed is, if you've had Sputnik, you will get your second jab, because the government is in the process of going through the right channel. So if it was in Kenya illegally, there is no confirmation that's the vaccination the Deputy President of Kenya had. And I would be very surprised if this is confirmed because it's all speculation. And people are used to mudslinging the deputy president at any point, at everything you guys want. We need to stop this. We are mudslinging our deputy president. It is wrong. Unless you have confirmation that this is the vaccination he took, we need to stop mudslinging the deputy president. And also, Uhuru refused, and I've always said that Uhuru needs to be a statesman. He invited all the cabinet and left out the deputy president. We require him to respect the office, not the person. If the whole cabinet and the senior government officials are having vaccinated together, he should send that invite to the deputy president. He never elected the deputy president. The people of Kenya elected him. And until the term comes to an end, and the parliament impeach Ruto, he's the deputy president of Kenya.
Okay, thank you, Nancy. Nancy, there is the Nandi, not Nandi, Kericho senator said that yesterday, maybe, that the government is not banning that vaccine simply because the deputy president of the same government took that vaccine. So maybe
but
it is confirmed he took the Russian
Aaron Cheriot is just playing to the gallery. This is politics. What Aaron Cheriot is doing is trying and get the information from people. Unless the office of the deputy president communicate that information, we should not be mudslinging him for now until we have proper confirmation. And all of us will be surprised. I believe he took AstraZeneca. But if he took Sputnik, I'm sure he's done his studies and he's not a fool to put his life at risk. Ruto is a clever man. And unless we take him for who he is, we will always see him as a fool for who he is. We need to stop give him a bit more credit than we do.
So Nancy, you've just said that Chalam said that Ruto was vaccinated, but never mentioned the vaccine itself. So now the senators are coming out to say that Ruto was vaccinated with the Russian vaccine. That's why it is being banned. Why is it that Talam is now quiet? He should come out and tell us, not that one. He used the AstraZeneca and not the Russian vaccine. So it is confirmed, Nancy, that Ruto used that particular vaccine.
No,
and that's why it is being connected to the.
No, you said that this vaccination importation is connected to, somebody said, I don't know who said, to the husband of Susan Keheka, the senator. Somebody said that. Am I correct in saying so?
Clinton, first things first. Let me just clarify on this. Nancy, if you don't mind, Nancy just said something here which I agree with her in totality. We have to respect the deputy president. But on the contrary, there is nobody on this forum currently, as we speak, that disrespected the deputy president. So I just wanted to make that clarification. Just in case you are referring to any guy, any person in this forum, because what we're trying to say is, for them to ban this thing on mere grounds of its association with the office of the DP because he took it. We don't know if he took it. I mean, I don't speak for the deputy president. I'm just saying all these things being done on mere grounds of him having taken it, irrespective of who brought it in the country. We don't know who brought it. Like you said, I had the same thing. It is a husband of some senator somewhere. It's just rumors, like that. But be it as it may be, we are not going to just say we are going to ban this thing because the DP took it. That's what we're saying. Nobody's going
But nobody has said that, though.
Nobody said that. But what I'm telling you this, have you heard what Nancy just said? Nancy said we should stop slinging the DP. We are not doing that. Nobody did that on this forum. Nobody on this forum did that. I just want to make that clarification. Nobody has, soiled the DP's president. I just want to make that clarification.
But I'm taking issue with saying that the vaccine was banned because it was administered to the deputy president, because you don't know that either.
I just say it is an
But nobody has the facts. My point is, as long as you've got raw facts of what you're talking about, the vaccine being banned because the deputy president used the vaccine, unless you have raw facts, forget about Twitter and what has been said. All we need to be talking about is that the PBP of Kenya has not imported that vaccine. So it has every right to stop its supply if it has not been approved. Let's not relate it to the deputy president, because Kenya has to regulate anything that comes into Kenya. And if at all the vaccine is in the market, it has to be checked that it meets the right standards to safeguard Kenyans. And I'm kind of confused because the Kenya government has also provided contradictory information to its own citizens. So it's for the government to clarify, and it's not for us to link it to the deputy president or whoever. Whatever is on Twitter cannot be taken as the word. We need to be a bit objective and kind of see for what it is. Rather, this is all politics.
You see, what I'm saying is this.
Thank you,
I
Nancy.
agree with you. If you don't mind, man, if you don't mind, Clifford, I just fail to understand some of these things you guys are keep arguing about. Ayaga has put it very clear. He took this vaccine from Karen Mission Hospital. Who brought this thing in a public hospital? Who brought it? Why is it in the country? And when did you guys, at what point did the government realize this vaccine is not good for human consumption? When? At what point did you guys realize, oh wait, this vaccine is not safe for us to take? At what point? When the vaccine is already in the country? Are you kidding me? This thing is already in the country. People have taken it already. Are you just realizing that, oh, it is not safe for people? That's why we keep drawing the deputy president's name, because you guys never told us it is bad until people started taking it. It is already in the hospitals. This guy he's right here. Ayaga is right here telling us he took it from Karen Hospital. This Karen Hospital is not in Uganda, for heaven's sake. Karen Hospital is not in Uganda or Mozambique. Karen Hospital is in Kenya. Kenya government under Uhuru Kenyatta never had a problem until the DP, it was rumored. Let me just put it right. Until it was rumored. The DP took it. So why do you guys keep going round and round? The problem is it was in the country. We knew it was there. The government knew it was there. It was being used. It was being vaccinated. But now at this point, you're telling, oh, it's not good. Now you need to ban it. Why? That's the question. Why? Why now?
Nancy, I think some strange sound is coming from your microphone. Can you mute it while not talking?
Nancy, Alex, number one, Alex, you are under some. I can see you are smoking and you are taking some. Please, we should be sober when we are speaking. If you want to advocate for your reasons, be sober. Nancy, I am in Kenya. The medicine, that Russian medicine is most people. In fact, wadozi wote Kenya hii sahihi, acha nikuongee na Kiswahili, wanaendea hiyo wadozi wote wanaendea hiyo. Hii ingine ni ya raia, for your information. You will get people queuing for it. Hii ingine inakuja kwa maofisi, watu wanadungwa. Inapelekwa kwa private residential homes, watu wanadungwa. Yeah, so mtu akidungwa, I saw Musalia Mudavadi akidungwa. Who told you it is AstraZeneca? How sure are you? How sure are you? Let us tusiweke kitu, tuheshimu Ruto. Si ati Ruto ikifanya kitu alafu kidogo kidogo rumors too, we don't know the medicine that Ruto took. Maybe I myself, I can come to public and say I took you Russian one. Yes. I don't want blood clot, so I went with for the one that has no side effect on me. I have not experienced any. I am safe. I'm waiting for the second jab, which I will get. For God's sake, I know I will get, and I'm sure this is Kenya. That drug will be here.
Allow me to put this, that even with our complete, and assure you that the Sputnik vaccine.
Diego, excuse me, Diego. You have a problem with your devices. Excuse me, Diego.
Iago, it may be that you didn't plug it completely.
Diego, mute, please. Mute, please.
Let me put on earpiece kindly.
Okay, put and then come back. Sam, what do you have to say? Unmute your microphone, Sam.
Sam, you need to unmute your microphone before speaking.
Sam, we cannot hear you.
Sam, there is unmute
Okay,
microphone.
Sam. Okay, let me do it for Sam.
Okay, can you hear me?
Okay.
Yep.
Well,
yes, we can hear.
Well, gentlemen, you can hear me, okay? Well, gentlemen, I'm not in Kenya. I'm living in Germany right now. I worked as a young man in Kenya for quite a long time, more than 15 years. That was in 1980s until the beginning of 90s. I'm working in hospital in the technical side as well as logistics side. There's one thing I can tell you, young people of Kenya, as Kenyan citizens as a whole, because regardless whoever imported that thing, I can assure you one thing: there is nobody can ever import things, medical equipment or medical whatever, into a country without the knowledge of the government, regardless whatever you're going to do. And that one, we shouldn't say it is so and so who did that thing. In my own assumption and analytic way of thinking, because I've been working in the hospital in Germany, I'm still working. There's one thing: whoever imported that thing, I know myself it is the government. We shouldn't only rely on Western countries. Let's put things on the reality. We shouldn't rely on the things on Western countries, thinking that because the Western are approved, so we should be able to do other. We shouldn't do the other thing from Russia or whatever, regardless which country they have produced. They have analyzed, they have made sure that that thing, such like medical issues, able to cure or prevent whatever they have, whatever the outcome of COVID-19. To me, those who have, you as a citizen of Kenya, you have to blame. It's from the top. That means the president, the deputy president, the people who are responsible in what do you call it? Sorry, I almost talking German. Those people who are responsible in medical and health as a whole. Let us put the things. At this time, you don't have to put things align yourself into politics. Put the politics aside. Put the livelihood of Kenyans as a whole into line if you want to come out as one nation. That's my own way. That's the only thing I would need. Because right now, I have also my family back home. I have a kid. I have a son who is working in the airport. I have my brothers there. I have my sister there. I mean, the whole of my family is there, exception of my own kids here with Germany. But one thing, this thing of aligning to political issues, political alignment, forget that thing. Put that one aside. Concentrate on the livelihood of all Kenyan. So the only people who you have to blame is the government, regardless, because those things could not have come into the country without the knowledge of the government. That is surety. Here in
Sam,
Germany,
are
we
you,
import the
are you
thing.
in Germany and did you get the vaccine?
I've already got I've already got a vaccine.
What was this?
My family, my kids, they all got vaccine.
What was the vaccine?
Moderna, whatever you call it, Moderna. It depends. It depends with the people, because first they have to make sure that whatever with the outcome of your test, because you have to test your blood, if maybe you are not able to sustain a certain kind of medicine, it must be an alternative other way of alternative of medicine. So you can't get everything as a. Let us put everything in ground. So to me, I can say, as a Kenyan citizen who living outside home, it is you, people or the citizens of that country, who has an obligation to question the government. Don't question anybody else. Don't go to individuals. The government knows everything. Anything else?
Okay, allow me to ask kindly, Clinton. There is
please.
Just a point to support what Sam has said.
Relax, please.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So Mary, Mary Kenya, please. You are complaining, but you can't come with that name. Call yourself anything, then come back. But Mary Kenya, no.
It's Mary. It's Mary. In Kenya we have people who are called Kenya also. So you don't have to blame Mary actually.
The first one was Mary. So Mary, the next thing you can do is to connect your devices. I cannot put you in. There is no option of putting you in without microphone or earphone or any other thing. So
Sam,
Rekebisha,
while we are talking, can you tell me how long did you wait for vaccination since your appointment in Germany?
We had to take first when the medicament came, it was released. They first we had to make sure that those who are sick, who are in hospital in a different kind of sicknesses. The second step was those who were working there in hospital or whatever. Then comes the third stage was those who are elderly people who are living in their homes. Yeah? We call it Aldersheim, nyumba ya wazee. Kwa wale wa nyumba wazee. Sorry. Kila mtu nafikiri naelewa. So it has to go that way. The third thing, procurement was to students, when those young ones who are in the primary school in a different ways. Then it goes to the ordinary people. Ordinary people, you can go to hospital, you can go to your personal doctor, take test. If they find you are positive, first you have to quarantine yourself for a period of time, 10 days, 14 days. You go back, then they can see what sort of medical vaccine you can take it.
So am I right that they are testing you before vaccinating you?
Sorry?
Am I right that they are testing you for COVID before vaccinating you?
You have to be tested. What kind of medical vaccine are you going to take it without being tested? I mean, you cannot just go to, I want to be vaccinated. They have to know if you are positive or you are negative, then they can see what to do next. If you are positive, you cannot be vaccinated, you cannot get the vaccine that way. They have to give you time
Sam, my friends
Mr.
are living
Evo,
in Coblenz.
Mr. Evo, don't try to put it in your head. I'm working in hospital. Don't think about. I don't know what I'm talking. Mr. Evo, you have to think twice, because this kind of argument, this or the. Anyway, let me answer you, Mr. Alex. Somebody has to take to be what do you call it? To be tested. For example, here right now at home, I have this one. You see? Can you see this one? See this
Not
one?
very, but okay. Okay.
Yeah, you see?
Yeah, we can
Okay.
see.
Yeah, this is for testing. And this one is also for testing. So because I have to test my kids time to time, every 2 weeks, to know where they are. Apart from that, they are being tested at school, in a school.
Was it for free?
It's for free.
Really? Testing
This is
for
for
free?
free. This is for
Testing
free.
in Germany is for free?
It's free. See, this one is free. It's not a matter of somebody has to pay money. For what? You get billions.
Are you kidding me? Testing for
I'm not
free?
kidding you. This is what it is. Well, you see, it's not a matter
Dude,
of saying. It's not a
in
matter
the
of saying
USA,
that
it's
because
not for free.
sometimes
Jesus.
the government of Kenya got billions of money from IMF because COVID-19. Where is it, Gwen? How many billionaires do you have now? I think maybe 30 or 40. I saw yesterday somewhere in the newspapers here, you got it 234 billion. Where will it go? Into the pocket of those who are, you call yourself politicians or whatever. I mean,
Sam, I'm really sorry to interrupt you, but how many times can you take test for free?
There's two options. For me, I can test it whatever I want because I'm working there. First thing.
Okay.
The second thing is, because I have a family and the kids are going to school, because they don't go to school every day, they go to school twice a week, because here we have a system. We have to, what do you call it, scenario 2, or scenario B, means the kids from class 1 to 4, that is a basic school, every class they have to divide the class into two places, two equal kids per class. There are those who are going today, and there are those who are going tomorrow. I mean, every class you have to divide it. You cannot take kids of all of them to school at one time. It can't work. It can't work if you want to beat the COVID. It's equal to those who are in the secondary school. So the university, I mean, they always individually they go back, they go to school. Most of them they study at home. You see. So, and the other thing, because you asking me if it is for free, in a supermarket, the government gave not only supermarket, even pharmaceutical, the chemists, they gave it every chemist to give to people. You pay maybe 200 shillings, Kenya shillings, which is 2 euros here. You get it 5 of them to test for personal test. If you see, I mean, there's a marking between the lines. If and when you think you are already, you have it already, you go to your own personal doctor to verify. So there are so many ways of.
Sam, I'm still want to check your information, because like in the USA, the tests, which is 5 per 2 euros, costs $75 per one. Seriously, it's a miracle.
$75 for one person?
In the USA, you know?
I've never said $75. Man, moment. I say this thing packet here the kids are given the kids are always given. This one I brought it myself from place of work, from my own family, and there are there are 5 inside here. There are 5.
And this is €2. And this is €2.
This is €2. This one from the school.
Jesus.
This one from the school is for free for kids.
Wow.
Now,
Wow.
I mean, I want my own country, which I worked there 18 years, they become more adamant. Whatever you call a politician, they're all crooks. I can say they're all thieves. There's no one which is better than the other one. I'm sorry to say. I'm sorry because I don't understand it. I don't understand it. I mean, no, nobody. Which way are we going as a nation over 50 years independence? I mean, I'm a little bit. I'm sorry, gentlemen, lady Nancy, the rest. I'm sorry, but anyway, we can talk on and talk other things. Maybe perhaps one of you has a different way of analyzing and giving people what to do next. Okay, Mwenyekiti.
Alex.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you very much.
Alex.
You're welcome.
Alex,
Yes, Nancy.
Just
Yes,
to
Nancy.
confirm what Sam said. Even in the UK, testing is free. The children get the lateral test every week. They get 3 of them. I have the same thing that he has showed on there, and they test themselves so that they can, because you remember when COVID really went high, the secondary children were infecting their elderly and their parents. So the children are getting this test for free. And if I want to be tested, I just need to go to a test center and tell them to test me, and they will test me for free, even in the UK. Because without testing, it is very hard to beat COVID. So Germany, France, and the UK and the Netherlands, testing is for free, and especially for children in schools. Here it is all high school and university. They are tested 2-3 times a week, and it's free of charge. You don't pay anything.
Why I'm talking about the USA, because I'm working on developing the application for the test appointments in the USA. That's why I know the numbers, because like otherwise I'm living in Romania. We have simple tests here in Romania, and they cost cheap. I don't know how much, but I remember in the beginning we have to pay like €100 to pass the test. But maybe right now it's cheaper. I don't know.
Yeah, but you see, the Germany and UK, they're first world, so they wouldn't charge their people the money. In fact, we pay a lot of tax. So we pay our cost of medicine at the point of, when you're paying tax, at the point of receipt is free.
Nancy, I also stay in Germany, but we are being tested for €25. So I'm shocked to hear that you're saying in Germany it is free. Yeah.
But that is what he said,
I
Sam.
paid
He said he's also in Germany.
Sam, unmute, please. Maybe I can come to your city tomorrow. I get tested, man.
I only
Each one of ours, €25.
Me too.
So Sam, unmute your mic and say something. Okay, let me do it for you.
Okay. Clinton, you
Yes.
say €25.
Yes, it was 39. Today is 25.
Okay. Which city are you? I can send you those. I can send you packets.
Niedersachsen, Oldenburg.
Oldenburg. From me,
Yes.
I'm living in Hanover. To Oldenburg is just when I put it Monday on Tuesday packet.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
get it on
it's
the same
direct.
day.
Direct.
Okay,
Yeah,
you get it
after
the
2
same
hours,
day
I
or
know.
get it the following day.
Yeah.
So, main Oldenburg is just 130 kilometers from here. Sure or no?
Yeah, 2 hours. 2
Yeah?
hours.
So clearly the model is not uniform, like you're saying, Sam. I think there are some places in Germany where they are paying, and I think it's a mixture.
No. Because you know what, the Germans they have one system. It can be in the different what do you call it, provinces, what do you call it, states, different, because the German
Yeah,
have 9
states,
states,
yeah.
different states.
Yeah.
Whoever in Germany, whoever pays taxes, whoever pays has what do you call insurance, health insurance. Whether you have health insurance, whether you don't have health insurance, you have to. Let us not contradict ourselves. There are things. If other countries, I don't know, but Germany, I talk what I know myself. I talk the truth, regardless whether somebody can contradict it. I don't know, perhaps, but myself, I know myself, because nobody in Germany, if and when I say if and when it's sick, will be left or go to hospital and then left out. You say no, don't have to. No, you have to. They have to take you.
So
Because
you see, Sam, let me tell you the problem.
Yeah.
Let me tell you the problem. When you talk of insurance cover, we have private insurance, this one being preferred by students, Like I came as a student, I used Mawista insurance. Then I became sick. I went completely blind, taken to the hospital for 3 days. And then they sent me the bill. The bill came like last week, and I was treated last year, July. So they told me I have to pay 2,575 euros. That means like 300,000 Kenyan shillings, yeah? And I was in hospital for 3 days, being given the eye drops that I bought myself. Then they tell me to pay 2,500, like 300,000 Kenyan shillings because of my insurance. Then I later changed the insurance, went for the testing at the city. They told me it was 39 euros. So it may be this one for the insurance cover doesn't cover those things, like you want to be tested corona today, you come back next week. Maybe it doesn't cover in our city because this city is quite unique. We've never been sent to lockdown.
Let me answer you, Clinton.
Yeah.
In every students who go to Germany, who come to Germany, they have what we call student kind of insurance, health insurance. Perhaps, have you ever tried AOK insurance?
Yes, I used to use Mawista because it was cheap. Imagine coming from Kenya and going to AOK, that takes like 90 euros per month. So I had to go for this one for 30 euros, But I later changed to AOK. That's what I'm using now here.
So you are using now AOK?
Yes.
Yeah, because AOK is the best insurance for students, I can say so, because it's more.
Guys, I'm afraid all others don't understand you quite well because you're discussing something more private.
No. I'm telling him because if he lives in Europe, I think we have to help each other.
We are not in Germany.
Well, and we have to help each other because
it was just a question, man.
Okay,
we are not also in Romania. So
No. Anyway, Alex, sorry for interrupting a little bit. I mean, we have to help each other because this is a young man.
Okay. Sam,
he doesn't know anything. Anyway,
understood you. Maybe my question made him angry, but let's stop it from there. I've understood everything, and from here to Hanover is just 2 hours electric train. I will be there, maybe.
Well, you can come and then we can talk. Yeah. So
Alex, say anything, Alex.
No, actually, I just wanted to say to you guys, like we are really wondering about German issues of insurance, but we are really not in that subject. That's it. Like I just wanted to say that to you. Yeah, that's
Okay,
it. I
okay,
mean, like
okay. Now,
I,
now
I,
you said
I, I
that, and
yeah, I
everything.
didn't want, but can I give you the perspective from what we have in Russia, what we developed? It will be, I'll be very short. So in fact, you only know about one vaccine, which is Sputnik V. In fact, Russia developed 3. Right now, Russia is developing vaccine for
What happened?
animals, which can be a joke. You mean like, how come you're developing vaccine for animals since like humans are not vaccinated? But you probably heard the news from Netherlands or something when they have to kill some animals, which is like for fewer coats and something like that. And imagine that COVID will be transported to cows or pigs and blah, 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 and we will have to kill many of those. So Russia developed 3 vaccines. Russia developing vaccine for animals against COVID. And another thing right now is Russia started testing the first cure and drug against COVID. They're on the phase 1 right now, and they are testing this. So I just wanted to give you that news.
Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you for the news. Daktari, what can you say?
Well.
Daktari,
I probably. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, sure, we can hear you.
Man, I wish we can go to another subject. We have we have talked about this for almost 3 days, but you just hate the whole politics thing that became, have become this thing. I don't know why Uhuru Kenyatta did not just have, for purposes of continuity of government. I don't know why he just didn't have RUTO, get vaccinated at the state house like everybody else. We would have avoided this whole thing, I think the government might be genuine in banning the Russian vaccine for the reason that we have discussed here, but now you see that genuineness, it has been overshadowed by the whole deputy president thing. And now you also see the spar that is going on between the UK and Kenya, and now the UK banning Kenyans in the UK and the UK. And, I know this could have been avoided. I don't know who advises Uhuru Kenyatta, especially when it comes to foreign matters. Because I think foreign policy is a whole new animal that should be handled in a more sober, and I think you guys, you've seen how the US normally handle foreign care matters. I don't know if you guys are following the whole Jamal Khashoggi thing and how he was killed. And then when it came down to the US doing something about it, they decided to leave the prince alone. Even though the media was pushing, do something about it, the Biden administration knew they had to play fair. And so I wish the Uhuru Kenyatta government can be a little bit more sober when it comes to foreign issues, because, I think the UK is here to stay in terms of our current affairs. And so I just hate the whole situation. The way the government has handled it, I think, is unfortunate. I think they should have had RUTO in there, vaccinate him like anybody else, and just don't give us this whole situation now. We have to deal with it, and that's what I would say about this whole thing.
But
Nancy.
Magungu, Kenya, Uhuru government is used to doing punitive politics with no baseline, with no decency at all. So I'm not surprised with the way they're dealing with the vaccination at all. And as I've always said, it's time to come for him to go home. The impunity is too much in Kenya at the moment. like the current scandal with the UK and Kenya, it's uncalled for. Some of us have got parents who are not well. We would love to be able to travel, but at the moment, we don't even know when this will be resolved. And it's all because somebody somewhere in the government is not using their brain properly. And it's really sad to see. And I wish that we can move to a different topic and leave the COVID and Sputnik aside. And yeah, that would be my wish, because I think we'll keep going merry-go-round on this issue.
We have
who the
beaten
chairman
this.
is. I don't know if the
Yes.
chairman is Alex or Clinton, but I just wanted to say this. I agree. We need to move to something else, because this vaccine thing, I think it is done its purpose already. Actually wanted information, she gathered information. Whoever needed information, they got them. Whoever wanted clarification, you have it. Now, I just want to reiterate what Nancy just said, and I agree with her. These people playing politics is just that simple. But you know, you can't even blame UK for banning Kenya flight going to UK. If you guys can't be careful with your politics, all you do is tell us to stay in the house and suffer, and then you go out there walking, walking a green something in Nairobi, the green terminal bus, walking around and gathering people to come and see what you're inspecting, and then you spread COVID. After spreading COVID, and then you tell us to stay in the house. So just like you said, you're right, and just like I don't know why I can't pronounce his name. We just need to do better with our foreign policy. We need to do better with our foreign policy. It sucks. Our foreign policy is the worst policy I've ever seen. And the thing, it just lacks leadership. The problem here is nothing to do with who spread what, who imported what. It's leadership. Who is not a leader? I'm sorry, I don't support RUTO. I don't support whoever. I'm just a neutral supporter or a neutral citizen or a voter. I do not support UHURU. I don't support none of those candidates. But UHURU is not a leader. I'm sorry. Whoever supports UHURU on this forum, whoever UHURU supporter is, or BBI, Crusader. Wait, just give me a minute. Like you give these guys time to speak. Let me speak, just if you don't mind. So these guys.
No, I just want to say something else. Not on your topic, please, Festus. Festus, you are now not talking about the vaccine, but politics. So we are going to politics after this. So please.
I thought we are done with politics.
Can you line your vaccination? Yeah.
We are done with
We are going to
vaccine.
politics after this.
We have done.
So.
And we have Ayaga and Ebo not speaking at all.
So okay.
What should I speak about?
So
we were talking about that vaccine.
We were talking about
Ayaga was vaccinated. Ayaga was vaccinated with Sputnik. He's
I'm
okay.
vaccinated.
I think that's all he did.
Okay, comrades. Before we finish that, I have a question.
Yes. So
I have a question for Daktari.
Yes.
That is Wangungu. Daktari, I have heard what Samia said, that there in Germany, what they do first, they ensure that they normally do some testing to know if the body can be able to sustain the vaccine. Now, Wangungu, you are among the doctors. What do you normally do to save those people who are innocent about their status or their body status? Because some of us, we carry our bodies yet we don't know. Are they able to sustain whatever is going to be whatever I'm going to be injected with? Is my body ready to sustain it? Kindly, are you doing that?
Okay, I must say this, that the practice of medicine is unique in different parts of the world. From where I sit or from what we do, we basically will screen you, okay? And by screening is you fill that form about your history, your medical diagnosis, your allergies. And so as far as, testing you for COVID, we generally don't do that, before you get an injection or vaccination. And here is why. Testing somebody for COVID is two phases. You can go ahead and swab them. At the same time, there's what you normally call clinical presentation. So if you came to my clinic, Mr. Diego, and you are okay, you have no symptoms, no coughing, no shortness of breath, no GI system diarrhea, so you fill a form, you tell me no coughing, no shortness of breath, no wheezing, no fevers, no diarrhea, no. So you have nothing on presentation to make me think that you might be having a COVID infection. So in that case, and you tell me you are not diabetic, you are not taking the medication for immune diseases that suppress your immune system, then in that case, I have no reason not to give you an injection, okay? But if you come to my clinic, and tell me I normally have rheumatoid arthritis, or I have Guillain-Barré syndrome, or I have psoriasis, and then you tell me I take steroids, or I take methoxorate or something like that, then in that case I would have to test your blood, make sure that your infection, you do not have any active infection going on. So in that case I would test you more. But if you came in as a healthy guy, we have no reason for not giving you a vaccination. Now, if you come in, you have clinical symptoms of COVID, then we would rapid swab you for COVID. A rapid swab is one thing, tunapatiana kwa clinic and it gives us results right there. So then if you are positive, then we will tell you you are not eligible to get a vaccination until 90 days after your infection. You understand? So it all depends with your presentation and your differential diagnosis that you might have had before presenting to me. Does that answer your question, Mr. Yego?
Now, I'm getting you properly. Now, my question is, when we talk about the sustainability of the vaccine by the body, basically because the vaccine is actually injected through the bloodstream. Am I okay?
That is
and
correct.
I think the test that you're supposed to undertake is
sorry, it's
on
not
the blood.
in the bloodstream, it's by muscle. It's get injected into muscle, not bloodstream.
Well, it goes to the muscle. Okay, go ahead.
And eventually to the bloodstream. Now,
yes,
for example, I told you the other day that I had no problem before, but it was only a day that I felt I had headache, and I decided that let me go to check if I have. Because of this, I was actually scared of the COVID, and I decided that let me go to the clinic and check if I have maybe I have contracted one or two. And the doctors did not find anything, but the problem was my HB was low. Is that okay?
The hemoglobin
Now,
was low. Okay.
1 week ago, before doing the test, we were advised. I'm a teacher, okay? We were advised that we are in the front line to be vaccinated, and maybe we were the ones we were supposed to take the vaccine. Supposedly, I had taken the vaccine before confirming that I had low HB. What could have happened? Could I have not died of maybe innocence? I didn't know what was going on in my body, and eventually it brought about my death. And what I could recommend, if you're going to allow me, kindly do these tests because we know majorly the vaccine is going to boost the immunity in the blood. That is to boost the WBC. And now, if because in other cases you find somebody also having a low WBC, and this one is not something in mtu anaweza kuja, somebody can just come and say, oh, daktari, I have a low WBC, because this is somebody who has not taken the test. This is somebody who has not gone to the laboratory and taken the test to know that the person has low WBC. Now, it is now, I recommend that you as doctors, you before actually administering the vaccine, ensure that your clients are safe to receive the vaccine. I'm sure out of the 7 who died, okay, it is all right that the vaccine it has been actually injected to so many people, millions of people, but they have not died. Only 7 of them have died. They could have been the same. They could have been having the same problem of maybe the problems related to blood issue. Now, how are we going to cap this? So the best
Mr.
thing
Yego,
that doctors could do, ensure that, yes.
Mr. Yego, so what you are describing to me, with your low hemoglobin, that is basically what we normally call anemia. So where you pretty much, you would be classified as somebody who have anemia, okay? So in your pre-screening form, you would have had to mark that I have anemia, okay? And so the doctor now that will be prescribing, who would be allowing you to get the vaccination, would already know that you have anemia, right?
Sorry, so you know what? Just before, you know, I had no information of such that I have maybe an anemia. But then supposedly I could have gone for the vaccine without confirming, because I confirmed it not even 1 week ago. I confirmed it that I had anemia. Now,
and unfortunately, that is the bad thing about the practice of medicine. You know, and this is something I've been telling people all along. When you hear people say, "Oh, I'm healthy," you know, I cannot get, you know, even if I got COVID, I normally tell people, you do not know that you have a condition, you do not know that you have hypertension, diabetes, until you go to the hospital, and then, or you get COVID, and then that's when you are told, oh, by the way, you're normally diabetic. Oh, by the way, unakuwa na hypertension. Oh, by the way, you have anemia. Unfortunately, the practice of medicine is not perfect, and it's never going to be perfect. Okay, what we cannot do, you cannot tell me that everybody who now shows up to be vaccinated, we have to do a full workup. We have to test them for diabetes. We have to test them for hypothyroidism. We have to test them for hypertension. We just simply cannot do that. The resources are not enough for that. That I can tell you off the bat. There's just no way.
okay, thank you very much.
Yeah,
Okay,
to resolve the issue Diego had, and the issue about you not knowing what you're going through, that's why you need to carry out an annual MOT yourself, even if it's to pay privately, because if you wait for the doctors and professionals to tell you, they will never do it. It's for your own initiative, so you know what, like I go for, they don't do an MOT in the UK, but I go privately and get it done so that I know whether I'm healthy, because I've seen some of my friends, they get on a train, they sit down and they die. By the time they realize they had too much cholesterol, or they had blocked artery that could have been checked and rectified before. So when you hit your late 30, 40, do an MOT, and that way you safeguard yourself.
Exactly. And you see, that's the unfortunate thing about Kenya, Nancy. You see a patient like him now coming to my office, I would have a list of diagnoses. Unaelewa? Lakini now, to say that during this time now, that every patient who comes in, you have to work them up for all these things, is simply not possible.
No, it's unrealistic.
Now,
it is unrealistic.
Why don't you recommend that? Now, Wangugu, you're supposed to recommend that if you know you will go for the vaccine maybe tomorrow or the next day. Just advise this the people that if they are planning, so let them go for the other tests before some days before undertaking before taking the vaccine. So that could work out clearly.
But it's not one test, you know, to come up with the diagnosis, kama ni ya diabetes na hizo vitu zote. It's not something you can just show up somewhere na unaambiwa uko na hivi. Some of that stuff, I think what Nancy is trying to tell you is this, and I think what we can learn from this whole COVID menace is that we all have to be active in our own health. Regardless of this, from here moving on, Mr. Ego, like now you know you have an issue with your blood. You need to be worked on from here on. You need to be proactive with your own health from here moving on. Unaona sasa kama hapa, like I said, most of the patients right now who are showing up for these vaccinations, I already have a chart of them. Wako na watu wote unajua what the medications that they take, what their conditions are. You already know. Unaelewa?
Can I ask?
Lakini now for you to show up tomorrow on Monday na unaniambia it's simply unrealistic, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Nancy.
Now, not Ayaga, Gatuma.
Yes.
In Gatuma, this situation, because I've been told this is something that can be recovered even within 2 weeks, that my blood can come back to its level in 2 weeks' time. Now, after the 2 weeks, how will I be able, even if I will have attained the required level, how will I be sure of my body that it will be able to sustain the vaccine? The vaccine, yeah.
Maybe first of all, I don't even know. I don't even know how low your blood was for somebody to have stopped you from getting a vaccination. You know, I have anemia patients right and left, and I didn't stop any of them from getting a vaccination because they were anemic. Unaelewa? I do not see the correlation between anemia and a COVID-19 vaccination. You understand? The only situation, if it was your WBC that was low, then I would be scared a little bit about you getting an infection because your immune system would not be able to. But anemia, it depends on how low your blood level was. Now, number two, you are saying that your blood level, your MBY might be back to normal in 2 weeks. If it is normal in 2 weeks, then you can take the vaccination.
Okay.
It all depends on why your blood level was low. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Guys, I'm about to leave.
10 minutes, maybe.
And if possible, I'm about to leave. Thank you. It was my pleasure to participate in your discussion. It was really great. And have a good, whatever daytime or nighttime you are having there. My pleasure. Goodbye. Please, any vaccine is good.
We also enjoyed your information.
Yes.
We also enjoyed, Alex. You really was you really helped us, dissect the information on the Russian vaccine. We really enjoyed it too.
Yeah.
But
Stay
then,
healthy. And yeah.
Alex, you should go as you are going. Is it daytime there or night? It is daytime, eh?
Right now it is 23.1. Yeah, it's like close to midnight.
Okay, the same thing with here in Kenya. But now go, as you know that in Germany they offer the vaccine for free. The testing is free.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sam, for telling that, for telling Alex that one. Thank you very much.
No, seriously, trust your state more than, like, seriously, it's stupid word, but really stay healthy, wealthy, whatever. And I wish we can catch up one day. I really enjoyed that discussion. It was really nice experience.
Thank you.
Alex, thank you. When I come to Romania, I'll come and say hello.
Guys, please come to Romania. Please come to Russia. It's amazing country. It's just like amazing. Not sure about Russia, but Romania for sure.
Thank you.
Joke. That was a joke. That was a joke. Okay,
thank you,
bye-bye.
Alex. Alex.
Yeah. Yes.
I wish you all the best. Try your way, if and when you can get it, make use of it.
Thanks a lot,
because
Sam.
it depends also from countries to countries, and yeah, sure, it's not easy because with us in Africa, I can say people, wherever we call them leaders, they are not even leaders; they are just bosses. So they are not leaders; they are just people who pretend to be leaders, but they are bosses. On the other side, I can say they just want to make full back of whatever they call it money, and then they bring it here in Europe and dump it here. The Europeans bring it back to Africa as a loan.
No, Sam, you're starting another topic.
No, I'm sorry, because I feel sorry for the citizen of that Kenya. In my own way, understand.
But you are a Kenyan. Why are you feeling sorry for us?
Yeah, I'm feeling sorry to you guys. Because it is you. It's supposed to be you people, young generation, who can change that country.
Remember, Sam,
Sam,
you are not.
Guys, just to stop. I'm trying to leave. Very many thanks to Sam. Guys,
okay,
really,
Alex.
I hope to get together one more time again.
Yeah.
My pleasure
Enjoy
to
the
stay
rest
with
of your
you
day,
this
Alex.
night. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Ayaga,
Mhm.
it's you people who are supposed to make the differences in that country. It's
We are
not
trying, but progress is gradual.
Gradual, how long?
Gradual.
How many
You are
years?
born. You are born here. Right?
Ayaga, allow me to tell something.
Can I talk? Diego, just give me a minute. Before you talk, I know you are going to leave. So good. Let me tell you one thing. On February, or I think March, beginning of March, UHURU told the Kenyans, in every day, 2 billion shillings are thrown out of the window. Although he's the president, but he was telling you the truth. He was telling you, the people of Kenya, the truth, telling you, you know what? Whoever these people you elected, or you say you are praising, giving names and calling whatever you call it, hustlers or I don't know, these are the people who are stealing 2 billion Kenya shilling per day, the money which you, as citizen, as voters, could have used it into different issues.
Sam,
So, Sam, let me tell you.
Okay.
Sam,
Sam,
in Kenya we have.
If President
Ayaga.
was truthful as you are saying, he could have resigned. Those were politics.
Who?
So, excuse me, we must have order. You cannot address two people at the same time. So it's either you address him or you don't address him.
Yeah.
So, Diego, what do you have to say?
Okay, I wanted to tell Sam that. Okay, in Kenya, we have said we have the hustlers. Maybe there is this narrative of hustling and the dynasties. Now in Kenya, I know all of us in Kenya, we are hustlers. That is okay. And all of us in all over the world, we are hustlers. And it's only, we have two categories of hustlers. We have the adopted hustlers and the biological hustlers. You see, two different categories. Somebody like Uhuru Kenyatta is actually somebody who inherited after the hustling of the father, then inherited the hustling of the father. But somebody like Ruto is the one who has actually looked for. The ones we can say now they are not hustlers are the children. But Ruto himself is a hustler. Me, myself, I'm a hustler. But my children now will be on their comfort zone after.
So, Diego.
Yes.
Can I? There's one thing here, Diego.
Yes.
So does it mean that because you people, you're a hustler, 2 billion shilling should be thrown out of the window every day?
You know, there is a difference between Kenyan politics and or Kenyan administration and the outside world.
No, forget about the outside world. It's about you people, you are saying.
Let me give you something.
No, so you cannot allow the president telling you the truth, telling you guys 2 billion every day we are throwing on the window, going to the water.
You
so
know,
which
in Kenya,
means no, he was telling you the truth. Look upon yourself, whoever who you are going to elect. Don't just elect the names. Don't just elect the names. Don't praise the names. Praise somebody who can help.
Listen, Sam.
That discussion cannot go on because we don't hear you.
Yeah?
We don't hear you.
You don't hear me.
I'm hearing him.
We are hearing you, Sam, but Diego keeps on coming in. So.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you allow Diego to respond to you or to continue?
Can Ben mute himself?
Somebody is
making noise.
Somebody is putting the music on the
African
background.
farmer.
I don't know.
Ben, you are making for us noise.
The African farmer.
Yeah.
Now, what I was trying to say,
I was saying this.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Diego.
Yes.
Excuse me, Diego. I was saying that either we listen to what you want to say before Sam finishes what he wants to say, or you wait amalize alafu ongee. Itabidi tuchague moja, because mkiongea wote at the same time kwetu ni kelele tu.
Okay, Sam was trying to say that Uhuru Kenyatta told us that we were losing 2 billion. Now, he is the commander, he is the driver, and he knows that the vehicle that he is driving has a leakage, and the leakage actually maybe around 2 liters of fuel is draining. Now, why don't he take charge by ensuring that his vehicle is actually is in good condition, and he has the powers. He is not exempted of because he's the president. He has told us this. We will still go back to him and ask him, if you know this and this is happening, what have you done? What have you done to ensure that this thing is coming to an end? Now that is where now I come to disagree with the president, because he's now cheating on us. He is the one knowing where this money is going. The whole 2 billion. You know how many 2 billion can take the whole of my life? I can educate the whole of my children. So he needs to be serious. He is, first of all, he is the one who is leading. I can call them quacks in the government. These are people who don't know how to manage the funds. These are people who don't know how to actually channel the funds to do the right thing. So
Okay,
some, and that is why I was telling you, the Kenyan administration is different from the outside world, because here we have taken tumechukua, unajua in Kenya tumechukua kwamba the moment you cling to that leadership position, it is now your high time that you enrich yourself. You make your pockets to be fat, your bank accounts to be fat. That is the direction that we are not supposed to be going. We are supposed to say, now because this thing has been there for eras and for years, let us now move to another direction and embrace now. We have been saying, oh, let us speak the truth, let us work for the people, but they are not working for the people. They are working for themselves. So, Sam, you need to understand us here in Kenya. We are a bit complicated. To be a Kenyan, by the way, is only God given.
Sam.
Yeah, go.
Can I answer? Can I answer you, Sam? Sam.
Ayaga, relax. Ayaga, this question was not directed to you. So it's either we finish with Sam, then you come in with your point, plus you differ with Diego during your time, please.
But they are done.
Sam.
Yeah.
So you have 2 minutes to respond to all those allegations.
Well, I can only respond in a very clear way, according to my own understanding. One thing, if and when you say who is the driver, I mean, it cannot be the driver at the same time as a conductor, at the same time as a manamba, at the same time as a passenger. He had already given each and every person what to do. So he cannot take all the responsibility. If he's, I mean,
but Sam, can I ask you, Sam, can I ask you one question?
Yes, ma'am.
You told us you're in Germany, right?
Yeah.
And you're there arguing that Uhuru cannot be conductor, cannot be makanga, cannot be everything. But you know very well, if anything goes wrong with the government of, is it what you call her, Angela Merkel? Angela Merkel would take responsibility and resign. So what Uhuru should have told Kenyans, 2 billion is stolen from my government. I've been unable to stem where the money is being stolen. And because of integrity, I'm stepping aside. So please, guys, elect somebody who will be able to do this job better than me. That is what he should have done.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. I understand that thing. But one thing here, have you ever seen in Africa any leader, whether from sub-chief until resigning?
Yes, we had a very good example from Kisumu, You know, when the Askaris in Kisumu County
Yeah,
Council dragged,
yeah.
in fact, us Kenyans should give this guy a medal. He said, I was not present, I was not there, but this happened under my watch, and he steps aside. In fact, we should elect that guy as the president of Kenya.
Yeah,
He seems to know what it is to know what leadership accountability is.
Yeah, sure. I mean, from 100 people, maybe 1 or 5, maybe let's put it 5% can be good people who with integrity and the moral principles, they can stand on that. But the rest, the rest they are just stooges. Sorry to say so. That's just stooges.
Sam.
In fact, yeah.
Now let me respond to you.
Yeah.
You said Uhuru told us the truth, that 2 billion missing every day, and you call that a truth,
and
right?
he said so.
You call that a truth, right? Yes or no?
Yeah, it's the truth, but he was telling you the truth.
That was hypocrisy there.
You want us to punish the deputy president because of the reckless statement the president made, without telling us the people who are taking that money. A man who is responsible for intelligence, he has a control of NIS, CID, everything that is happening is being briefed every day at State House and Arambe House. He should be the number one. He should vacate. Saying 2 billion is being stolen. I'm leaving. The person who is stealing it is so and so and so and so. But by telling us, oh, it is being stolen, it is so and so, we cannot punish William Ruto. And I am not even a supporter. I will not. Some propaganda and fact are like a day and night. They will never intertwinkle together. They will never mix. So if you are coming here to advance a propaganda that Uhuru went to Sagana and he said in a vernacular, why could he say it in English or Kiswahili? Where me I can understand. He went to a vernacular station in Nyeri and told the Nyerians people in their dialect that there are people who are stealing 2 billion per day, and me, you want me from the lakeside region to after translation, I believe that is a pure propaganda. Uhuru is a good leader. Uhuru is a good politician. He's a good politician. Now look what he's doing now. Trying to create a regional kingpins to fight Ruto. Yeah, he's trying now and you want me to believe that? No.
Okay, Ayeka, let me respond to you.
Respond to me.
Had the president not told you Kenyans that 2 billion is being thrown in the window every day, or losing every day?
He did.
He did.
Yes.
Had he not said that, and he had already told you that it's not only that one, there came some billions. People use it people use it only to drink tea and mandasi.
You know, Sam.
Under his watch.
Ladies and gentlemen. Under his watch.
Let me
under his watch.
Sam, you're asking, you've said, I'm asking this question to the people in Kenya. I take it because although I'm not in Kenya, I care what happens in Kenya because that's where my future is and that's where I'm from. So you're asking that Uhuru told them the truth, but Uhuru, I mean, people stole some money, they drank tea and mandazi. So what do you want Kenyans to do if Uhuru, who is a leader, has not done anything? So what can you tell us? What do you want us to do as Kenyans? Because you're asking us the questions.
The question I'm asking, let me bisect it in three ways. First, he was saying, you elected me as your chief executive at the top. I have my deputy. From there, we have different kind of arm of the government. I have said this money whoever took it should be investigated in the next 21 days. Did the arm of the judiciary take that with a good heart, with the principles? They never thought about that.
But it's not the work of it is not the work of judiciary to investigate. It is the DCI.
Moment, the judiciary and the DCI, they are the same people, because without an investigation from the whatever we call it, DCI, the judiciary cannot prosecute anybody. So it doesn't mean. Okay, without even moment. On the other day, just a moment.
The same judiciary. Give Uhuru advisory to dissolve parliament. Uhuru.
He rejected it.
No, let me tell you, Ayaka. Put it on, put in your camera on and unmute it. There's one thing. The parliament, both houses, the Senate and the parliament, they have now become as if they are just cows who are being directed to a different need.
But
we are tired.
Sam, what you're forgetting is that the same Uhuru has masculated our senators, our MPs, by building cocoons and firing them with no enough evidence. He's using divide and rule. So you cannot be blaming the parliament when the leader of our country has lost all integrity and the mandate that we gave him using divide and rule, that even our parliament today does not operate as it should. Look at what he's done. He's even refused simple Jubilee meetings that are constituted under the law in Kenya, party law, for them just to meet to discuss and argue issues out. He has refused that. Every time he has called the MPs, it is to give them orders and abuse them. So please, you have to see Uhuru for who he is. For me, he is a problem. He is not leading our country correctly. And me and you guys in 5-10 years, Uhuru, the history books will judge him harshly. Look at what he's doing now with KANU. Look at what he did with Machakos by-election. He called Mutua the night before and asked him to withdraw the candidate. What is he trying to do? Kenya is a democracy. He is taking back all the gains that we've made of multipartism, of all those institutions that should have been created. Uhuru's government has been operated in impunity, even not respecting simple court orders. Look at the relationship he had with our CJ. Very poor. He frustrated our CJ to a point when Maraga was leaving office, he was beaten down by the system. So there is nothing we can do if a leader of Kenya, I wish Kenyans would wake up and work against this government and get them out, because it is the only way out at the moment. If Kenya is going anywhere, it is only protest and peaceful protest until they listen to us, because they don't listen to us. We elect them to solve our problems, but they don't. They come to ask us questions. So if Uhuru asks us questions, what does he expect us to do? And we do not have the instruments of power. We gave them to him. We delegated those instruments to him.
So, Nancy.
Can I have what? Please, my brothers.
Okay, hi.
How are you? Good evening, everybody. I'm sorry I'm coming without your topic. You guys talking specifically about Kenya, but I have a big problem. I'm sorry to restrict you to another agenda just after you show. I want to be your voice for a voiceless. I'm from Ethiopia. So it's active Amhara genocide in Ethiopia. And when you done a show, any social media you use, please say stop Amhara genocide. I believe that our problem is solved by Afrikaners. That's why I'm just looking for all African channel and go like this and tell what's happened. because most of our African brother and sister, you guys don't have any information what's happening in Ethiopia now. And sorry about restruct you.
Okay, thank you. Let me answer those first. There's one thing here. If and when the Kenyan nation want to prosper,
and thank you.
Thank you so much, African farmer.
Excuse me, Sam. I think that is very disrespectful. When someone is talking about genocide, I think we need to acknowledge that before we just assume. Because unless you can be your brother's keeper, you cannot. That is very selfish what you're doing. So, Clinton, just acknowledge Kenya. This guy here who's having genocide. You cannot just assume and overlook and answer another question. That is really something. Even though he's not from Kenya, I think we need to acknowledge that.
But he has left. He has left already. So how are we going to address that?
Okay, excuse me, everybody.
Watching us.
Ashley.
For the record.
Excuse
just
me,
for the
Sam.
record.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry, Ashley. I didn't disregard it, but I wanted to answer Nancy whatever she was asking me. Then I could go back to that.
This is Ashley, not Nancy.
Huh?
Sam, excuse me.
Yeah.
So, Nancy, the problem as to why I haven't said anything is because he finished talking and 3 people talked after him immediately. What could I have done? I have said here each and every time, let's speak one per person, and we have order. You see? Venye angemaliza kuongea hivi ningemwambia okay, we have acknowledged this and this, so tufanye hivi na hivi na hivi. Lakini amemaliza tu hivi. Watu watatu wakaongea at the same time. So let's have order. Like you ask one another question. Twende moja moja. Saizi niko sure Sam anataka kuongea, lakini ajui nani amemuuliza swali kati ya Yego na Ayaga ama Nancy. Anataka tu kujibu. Utashtukia amekujibu swali si lako, lakini amekudirectia hiyo swali. So let's have some order. So Sam, it seems your comment has elicited various reactions from the panelists. And therefore, I'd like to give Francis Mwendwa 3 minutes, Ivo 3 minutes, and Festus 3 minutes. Maybe they also have issues with your statement, Sam. And then we proceed. So they have kept quiet for a very long time. So Francis Mwendwa, Ivo, na Festus in that order.
Okay, thank you, and good evening, guys. I think I've been listening for the last 3 hours. I've listened since we started discussing about the vaccines. I've gotten some things I didn't know. But the main real challenge in Kenya is one thing. And I usually tell you guys, we have a lot of cartels in Kenya, starting from the top. So even in the importation of vaccines, there are still cartels. So what the Ministry of Health tried to do is to curb the cartels by saying they control the importation. But one thing, guys, you have raised is about the vaccine that RUTO took. I think health matters, it depends on an individual. You cannot force me to take which I don't want to. So taking a different vaccine does not raise any harm to Kenyans. Life ni yake na familia ni yake. So I think even me, kama nataka kukunywa mara moja, nani ataniforce nikunywe Panadol? So it's about choice. The other thing is about the truth about our government. Our government is actually we have failed. And the person who has failed us is the president. It's like saying your kids are being fed, your wife is being fed, and you don't know the person who is feeding them. So Uhuru saying there is 2 billion which is being lost per day. That is being irresponsible as a father of the nation. So if you know there is 2 billion being lost per day, then you should know who is that person taking that money and where is it being taken. You can't say ati unapoteza vitu kwa nyumba na ujui zinaenda wapi na unajua zinapotea. Labda house girl anauza ama waizi wanachukua ama pia bibi yako anauza. So you can't tell us 2 billion being lost per day. And you can't tell us it is the same as the COVID money. Anajua wale waliiba. Lakini hawataki kuwa charged. Why? The institutions which are supposed to be independent, they are not independent. The judiciary should be independent. The investigative agencies should be independent, but they are not independent. Why? Watu wa siasa wameingilia. So in Kenya, everything is about politics. And as I told you, even I am praying so much for RUTO to reach 2022. You never know. I'm praying so much. Afikie hiyo mwaka. Because it is being fought right, center, left, up, down. Why? What is that special about RUTO? Why not other person? Because there is that uniqueness in him they are seeing. They are seeing that uniqueness in and the potential in him to lead. Because me, I've been following politics of Kenya and I mostly have followed RUTO and his politics. This guy has strategies and this guy works with a timeline. I remember when he was in the Ministry of Education, higher education, all the university students used to get their loans. And wakiingia tu hivi walikuwa wanapata. But before then, there was nothing. Then they saw this guy is going to challenge and improve the education system in that way. They removed him. Akapelekwa kwa agriculture. Agriculture, he implemented some issues. Then main scandal, of which we are not sure he was there, but I'm sure one of the sons of the rich guys who is in politics was there, and they didn't mention about it. Why? It is all about the cartels in Kenya. If you are true in Kenya, you cannot go anywhere, especially in politics. So those guys who are outside working there in other nations like some, I'm praying so hard for you. Invest in Kenya because your future lies there. Pray for your country, my friend. You can't say you will be buried in Germany. No way. At the end of the day, you'll just come home. And if you have not invested, I'm dealing with real estate. Come to me. Nikununulia kashamba, ukitoka Germany upate kashamba. Nimefence. So, love your country. The fact remains, love your country. Not unless we change the perspective of us as young people on the leadership of Kenya, then who will change? Nobody. Let us think and discuss ideas on what to change our country. And I like the way Nancy talks. Actually, you challenge me. You're outside country, but your heart is in Kenya. That is what the spirit we should have as Kenyans. But like Sami, I think unaweza itwa kukaa sahi, but you're thinking like, I don't know. You should love your country at your age. Actually, you should be an example of loving your country. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ivo.
Mi nilikuwa nataka tu kuaddress. Obviously, sahi, I think nisipo mistake Alex ameenda, so naweza kuongeza Kiswahili. Unajua niko Ulaya lakini kizungu si lugha yangu. So first of all, at the top kuna politics Uhuru na RUTO. We cannot have a government ambao tunasema is more divided at the moment. Alafu we talk about maendeleo or pushing the agendas that they propose when they came for their second term. Because at the moment, everybody is fighting for their own corner for next year and nina nini. So we know for sure that those agendas hazitakuwa met with whatever. President, I believe, if I'm not wrong, promised Ruto that, at the end of the second term, maybe he'll pass on the baton to Ruto. And I think he's gone against that. And that's the bigger problem. The reason why, we don't know. But then, we don't, tusiongee sana tunaona kuwa Ruto is innocent or anything like that, because story ya Sergeant Kenei ilienda wapi? We don't know what happened to that and where imefika na wapi, because these are things that happened in his office. So whether it was a plot, we don't know. But at the end of the day, we know politics ni a dirty game. So on that, you know what I mean. So you another issue. Again, another issue I wanted to address ni some of us here, sisi ni wa Kenya, regardless of where you are. So ni wa Kenya. Now, mwacha mila, like I said yesterday, ni mtumwa. Kama ulisoma Kenya, born and bred na ukasoma Kenya, wewe ni Mkenya. As long kama unaweza kusoma Kiswahili. So, this issue of kuaddress watu ati nyinyi shida zenu huko, nyinyi shida zenu huko. Hiyo isaidi. Mimi nimekuwa UK miaka 15. But believe you me, heart and soul, mimi niko tu hapa physically, but everything ni Kenya. Na napenda Kenya, my country. I've always said, hata naambia wazungu huku, the best place to live in, but as long as uko na pesa, ni Kenya. Hakuna kwingine. That's all I have for now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Diego, we said that we were talking in order. Hivyo akimaliza ilikuwa ni Festus. You want to speak on behalf of Festus?
No, there's something I want to correct what Eva said. He has talked about the issue of Sergeant Kenei. Now, these are things that can be actually stage managed in Kenya. Kwa sababu, I remember those days tukiwa shuleni, mtu anaweza chukua kitabu cha mwingine akuwekee kwa loka, wakati wanatafuta wanasema kitabu cha mwanafunzi fulani kimepotea, wakati wanakuja wanatafuta wanapata kwa loka yako, and they take you as a thief, and yet somebody else was the one in charge of the book. Now the issue of Sergeant Kenei, the issue of the other guy alikuwa anaitwa na sijui Msando, sijui what, all those they are still in the name of Ruto. Now, these are things actually that are being stage managed in Kenya, kwa sababu this one happens, Ruto. The other one happens, Ruto. Now, like now, juzi, tumeona there was this drone ilipatikana kwa compound ya Ruto, but nobody is speaking about it now. Umesikia, atuone kama there was something behind that was going to harm Ruto's life. We are now saying, what about the other issue? These are the issue. When something comes that wants to harm Ruto, we are not careful about that. We are just looking on the negative side. So things here happen the opposite way. We cannot just say Ruto knows this. Even me myself, it can happen. Something can happen even in my workstation. Something can get lost, and they say this teacher was actually the one that knows all about this thing, and yet I'm not the one. Maybe it's another member. So kindly let us other issues here in Kenya. We don't have even to deal with them, especially things dealing with the human life. We don't have to bring politics here. Somebody went. We buried our brother Kenei. We buried Musando, and yet people there are still laughing. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Diego. Thank you very
because
much,
you've
Diego.
you have mentioned Musando.
Ayaga, excuse me, please. You either follow instructions or you go backstage. So let me take this opportunity to address the African farmer. First, by apologizing that we've not given you the attention that you deserved. And we are very sorry. You've spoken and left, but if you are still with us, maybe you can come back to the show. We treat you with the dignity that you deserve. So the guy was talking about the genocide and acha nisiongee Kijerumani, pole. And the deliberate genocide is the deliberate killing of a large number of people from a particular nation or ethnic group with the aim of destroying that nation or the group. And this one is, I don't know whether to use is or was happening in Ethiopia. And the African farmer just stated that he comes from Ethiopia. I remember watching back like 3 months ago when I was watching Kenyan news. They mentioned the land Mai Kadra massacre in Ethiopia, and it was a series of ethnic cleansing and mass murdering carried out on 9th to 10th November 2020 in the town of Mai Kadra in the Tigray region of northwestern Ethiopia. And it was near the Sudanese border. So we stand together with our brothers from Ethiopia. Kwa Kiswahili tunasema haya ni kwa muda tu na yatakuja kuisha. Lakini kabla hayajaisha ama hayaja kuisha, nataka niwahakikishie tuko pamoja na tunazidi kuwaombea tena na tena. Asanteni sana kwa kunisikiza na Mungu awabariki. There was this guy called he's gone. So before I'll bring in Kewel and Bernard, maybe. Okay, Bernard is already in the show. So Mary Kenya, you've been with us for a long time, but I cannot put you into the show. I don't know English, into the show.
Okay,
because
can
your
you
devices
advise?
are not. Another piece of advice, yes. Who was talking? Okay, I was saying this. Mary Kenya, I cannot put you into the show because I've taken even a picture and sent it to the WhatsApp group for this show. You have a problem, please put on your earphones so that I may be able to connect you, because that place for okay is written device is not connected. So please connect. Then I also get an easy time connecting you into the show. Just put an earphone, please. Or you put on your microphone from your device, then it's gonna be okay. Nimefanya juu chini nika screenshot hii screen nikatuma kwa WhatsApp group ndio uone huko, but haijawezekana ama sijafanikiwa. Kewel, Bernard na Wangugu, in that order.
Asante sana Bwana Jacoredo, and I've been following up on the discussion mpaka ile jamaa yetu ya Romani akakuja akatuambia mambo mingi hapo, kasema ni sawa, acha nikae bench kwanza. Mingi. Okay, fine. Sasa sisi we belong here. Maneno ya vaccine tumeambiwa tudungwe, tutadungwa. AstraZeneca, mulete Sputnik, mulete Moderna, mod something hiyo, Pfizer, tadungwa bora tupone. But we trust in God. He will heal us and he will heal our country. And we
Amen. Amen.
tutatoka nje ya hiyo kitu. Imeshindwa kabisa. So mimi sijadungwa, but nitadungwa when the opportunity comes, but I believe in God's perfect healing. Yeah, so thank you so much, Bwana Sam. You've made us understand a lot of things about Germany and the test kits. It's a desire that the same thing happens in our country, that at least people would be supplied with the kits for testing. You know, if I have in my house, my greatest worry is my kids, you know. Every other day I pray God that, you know, Mungu awalinde and give them good health, because you can't do anything with this invisible thing. So we really pray that this country will get to that level whereby we can get such kits that can help us do even home checks and home tests. And at the end of the day, we would want to have a healthy country which becomes a wealthy country. So wherever you are, do what you can, even in such forums, make us understand how you guys do things over there. And in one way or another, then we will reciprocate on the other end on making sure that this country is, we get the best advices possible. About the government. Yes, Nancy?
Give us address, we can share the kits.
Oh, wow. I'm glad. But then inaweza fika huku Nairobi isemekane imekuja kama hiyo Sputnik. Sijui ilikuja na Namanga border ama ilikuja na Isebania border. We can't tell how it came in.
No, but this one you check yourself and you know whether you're positive or not. And then if you're positive, you make sure you're taking care better of yourself. You don't need to take it anywhere for testing.
Can you send it to Kenya? Can you send it to Kenya and itakuja through easy whatever FedEx, G4S and stuff like that?
Somebody can send it through, what do you call it, DHL.
No. You can send it using the cargo guys. The guys who send cargo in Kenya.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's vital information. You see, again, we didn't know that you can send those kits.
Okay,
come here. And,
excuse me.
I'm
excuse
always.
Me, Kevin.
Yes.
I'm gonna get back to you in a short while. Our brother African farmer. Yeah, okay. Our brother African farmer is back. Thank you for listening to us, man, and coming back to maybe explain yourself better. So we'll give you like 5 minutes to say something, African farmer. Maybe you tell us your real names, because all of us are farmers, and yeah, we are also Africans. Yeah. So welcome, African farmer.
Now I'm outside of Ethiopia. I'm not living in Ethiopia, but we are seen and our families displaced, and some of them is killed. First of all, I want to say I'm sorry about I entered in the middle and distract you, and also thank you for take attention and give me a chance again. So as you mentioned on my cadre, it is 3 months ago. It's happened in northern Tigray, but western Ethiopia is now more worst. It is called Benishangul Gumuz region. That's in Matakal zone, and also Oromia region called Wallaga. Still today, a day before they killed 200 people. Also before I came to your show, I was listening to the news and watching a video. If you contact me any number on a WhatsApp or Telegram, I can send you the evidence, and that's not fake news or just political interest, or you can searching. So it's been 3 years since Abiy Ahmed came to power. It's our people is beheaded, killed, burned, and displaced. More than 400,000 people is displaced from Western Ethiopia. Now they are in the border of Amhara region and the Benishangul region. So even when they move there, the refuge, from country to country refuge, the people collect the food to support the people. Even they go to there and fire their store. And it is very dangerous situation. We was trying to keep ask the government to stop. I think it looks like this terrorist group, they supporting by government, and a lot of mass, a lot of people is killed every day. Now, just when you hear news, we are already freezing. We don't shock because we just counting how much people, 200? Oh, today is 300, how many? We are just thinking about the number. We're not shocked about people's day, because every day, every week, maximum it's 50, 200 every week I have to die, but no solution. And I was thinking, is if it is African Union can solve, I don't know if they don't have information, or they don't care. I don't know. That's why I'm just come tell for my African brothers, people don't have any information about that. Thank you so much. If you have a question, I can answer.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, my name is Eric. I'm from Kenya.
Okay.
The problem with the Tigrayan people, as I have information,
yes,
the Tigrayans, they rule Ethiopian for some years and actually neglect the other regions, more so the Oromo occupied regions. So when Oromian came to power and they started sabotaging the Oromian guy who is the prime minister now, I think that's where the problem lies, and they dare a national government that the Tigray region can fight a sitting government. We don't do that. That was very wrong. I know what is happening there is very wrong. The Ethiopian National Army are in conjunction with the Eritrean government, and they are killing people around the Tigray. I oppose to that. But number one, your situation, I can relate to Kenya, where the gamer think that if not them, they can rule others. The tables will turn, and the tables have turned to the Tigrayan people, and that is the problem they are facing now.
Okay, let me answer this. This is three different things. The Tigray region, which was controlling government, the federal government for 27 years, and then when the people, all Ethiopian people, demonstration, remove that system, but the Prime Minister Abiy used work together with them as a spy, and then he hijacking the change. He talking about Ethiopian United. He speak very good words for public, but we don't know that he has another agenda. And then after we all happy with him, even he used work with them. If he change it, if he regretted, let lead us. But now it is for 3 years more worst for us, especially for Amharan tribe. This the Oromia elite and the Tigrayan elite, they have a common enemy, that's our Amharan tribe, not the people. The people, all Ethiopian people, is they've been living for a long time, no problem. But this politician and the activists always declare the genocide on social media, kill Amhara. They have the code name Naftanya. They call us Naftanya. And this Abiy Ahmed administration and the TPLF administration, they have the same thing about us. They both want to take our land and displace from everywhere. And then even that war, TPLF start war on federal, the Ethiopian defense, that we believe it is wrong. Still, even Tigray people too, even I'm not from Tigray, still that they start in that war, still Tigray people is affected for this problem, but not genocide specifically to attack them, because when they try and kill, fight, if it is war, still Tigrayan is killed too, because between the Tigray army, regional army, and the government. But we was defending the country because we believe that Tigray regional army was starting war on us because we are on a border. When our militia and trying just stay back and rescue the military, the Oromia special forces killing our people on the other side. And the Abiy Ahmed, I think he wants that thing, something he has, I'm not 100% sure, but the way he talk and the way he did is not right. Even he not announcement, he not say sorry for a lot of massacres. He never announced it. And he always say, oh, it is a sacrifice because we build our country, blah, blah. But when this Oromo elite and the Tigrayan elite, they collaborating to attack us, but they don't have same agenda. The problem is
African farmer, we hear you, we sympathize with you, and us as Kenyans, we can stand tall and support you, and we'll try and send a message from our all Facebook page, trying to support what you're trying to do, and bravo to you that you're bringing this message out to everybody. Nobody should be killing one another for any reason or the other. Everybody should be called up around the table and try to resolve things without killing and fighting. So thank you so much. And as Kenyans, we'll stand in solidarity with you.
Thank you so
and
much.
I'm sure my brothers can attest that we will be there for you guys.
Thank you so much. Even my English is not really clear, and I talk fast. I hope you understand mostly, and thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Anybody talking?
Clinton's mic is
Clinton, can we speak?
Clinton mic
is off.
You want to hear us? So the problem in Ethiopia, I heard the problem in Ethiopia. Ethiopian problem.
Okay, thank
is
you.
a
I
deep-
never knew my mic was off. Thank you very much. So I wanted to tell the African farmer, I'm sure he left, that I will send him Mutembe's contact in private. Then the evidence he has, he can table to Mutembe as a journalist, because with us, we cannot take the information anywhere. But with Mutembe, everything is okay because he's a trained journalist. And we say sorry for everything. Fellow Africans, these things happen. If it is not in Kenya today, Ethiopia is not far from Kenya. We might experience the same problem in the near future. So let's pray together with our friends in Ethiopia. And we hope everything will be fine. Do you want to react from the statement from African Farmer? Do you have anything to say about from what African Farmer has said? Maybe in 1 minute per person. If you want to react, we're going to react in 1 minute per person. Then we go back to Kewell, who was making a statement before the African Farmer started. So the first person to react will be Sam, Ashley, Ayaga, Nancy, Francis Wendwa, Bernard, na Daktari, in that order. So before you speak, Sam, Mary Kenya, please. Can you inbox me privately? I tell you your problem. Thank you.
I'll do it.
So Sam, proceed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Clinton. I want to comment a little bit about the farmer, the Ethiopian guy. I happen to live with the Ethiopians, Eritreans, for quite more than 20 years here in Germany. Even my neighbor is from Eritrea, and he's Amharic. Anyway, there's that concept of Ethiopia. You know very well that the Oromos, they are almost 50% of the population of Ethiopia. But that's not the problem. The problem is the Amharic, those who are living in Eritrea and those who are living in Ethiopia. They have this conflict in between them, between the two families. Those who are in Ethiopia and those who are in Eritrea. So the whole thing started not even yesterday, not even 3 months ago. It has been more than 10 years, 15 years now. Almost 20 years. Because there are even here some Ethiopians and some Eritreans who are living here, who are refugees. They say they have been persecuted in their countries. Anyway, I want to comment more than that because I will try to ask a friend of mine who is my neighbor here, is from Ethiopia. living there. So I don't know. You know, the problem of a different country. I'm living in a different country, and the problem is happening in a different country, far much away from where we are. For us to solve that thing, it needs really all kind of information that somebody can give it out or can relate to somebody else who may, in the other way, try to solve that thing. So with that thing of killing and everything, it has happened for quite a long time. For about 10 years, it has been happening. But no one has ever put that effort to resolve that problem. So on the other side, I hope, or we hope, all the best for the two sides of the nations to resolve that problem, especially the leaders of Africa, East and Central Africa, where UHURU now is the head of chairman of East Africa, I think so. He should resolve that thing, because the more they get, the more this problem goes on ahead. The more the Kenyans also have to have that problem, because the refugees, when they come inside the country, they cause always the problem. Imagine now, for example, when I say for example, because whatever is happening with this Al-Shabaab, snapping inside and going out, snapping inside and going out. This is about the refugees. This is about the problem what is happening in their countries. We help them with a good heart, hoping that we are going to resolve that thing. But the leaders themselves, those we call them the leaders of our nations, they should try to resolve that thing as quick as possible. Otherwise, at this time of a pandemic, I hope it won't affect so many people. Thank you.
Ashley.
I yield my floor. I have nothing to say.
What? Okay,
No
Ayaga.
comment. No comment.
Ayaga.
Yes, thank you very much. So the problem with Ethiopian, I have my brother who happened to marry there. So when we went to pay dowry over there some 3 months ago, before that the issues of Tigrayans began, we were in Ethiopia, and as a historian and somebody who want to actually gather information whenever I go to a new environment, the problem is the Tigrayan themselves, not even the Ethiopian, the rest of Ethiopia. The Tigrayan people rule Ethiopia for 27 years with iron fist. And they thought economically, weaponically, everythingically, they are strong to even marshal a fight against a sitting prime minister who comes from Romo. You know, they neglect Romo people and they term them poor. They are like Kenya. We can call the Turkanas or the people who are coming from Marsabit region. Yeah, we can call them poor people. And then we call in Kenya, they were divided into a railway line. We call them the other side of Kenya and the other side of Kenya. So Oromo people had suffered a lot with this. I heard African farmer mentioning that Abiy was like an intelligence. If you can't beat them, join them and ensure you deal with them when you are inside. So when you join them, look always and rise above them. Number one factor, even in the 48 laws of power, is to dismantle them. That guy is dismantling those people. That's why I relate what is happening to Ethiopia and Kenya, where Gema people, they say, if we don't vote you, cannot be you cannot be president because we don't vote you. Tables will turn. Somebody will join you. Somebody will join you some days. Maybe when I'm dead, you know, things will turn and you will be crying full here. What the Tigrayan people are crying. 27 people, 27 years, iron fist. They are the people, they empower themselves economically, education, technologically, even with the weapons. A small
So
region like a county, like a Turkana county, can dare Kenya. When you see a Turkana county daring Kenya, or a region like Siaya, where I'm coming from, is daring Kenya, that's where the problem is.
So
Those guys,
Ayaga, is your analogy of the Gema community the same as the Tigrayan?
but they have been ruling us with iron fist, saying if we don't vote you, you cannot be a president. And that is what we are that is what we are being told now. That Gema factor. If Ruto took Gema, Ruto might be the president. In Kenya, we are told by Mutai Nguni of this world that Kenya, you are made. Ruto will be made. Raila can be made president, but he cannot become president. You see, who can make you? The Gema people will make you president. That is what the factor that is happening in Tigray. Let us speak the truth. And another one is in Nema, where the Rohingyas were kicked out of that countries, calling them Bengalis. Now they are killing themselves. Where are the Rohingyas? My blood is for blood. Revolution is revolution. It will come.
Don't laugh at death. Please don't laugh at the death. Kindly.
Okay, thank you, Ayaga. Daktari.
Can you guys hear me? Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we are getting it.
Loud and clear.
I don't have
We're
much to say
getting it
about
clearly.
I don't have much to say about the Ethiopian issue because I mean I don't know. I mean I've worked with a couple of Ethiopians. Look like they are good people. I think the only issue I would take is again with Mr. Ayaga of him characterizing the Gema community. Listen, I am from that community myself, and I certainly do not have a problem with another leader coming from, let's say the Kalenjin land or Luo land. I personally don't care. And I can tell you most Kikuyus are not. Most Kikuyus or most of the gamers are not. It's a small group of people that have in a way created this perception that is only a gamer leader who can lead. Maybe from where I sit, I'm looking for a leader that we can look and predict that if they come into power, this is what they will do. And when I look at the leaders that we currently have, I don't see anybody who has those credentials. I don't see that predictability as far as our politicians are. I know people from the Ayaga, they like to talk about Raila Odinga being a social democrat. But social democrat about what? I go to, when you look at Ruto himself, I know Kiwell talked to us about the other day about his top to down, I guess is it from bottom to top approach. But I mean, are we really sure? I'm a very progressive person from where I am. And I know when Biden was coming into power, we know the legislation that we want the Biden administration to go after. But now when you look at the leaders that we have in Kenya, does anybody start for anything? Kuna mtu anaweza sema ati huyu atatupeleka hapa, And I know Mr. Francis Mwenda, I would like to put this point. He went after Mr. Sam a while back and said his thinking is some type of way. And I would like to defend Sam by saying this. I think Sam kind of illustrates the frustration that most people who are abroad have, with the government. I can almost guarantee you, just looking at Sam, it's somebody who worked for a system in Kenya, and now he is away, and he knows what a working system means. And he doesn't see that with the current leader. And that's why unasikia mzee kama huyu akiongea hivyo, because he knows how a system is supposed to work. Okay, so that would be my contribution on this topic. Like I said, I cannot speak much of the Ethiopian geopolitics, but I would like us to push this narrative into our own politics. How do we avoid from getting to that point? And then ask ourselves, all the leaders we have, whether it's Kalonzo Musyoka, whether it's Mudavadi, do we really have anybody who stands for something, who we are sure that akiingia pale, they will push foreign policy, they will push an immigration policy, they have a sound economic policy. Lakini Ayaga usituambia about maneno ya Gema. You know, who cares about Gema? All these politicians, you know, they make you think that all that Kikuyus are suffering just like you are. Mimi nimepotea huko because if the Gemas were having it so good, mimi ningekuwa huko nakula mutura. Look at me. Nimepotelea huku, ninakaa huku na wazungu. And I'm a Kikuyu, you know? So forget about that whole Gema nonsense. That's it, man.
Thank you. Nancy, Francis na Bernard. Mtawalia hivyo hivyo tu.
Right. I would like to first stand in solidarity with our brother African farmer, and especially because I am a gender woman and I'm a feminist. I would stand for the women who are being raped in Ethiopia, and I pray for my sisters. It's a very difficult thing to be going through. I watched CNN last night about 7 women who are being interviewed, and they talked about the ordeal they're going through, what the army and the government soldiers are doing to them. And I pray that this could stop. And if I can be of any help or send out any message out to help us support our brothers, I'll stand in solidarity. To respond to Ayaga's issue about the Gema community, myself and yourself, Ayaga, the generation of my mom, and our forefathers, maybe they talk about the Gema. Ignore Mutahingunyi, whatever, when he talks about the tyranny of numbers. Please,
Mtaingunyi and that economist.
Yes, I am for working with you and somebody else to make a better Kenya for everybody. I'm in the UK, but if honestly deep down my heart, I would love to be in Kenya practicing having my own thing that I do there, because that's home, that's where we come from. But we're here for lack of a better second option, because we know that the system doesn't work very well as yet. So forget about the tyranny of number, forget about Baba. When Baba say right or left, we go left. Let's advocate for ideology that will take us to the next level as the young people in our 40s and 30s, taking Kenya forward without looking at the leaders. And as Wagungu said, let us look for a leader.
A point of correction, Nancy, I never mentioned Baba anywhere. I say I from Siaya. Siaya should not correct me to Baba.
I did not say that you said Baba. I'm just saying that's something that people say. If Baba say right or left, we go right and left. It's a common saying, the same way you talked about the tyranny of numbers. For me, I'm happy to work with anybody. Tribe is just but a tribe. I'm first Kenyan and second my tribe. So let's work together. Let's look for an ideologically driven leader who is out there to bring change for us. And as we said yesterday, Barack Obama is a good example of people like us who come to this channel and we start activism from the grassroots, talking to our own brothers and sisters, trying to tell them why you cannot elect this leader, just talking to one another. That is what Obama did. Before he became the senator of Chicago, he went door knocking. He mobilized people like me and you. So let's take that mantra. We are responsible for what happens to Kenya tomorrow. So thank you.
Okay, Francis.
Yeah, to add on what Nancy has said, actually, yeah, anasema hivi kulingana na vile Nancy ameongea vizuri sana. Tusiingize mambo ya ukabila kwa nchi. Kiingiza ukabila ndio inapoteza nchi. kama vile the late Magufuli aliambia wa Kenya the last time alikuwa Kenya, alisema Kenya ni nchi tajiri, nchi mzuri, lakini ile imetuharibu tu ni ukabila peke yake. If we could change that narrative of tribalism, are we speaking one language as Kenyans, then our country will be the best. But let me tell you one thing, our leaders are decisive of I don't know. They are just proud. One thing, they have a lot of lying tongues, and their hands are full of shedding blood because they need the power. The other thing is they give and forced testimonies against each other without no evidence. Like, for example, they have been telling us Ruto ni mwizi, Ruto ni muaji. They have not given even evidence or taken him to court being charged. Only we saw the land that they said he grabbed from one poor farmer, which was taken back and paid back. But the rest are allegations. They haven't proven. Why? They just want to tarnish the image for them to gain power. Tell us your ideas. Don't tell us about the other person as a leader. Tell us what you do to Kenyans. We elect you. But now, speaking about Kalonzo, surely, what has Kalonzo done to Lower Eastern, where he has been leading for more than 32 years? Since I was born, I was just seeing Kalonzo. Even the tarmac we are seeing is the governors who have been doing, and the national government at the reason. But when he was a vice president, he did nothing, only building a prison for us. Surely, even construction of a dam, he didn't do it, even road. And then you tell us we give him as a national leader. How? He just want to dominate the Kamba people as the kingpin of Kamban. If someone shows up to be a kingpin, he shut down. Like Mutua has a good politics style, but why? The other time he was called, he was told, my friend, withdraw your candidate. In favor of who? Kalonzo. Why? The guy has finished his ideas in his head. I heard him speaking in a national TV. It actually was responding to question opposite of what is being asked. So surely, these guys, Kina Mudavadi, Wetangula, these old guys, they should vacate, give the young a space to improve this country. And let us shun away from the politics of ethnic. That will bring blood into this country. Shedding of blood. And if we are not careful, we'll go back to 07. And mark my words.
Excuse me, Francis.
I'm telling you the truth. Clinton.
Excuse me, Francis.
Yes.
Francis, we were talking about the Ethiopia issue just for 1 minute. Not Kalonzo and any other person. You are to talk to that Kenyan farmer about the Ethiopian issue, please.
The African farmer.
So have you talked about? Yeah, have you talked about the African farmers issue?
Never.
I don't want to talk about.
Francis.
I think I am having hiccups of the internet.
I never knew that
internet
you
hiccups.
never wanted to talk about.
I don't know.
Issue, but, you are given time. You are given time to talk about that issue, but you never
me
said
tell
that you did not want to talk about it. So.
Clinton.
And you say, Ashley, I gave Ashley time and she said no comment. So I expected the same from you. Because you are not interested in Ethiopian issue.
I'm interested in our country.
Okay,
I'm not interested in the Ethiopian politics.
That seems rude.
And the same thing that I've heard from, the Clinton, the same thing that I've heard from other guys talk about who are versed with the Ethiopian politics. I've heard them say it's all about ethnic group. The same thing which is happening in Kenya. Then why should I talk about the ethnic which is in Ethiopia and I'm in Kenya? Bro, I
Francis,
should
it is
streamline
not
our
about
So
topic first before I talk about the others.
Ethiopian government work in federalism. Federalism is regional, not ethnicity. You can get at the
Okay, I can decide when you
That's
talk.
why I was saying I
While
cannot speak
seated
about
here.
something that I'm not fast with.
So
Okay,
Sam, Nani,
let's skip
Francis,
Francis and
just
go to
hear us.
Bernard.
Hear us.
I think that's best.
Let me finish
Francis.
first, eh?
Francis,
Let me
wait.
finish. Clinton.
Yeah, you must finish. This is your time.
Clinton.
You must finish. What we are talking about? Yes.
Let
Yes.
Francis to finish. Let him. Maybe perhaps he want to explain something that we may like to hear.
Yes,
I was
he must
going to
finish.
my
He
last.
still has time.
I was going to my last thing.
Before you got
And
your
this is
last point. Before you got your last point,
Yes.
Sam, Francis, excuse me, Francis. We were talking about the Ethiopian issue. That's why we gave like 2 minutes each person to talk to this African farmer. So you are not interested in talking to the African farmer the same way as Ashley. So Ashley said no comment. We expected the same from you. But politics, we're gonna start politics immediately after Bernard stops speaking. So do you want to finish with your politics now, or you wait for Bernard to talk, then we go to
I want to finish because I want to leave. Eh?
Okay, thank you. Finish.
Okay, if we are led by leaders who are ignorant and are not adhering to the rule of law which they have made themselves, then the country is likely to be in a bad state. Like today, I observed some Askaris who went to a certain church, JCC Rongai, as the pastor was preaching, and it was live. And I saw two governments speaking actually in the reaction that I saw. Because the government gave the pastors permission to have the priest team together, few guys, and the pastor preach, of which they adhere to that, the church that is in JCC. But the police, let me tell you, I don't know, we lack respect as Kenyans for the church. I'm a Christian. But when it comes to altars of God, we should give at least respect to the altars. Because most of the kings in the Bible who didn't respect God and went against the will of God, they ended up badly. And I can urge the president and those who are in the authority, please give some respect to men of God. And let men of God not break the protocol that government have issued. Because even the Bible itself says, if you go against the government of the day, then you are in for the punishment. But those who are in leadership, sijaiona mahali pengine in the world, yani mtu anabeba gun, anaenda kusimamisha mhubiri mwenye ameshika Bible. That is so bad. Yani it was so embarrassing. Even me, niliangalia tu nikazima. Because I saw a disrespect in the altar of God. Even if it is meant by men, but is meant for the service of God. So actually the government should be working together with the church. Because the church, some leaders in the church actually can give good advice to the government. I mean, sounds awkward, but the fact remains, tumeumbwa na Mungu, na Mungu peke yake ndiye wa kuabudiwa, si binadamu. You cannot worship a human more than God. So for mimi nilale
in the bedroom, Jamal.
Mimi ndio nilale, hiyo Bwana Clinton. Next time, let us discuss about that church. They adhered with the protocol, but how they were treated, especially the man of God who was standing in the altar, it was so bad. As a Christian, nilifeel. I felt it. But nawatakia usiku mwema wale wanalala, wale wanaenda kazi mzuri, na wale wengine watuombe wenye wako nchi za ng'ambo. Tuvumilie na tuombe Mungu atuonyeshe the way in the country, because tunavumilia ile iko tunavumilia, because most of the guys here now we are working from home, others have lost their jobs, even we don't know if some of us cannot afford even rent, but God is there and God will give us the direction. Everything we lay it under God. Even we can be vaccinated, but the healing comes from the above. If we trust in God, those who trust in God are like Mount Zion that cannot be shaken. We might be shaken by this wave, but if we abide in God's will, we shall overcome. Have a good
Preach
night.
it, brother.
Thank you, Ben.
Don't sleep
Thank you,
before
Ben.
we
We've
answer
had
you. Don't
everything that
sleep
you've
before we
said.
answer you.
Let Francis pray.
Ayaga, it seems you don't follow.
Okay.
Ayaga, it seems you don't follow instructions, and you may be forced to leave the show in the next few minutes. So, so just behave. Nimekuona kitambo, hajamaliza kuongea lakini mic ushaeka hapa. Nikazima mpaka nikachoka. But ni sawa tu. So Ben, we've heard everything you've said. Maybe Tuliku interrupt because we were also interrupted by the Ethiopian guy, and we pray with him that all these things that are happening may come to an end. You've said that that one is Ethiopian problem, which is very true. Ethiopia is in Africa, Kenya in Africa. Na haya matatizo tunaweza tukayapata each and as in any time. And we may also require the Ethiopian guys to pray with us. So, maisha ni safari, kuna kupanda na kushuka. Bernard, tafadhali.
Good evening, good morning to everyone. On the Ethiopian case, is not just an Ethiopian case, it's an African case. And any contribution towards that anybody can do should be done. One way is let the African farmer gather the credible evidence, and there are different bodies around the world that will be interested in that. If we brush it off, we all remember what happened in Rwanda. In 100 days, we had millions dead, and we were all pretending that it will not be anything. So it is important that we lay to heart and do what we can do in our various platforms to help into the situation. But to start with is either we let the African farmer organize to gather sufficient evidence. Just reporting hearsay, we reported 200 people dead, 50 people dead. That will not help much until there is proper gathering of evidence, linking it up to international, wherever, media houses that will be interested in the story, the BBC and the CNN. Or with that, we may end up finding something that is lasting towards that. But the reason I'm saying it's an African problem is because Africa seems to have to be our own enemies. We rise up against our brothers, and we don't think twice. And when we are asked what we are fighting for, we may not even explain it. We appear like what we did in school called Romeo and Juliet, the Capulets and the Montague. Anywhere you meet, you should fight, even when you don't know why you are fighting. It is important that we outgrow this. And the worst thing we do is we wait for foreign aid to come and sort our homegrown conflict. Homegrown conflict must find a homegrown solution. There will be nobody coming from the West to come and settle our family traditional conflicts like what our brother is explaining. It is important that we get back to how we used to sort out matters long time ago between two communities that are warring. we need to get back probably to those ancient ways of dealing with such matters, and probably begin to think differently, because we depend too much on somebody coming to help us when we can sit down and just sort out what is ailing us as a people. So as much as the situation is bad, a journey of 1,000 miles begin with a single step. I believe talking about it is a right step, but let's take it further. Thank you. Should I go to other matters?
No way.
Yes, if you can.
So which is which? No way if I can.
It was a thing of Ethiopia. Then you will proceed after me.
Let me talk a little bit something.
No, Sam.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
The mouth was mine.
I'm sorry to interrupt you guys. Yeah, sorry.
Mouth was mine.
There's one thing I can. There's one thing I can say about Ethiopia. The Ethiopians, they have their own unique kind of life.
Honor, Sasa. Sam,
Kevin, go ahead.
All right. Sam, unmute your mic.
No, you people, you muted. Sorry. Sorry. No, I was.
Please, don't mute people when they are making their point.
I was saying Ethiopian
people.
Can you hear me?
Yes, proceed.
It's mute again. Please.
Mute. Wait, munatesa mzee.
Clinton unatesa mzee.
Sam, unmute.
I can unmute and then later on makes no sense. Eh? So about the Ethiopian life, they have been having the problem for the last 30 years. So we cannot solve that thing from today until tomorrow. That's a very long thing. So let the government do those things. Let the government of Kenya handle it, because at the moment, the Guru is the chairman of East Africa, I don't know, at the present. So he can handle that problem. If and when he would like to do it. Otherwise, I say otherwise, with the quote, they think if not going to be solved, we'll be having the same problem like now what is happening between Kenya and Somalia. We'll be having the same problem with the Al-Shabaab. Because for countries to solve such a thing, it needs cohesion between the countries, the neighboring countries. Otherwise, we as individuals, we can talk 1,000 years, but we'll never solve that thing unless the countries solve that thing. Okay.
Yeah, just to re-echo what Bwana Sam has just said, it's all about leadership within the region to come together and resonate together and try to find ways on how to handle the situation. Because as much as maybe how Ayaga presented it, but it's more or less of internal issue within Ethiopia, but then it has escalated to, displacing lots of people. And by and large, the East African leaders should come on board and people try to formulate something on, you know, talking to the government of the day in Ethiopia and the people of the Tigranian people of northern Ethiopia, because really that thing is going overboard. It's really stabilizing even up to the northern Sudan and the Eritrean region, because people now are moving into Eritrea and South Sudan, and lots of people are being killed each and every other day. And I haven't heard much about the African Union and the international community addressing on how to curb the situation. But then, you know, it boils down to the leaders in the region to come in, I mean, quickly and try to resonate and formulate something on bringing these, you know, warring sides to, I mean, to come into terms and agree on something that would make people live, you know, harmoniously and save lives. I mean, it's so unnecessary losing lives at this time, whereby COVID is ravaging the economies, and then, you know, people are fighting at the same time. Countries are trying to do things that cannot, like, you know, like Kenya, we have our own problems. Sudan have their own problems. Eritrea have their own problems. You know, if they have their own problems, why should other people come and become part of their problems? So we are looking forward the leaders in the region, you know, coming in as fast as they can and try to formulate something. But all in all, we pray for Ethiopia. We pray that you know, God's intervention, and I mean, things will come into normalcy. You've touched on something, Sam, about the Somali-Kenya relationship, or the issue about the Indian Ocean thing. I think, by and large, you know, our government of the day is a government which I don't know if they know their priorities, or if they're really serious on matters or international relationship with other countries. Because the other day, you know, they withdrew the case from the courts, and we don't know the position on how things are happening. I don't know if UHURU has good advisors on international issues about borders and such of things, because Somali, you know, it seems like Somali, they don't care anything. If you say we go to war, they are ready for that. If you say, you know, let's do this, you know, they are ready about it. But then we want our government to be proactive enough and address these issues. If you really know that position, I mean, that region is yours, come out clear and address it from the courts, and then, you know, address it in such a way that it will not shake the diplomacy relationship between the two countries. So it boils down to the government of the day. Remember also, there are other pending issues. You remember the Migingo Island, it's become issues again, and the government of the day is taking everything for a ride. It's not serious in any way. But then we are calling them to, you know, stand up tall and try to address these things, because really at the end of the day, we want a good relationship between Kenya and Uganda, Kenya and Tanzania, Kenya and Somalia, and the rest of the countries that we are neighboring. Back to our day's politics upper internally, there's something that Mwendo has just mentioned about the...
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Kevin. Kevin, are you done with the Ethiopian issue?
Oh, I thought it was a continuation because nilikuwa mtu wa mwisho. Now I was done with the...
So maybe I also have to say something maybe. Kwa Ethiopian issues naweza nikasema pole. Sina uwezo wa kuwasaidia lakini pole. Hiyo tu. Alafu Sam anasema eti East African leaders wajiunge waone venye watasaidiana huko Ethiopia. Eti UHURU is the chair. Yes. UHURU chairs East African community of 3 countries, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania. Ethiopia falls under the Eastern Africa. So hiyo ni social study yangu, si social DHCR. Nilisoma 1993.
We have IGADs. Clinton, we
Okay,
have
and I
IGAD.
got.
Yeah.
Sasa watoto wenye walisoma miaka ya uhuru ndio hao wanasema we have IGAD. So according to GHCR in 1993 when I was in class 3,
IGAD was there from
tuliambiwa
zamani
kwamba
sana.
But
hadi sisi ni
Clinton,
wazee, itabidi
Clinton, I'm
mtuambie.
not an Uhuru baby, but I know about you guys.
Clinton ananichokoza.
So maybe Nancy nikutoe kwa hiyo list. Maongezi yangu nilikuwa naelekezea Ayaga.
Nafikiri
umejikuta kwa hiyo box ya Ayaga, itabidi mchukue wote basi.
most of you are people from Nyayo Milk, eh? Wengine ni watu wa Nyayo, eh? Masiwa ya Nyayo. Si ni kweli?
Kabisa.
Kama hakuna kuambiana ukweli kama hiyo.
Anyway,
hiyo ndio
So,
ukweli.
let us hear from Lynn. Lynette, please say something. Maybe utuambie unatutizama ukiwa wapi na una maoni yepi ya kusema.
Wow. Asante kwa kuniruhusu kuungana katika hili mkutano. I'm watching you from Italy and COVID bado inatusumbua lakini tunang'ang'ana tu. Thanks.
So, wewe ni Mkenya ama Mtanganyika, Rwanda, Ethiopia?
Mimi naitwa Lynette Awino, natoka Western Region Nyanza, Siaya County, Ugenya, in Ukwala.
If you say Jaber, I may ban you from this show.
Shemeji, huyo ni shemeji ya mimi.
Why
are you acknowledging her beauty? You have to request for the permission to acknowledge.
You're welcome.
So
I was in Italy 2001 in Venice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in Bologna.
Bologna, okay.
Yeah, I'm doing my master's in Bologna, but I'll be graduating in July.
And then heading back to Kenya?
Yeah,
Clinton.
I want to know the language, so I will stay like for maybe a year and see what God opens. Maybe I will join you in UK. You never know.
Welcome. Give us a shout.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay,
nafasi wa exchange numbers.
Na sisi yenye tuko Machakos tukae wapi?
As you can see my face, I'm not happy.
Why?
I'm not a happy man. Because Lynn has just talked. Lynn said she's a winner. Everybody reacted. I should react fast. Like somebody said Mrefu. That was me saying Mrefu. So you have to respect the chair.
Are we not just mean blessing?
Nothing
much.
Wow.
Members, if I bring somebody like Ayaga, Francis, Kewell, you can react anyhow. But, yes. Hope my point is home. After all, Ayaga is reacting. Ayaga, can you get to Italy by tomorrow morning?
Sasa huyu ni shemeji yangu. I can be in Italy anytime.
Unatoka wapi?
I'm from Uyoma side of Nyanza, but I'm married. My lovely lady I met is from Ukwala, by the way. Ugenya side. Yeah.
He is from Siaya.
We both from Siaya County, but Ugenya side, where she's coming from, mostly Ukwala, particularly.
Libaba.
No, I don't want you people to get there. I don't want you people to get there because
you are the first people to pass BBI. You passed BBI without even public participation.
Clinton.
If you want any information from this show, ask me. Leave alone these guys, yeah.
Okay.
Clinton.
What I wanted to know about this show, is it for the online Kenyan community?
Yeah.
Because I just bumped into it when I was watching YouTube. I always like watching YouTube so much.
Okay, so this show we discuss various things.
What's going on?
All of us
Everybody's
are from
quiet.
Kenya. All of us are from Kenya, and here we meet as
Except
youths.
Ayaga.
Some of us are not youth. I will remove you. Who asked you for examples? Who is that? We meet here, we discuss various issues that affects our country, like we were talking about the vaccine in Kenya. Which one is the preferred vaccine? The guy came in with, a certain Ethiopian came in with the challenges they are facing in Ethiopia. And all we had to say was pole. Correct. So maybe we pia utasema pole yako, ndio wakuwe na pole mingi ama nyingi. Alafu vile vile huwa tunazungumzia siasa.
Yeah, I've been consoling this this African farmer in the comment section because alikuwa ameongea alafu akapotea haraka na maybe he felt like he was not welcome, so I was consoling him nikimwambia you are really attending to his issue, which you really did, and well done for that. I even sent you well done. You did a good job. I think he now feels like we feel concerned about their country, and we really we are part of what they are going through, which you really did well.
Okay, thank you, Lynette. So that's all about what we always discuss. We always meet during the weekend, maybe Friday jioni, ama Saturday na Sunday vile vile. So you are always welcome.
You can send me. So, I don't know. Do you have a WhatsApp group that maybe I can always get informed?
We have WhatsApp group. So what you will do, go to the private chat, type there your number with your name, then the owner of this account will add you.
Okay. How come I've been a
Because
veteran
when
and
you
I'm not aware of the
don't
WhatsApp?
comment don't. Okay,
should I put
Nancy,
my
I'm
number?
coming to you. So
Nancy.
Yes.
At the private section, when you comment on the other side,
You are veteran, you don't have about WhatsApp.
Okay. I'll put it at the private section. Lynette.
Public.
Private section.
A point of
public,
order,
Ayaga can access the number. Yeah.
A point of order.
Private.
Ayaga.
Leave Ayaga alone.
Hata aki-access hakuna noma. He can say
Nancy.
hi.
Ni shemeji ya mimi, huyu ni shemeji yangu bwana. A point of order, Clinton.
So Nancy, please.
Where
Nancy,
are we?
we formed a WhatsApp group on Monday. This of last week.
Okay.
And we added some members. We like 40 something. So there we can decide on a topic we want to discuss. Then we come here and discuss the topic. Yeah. So maybe just type number on the private section. Mutembei ataona. Na ifikapo kesho asubuhi utakuwa umeingia kwa ile group.
Can I ask one question?
Hiyo point of order hatutaisikiza kwa sasa.
Tafadhali.
Watu wote waongee.
Clinton.
Please. I want to
Nancy,
answer
ask me a
Francis.
question.
One second. I've always wanted to know which country Wagungu is in.
Ayaga, relax. Nancy aongee.
No, I'm saying I've always wanted to know which country the doctor is in.
Wagungu is in the USA, in the state of Missouri.
Okay. Pleasure.
Thank you. Nice to meet you. Talk to you. You guys been awesome. Except this Ayaga. Huyu muti ya baba huyu.
Okay. Thank you. Ayaga.
He is filling in for Danri today. He is really filling in for Danri.
No.
Wacha kijana ajilete juu kidogo. Pengine next time ndio tutamchagua.
Naomba tukue tu na ile order tulikuwa nayo.
No, I want to answer Francis. Anataka kutoka. Anasema ni mjibu ndiye atoke Francis. Yes, thank you very much. Francis alileta issue ya Kitengela. Wale mapasta
Ni Rongai si Kitengela.
Ni Rongai, yeah? Rongai Kitengela ni wako Kajiado County, so that area. So alileta issue ya Rongai pastor, and he was very sympathetic with the pastor. My friends, the country is locked down. Infectious disease counties. Kajiado is one of them. Nairobi is one of them. Even a parliament cannot operate in Kenya. Even courts. I was arrested the other day because I was late in curfew. Those guys had to leave me because they cannot take me to any court. The Bible. I'm African and I believe mostly in African culture. But I do read the Bible a lot. In the book of Acts, when Jesus was asked about the tithe, he said, give God what belongs to God and give Caesar what belongs to Caesar. When Caesar says, no gathering, how dare you as a pastor, surely?
Mbona
And you
ukicheka
want
na
us to be
kusikiza
sympathetic.
uja mute?
Unisikizi? Unipati?
Nakupata vizuri sana, endelea.
Yes, so Francis, don't be sympathetic with such kind. How dare pastor? Some of us, we don't go to job, we don't go to work. We don't go to work. Why should a pastor work? It is not only pastor who is suffering. Most of us are suffering. Maybe I stay at home. I don't go to work. My job is affected. So please, tafadhali, getting a pastor, gathering a few people in a Mabati house somewhere in Rongai, and then you want to be sympathetic with them. If I was the UHURU, I could have just ordered that church to be banned. I'm not only the president.
Thank
Number
you.
two,
Thank you.
lastly, COVID is real. We have Sahi. If you follow the channels in Kenya, around five pastors. If you want their names, I can bring any day. Not now. We have 5 pastors. All those who follow RUTO. RUTO is the one who, if somebody dies in Kenya, he send condolence. Follow him. You will see around 5 pastors. And if you a quick or a simple history about this pastor. These pastors are the people who are defying the COVID rules the other day in central Kenya when president say, we don't want, Ruto goes there, did Arambe. Some of them are now dying. It is very serious. Francis, COVID is real. I was affected by COVID. Mimi nilishikwa. Mungu wangu tu, mimi ni mtu wa kienyeji, nikakonywa mwarobaine hapa na pale na tangawizi na Mungu akanisaidia. It is real and is very serious. Yeah, that's why when I got a chance, Russian vaccine nikapata, mimi niko sawa, nikiambiwa ni stay home, nacheza tu hapa. Nilishikwa juzi no.
Asante Ayaga. Lynn, umeongea sasa. Tunataka tuongee leo topic ingine hapa for 20 minutes. How many are we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 times 2 minutes, that's 18 minutes. Alafu tutakuwa na summary show. Kuna
kabla usonge, nilikuwa nataka kujua meeting inaenda for how long? Ama
yes,
inaenda mpaka asubuhi?
Hello.
Clinton,
there's a question placed. How long is the meeting?
The meeting can go up to 8 hours, but we now have 20 minutes to finish.
Okay. Thank you.
Why 20 minutes? Because you're going home.
Thank you.
Clinton.
Yeah.
Clinton amekunywa bangi leo. Hata ameniruka.
Clinton, hang on.
I'm here, man.
Hang on, is it 20 minutes because you want to go to bed, or you can hand it over to Kewell?
Okay, no problem. What we were trying to avoid was yesterday's situation whereby Facebook decided to cut everything. So we were just talking ourselves here, but no recording was taking place. So
But
when
I
Facebook
noticed
brings
it's
their warning
recorded
here,
until 7:50.
we have to end it because we cannot be live the whole day. You understand?
No, but it records for 7 hours and it's only 5.
This thing can record for 4 hours and write 8 hours. For those of what?
Clinton, ulinikata leo kwani?
You've gone for 7 hours. We are at 5 hours 4 minutes. Leo sangapi bana?
Normally on Sundays we go.
Hello?
You can, Clinton, can I ask a question, please?
Okay, Nancy. Yeah.
On Sundays, UK time, normally we leave at around 12:30, but it's 11 o'clock now.
Change supplier, Clinton.
Can we?
Clinton leo yuko.
Hello. Okay, so bana nawasikiza bana.
Change supplier.
So I guess, Clinton, the question
Can you
is,
hear
are
me?
you agreeable with Nancy of handing over the show to somebody else if Facebook does not issue a warning? That's the question.
Yes, and can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
It's shaky. The connection is shaky.
Okay,
I don't
now
know
I'm
why.
clear. So I was trying to tell you this.
Yeah.
Hey, man. Okay, I'm trying to say this. Maybe I'm now clear that we can go on with the show as much as possible. When the notice from Facebook comes, then we have to summarize. It is always big. You cannot even see the screen. They make sure you don't see anything on your screen apart from their red messages. We can continue as much as possible, but now everybody has stopped. We can shift something else.
They should understand we are Kenyans, and that's our business.
How many
African
of them
business? Sure.
something else?
Sure. We are Kenyan, and that's our business.
So let's go to the plan. What was the plan? 2 minutes for what? 20 minutes discussing what?
Yeah, so we're gonna continue until the message, maybe for another 3 hours. Maybe.
But what's the topic, Clinton?
Okay, we can now discuss it as much as possible. The CERELAC meeting that took place yesterday, we had an empty seat. So maybe for those who are good at gazing, who was the owner of the empty seat? Was it Uhuru that took the pictures? So he was not sitting at that time. Was it Raila? Or was it that was writing the minutes? So, okay. So that's what you can now politics. You speaking about politics that you want to say to Tanzania some.
Mimi sijui sana.
Mtembei is back.
Yeah. Anyway, I can say that
Kenyans are happy you are back.
Good to see you.
This meeting is about CERELAC, sijui Kenya One, sijui utuachie kiti, wewe toka nini. I'm sorry to say, because mimi ambule mtu naishi mbali na nyumbani na naangalia shida liko inaendelea nyumbani, na bado tunawekelea naambia nyinyi sijui mtoke sijui unatoka hapa naenda hapa. I mean, they don't have exactly something to tell the people. I mean, I'm sorry. They are just talking on their own behalf. No more than that. There's nothing they can offer. There's no plan for tomorrow. What is going on the next time? How long are we going to handle this problem? Did we handle this problem before? Going about BBI, sorry, kina mama Nancy na Lynn. But the thing is, do we have somebody who can handle those Kenyan problem at the moment among these people? I can say I think there are 8 of them. As any one out of those 8 of them has a mission, has something of necessary, the basic necessity first, and that is education, food security, and health. Those are the most basic 3 things that every citizen should or must have from the government. Because people are paying the taxes. They don't get services. And the other thing is they want to increase more, to give them these people more powers, increase more, what do you call it, member of parliament, which means you are going to dig deeper on their pockets, on our pockets as a citizens, just because of
hello.
What do you call it, kingpins. Nothing else. There's nothing that they are going to offer us. So we should change it. The young generation should change that narrative. I mean, 70s, when Kalonzo Musyoka was minister of, I don't know, from Minister of Education, assistant minister. 80s, came this person, what do you call him, Musalia, Wetangula, until he sold the Kenyan embassy land in what do you call it? Japan. 2 billion. Has he ever been in it? No. So it is only goods. I'm sorry to say goods. They're all goods. Come this one, we call them Asila nation. He's talking people this way. The other ones are saying, oh, you are a thief. Has he ever, if he is a thief, why is it not that not even one single person has come out and say, you stole this thing, this evidence, you took this thing at this time, this is the evidence. We are talking only thieves, who is thief, who mganga, who nini. There's nothing unless the Kenyan nation, the young generation under 35. These are the people who can change the narrative or the politics of a nation. People who are going to change that country to be a country to depend on. So the frustration we have with people who are living outside is more bigger than even you people who are living inside. Because we are not neither there nor here. Here we are being chased also. We are also like being like we are refugees here. We came here to take money. Going home, they say, no, you people, you have to. So we don't know. So it's you people. I'm sorry to say, because we have families there. We have so many people depend to us. We always think about them every time, whatever somebody call it, whatever. We say, what are we doing? Where are we heading? We are not either there, simply because there's nobody among these, we call them politicians, going to help us, going to change that thing. See our president.
So Sam,
yeah,
and as I said, you're one of the guys that are kind of older than most of us on this show.
Yeah.
And as I said before, you've posed a lot of questions since when you started the show.
Yeah.
And you've clearly said none of these guys can lead the way forward. As somebody who is abroad, so what is the way forward for our country? Because we can look at the problems, but we also have to be the solution. We have to provide the solution. So for you,
Yeah.
what do you advise Mwenda and Bernard and Carol going forward that they can do, or we can do together, to bring that change and to bring that leader that we all want as Kenyans?
First, we have to educate of a young generation what we call the laws and the constitution. Second, for those who are going to elect them, they should be abide by the rules and the laws and the constitution of the Kenya. Because every Kenyan has a right to be told this going on. Not just to be given something. No. Every Kenyan. For example, let us take this whatever you call BBI. No one among those top people has ever given the whatever they call the citizen the really blueprint of that BBI, exceptional of that 2003 until 2010, which was given to the people, and people had to read it. They come up with one thing. This one is just. Sometimes they say, okay, we are going to give that constitution to this one. No. That's why I say it's better for young generation, those who are lawyers, those who are there, those who are educated, especially I can say those who are in the university guys. These are the people who can change the narrative. If we put it about the politician, forget it.
Is Uhuru Kenyatta young?
Yeah, he's not young. Yeah, whether he's young, but it's somebody who doesn't know what is going on. Does he know?
So if you call Uhuru Kenyatta young, what do you call me? Old?
No, we are all young.
No.
No. Being old, you can be old by your mind. Somebody can be young by it can be young by age or whatever, but old by your mind.
No, but
it's only
Sam,
mind that yes.
If you call Uhuru young, what do you call me then? What am I?
I can call you young lady.
Uhuru is older than me by 20 years, so you can't call him young.
Nancy, no, is not referring as per age, but young upstairs.
He's not. He's actually more younger.
No, you are pushing this young whatever narrative, and it was this young narrative that pushed the Uhuru RUTO ticket in 2013, with the assumption that because they are young, they are going to bring change. Now you have had an experience of now 8+ years. What has the young done? The young leadership. So I believe as Kenyans, we need to come out of the pretense of assuming that a particular age bracket can deliver. To the best of my understanding, we will not have a great nation without a great people. And without changing the way people think, like what Sam is saying, we teach people the laws of voting and they should vote in right people, vote out bad people. We have attempted that many times. we still end up in the same place. It is not the casting of the vote that counts. It's those that count the vote that determine who becomes a leader. And so we are dealing with a very dysfunctional system that we cannot just brush it off and say, let the old people go, and when the new people come, we'll have a better nation. I don't think that can work, because if, like, look at the corruption state, since the Uhuru government came in and now, then compare it with Moi and Kibaki, you will notice that we have had millions and billions of money lost now, more than all the previous government. So is it a young issue? Is it an old issue? I don't think so. We need to approach it differently.
But Bernard, in regards to, and that's why last week we talked about BBI and the week before. And what I said to you, I said, and I challenge anybody on the panel today to tell me one thing that is in the BBI that will stop electoral injustice that we see today in Kenya, because that is our main problem. Because if we elect Mutembei today, he should be our president. We should not have mtoto wa vifaranga from the back door. So if truly we mean serious and we mean business, BBI ikikuja tuangushe, because it is not resolving our main problem, which is electoral injustice. So if we can resolve the electoral injustice, that is step one of heading in the right direction, because we can be able to hold this person accountable.
Now, doesn't the 2010 Constitution address on how to deal with electoral malpractices?
It does, but not to an extent whereby
covered in the BBI amendment so that it can work. The reason it's not working is not because there is no law that governs it. There is no political will.
No, the 2010 Constitution talks about the electoral process to some extent, but it does not give us what happens with the system itself, the systems that are set up. So what we need to do, you see, for example, I can vote from my own house, right? But if I go and ask for my vote, I'll get my vote. It is about the transparency of the voting system, which the 20 Constitution is silent on. And that is why even when Maraga ruled, open the servers, they were never open, because the Constitution is silent on that part. So what we need to do is to go a step further.
Impunity at work. The server was not open because the law does not ask for it. It's because we had people who refused to open the server until now. And those people are those untouchables. They can do anything and get away with it. Now, if we will get to the bottom of this, we must first of all admit what kind of monster we are dealing with, then address it. I don't think we are short of laws. We are short of people who want to do what the law says.
So you attest to say that the BBI will not resolve the impunityness of what we have now, whether we spend 20, 30 billion.
Even if the BBI says, let the man who messes with the election be hanged, we'll find another law that will get him off the hook as soon as he has messed up the election.
Don't you guys feel the way sometimes you feel, and I think that is why Mzee was said something earlier about the frustration. This is the same frustration I feel myself. Like now you see Nancy and Bernard, you guys are like going in circles. It's like the same thing. Like, so we have a constitution, but it can never be respected. Like nobody gives a damn what it says. Like, so you can imprint it and say this must happen. But if nobody look at the 40, is it the 47? Was there 41? 40? How many judges that who literally just says, forget them, we're not gonna worry about them. Or even the Miguna case, the judge says that guy must be here, he must be facilitated. But somebody sits at the Harambe house and says, oh hell no, he's not coming in. Sometimes you feel the frustration, like, so we are doing all this, BBI thing, but we sit here and already know that somebody down the line is going to say, who cares about the constitution? And that's why sometimes I even sit down here and ask myself, like, parliament, what is the need of parliament? What does parliament do? Like, if you go to other countries, you find legislators. Like now we are sitting here blaming the executive for our food issue, for our education issue, for our broken infrastructure. But where is the role of parliament in all this? Why can somebody like Alon Cheluyot or Mukomen, why can these guys not come up with a bill? You know, instead of sitting over there and sitting about Raila Odinga from Monday through Friday. I don't know if any of you guys normally listen to those shows. Like, hizo shows zinakuanga in Kenya, you unasikianga somebody comes up with an agenda. Kama hii wiki yote, I can guarantee you we'll be talking about the Sifuna issue. Tutapigana na hiyo issue. Then next week, Raila Odinga says something else. But none of those guys comes out with a good legislation. Because I can guarantee you, most of the problems in the world are solved through legislation. Mtu anaenda na kama na legislation mzuri inapitishwa kwa parliament, then executed. Lakini sasa hii yetu is going to circles and circles and circles. Sometimes I feel a lot of frustration.
Bangungu, let me say one thing.
Yes.
For a government to prosper, we should have a leader who fears the Lord. And I'll stand with that word. We saw how Magufuli led Tanzania. He feared God. He put everything first, God. What we have in Kenya is a lot of mischief in the government. And let me tell you, the word of God is true. And it says this: it is as a sport to a fool to do mischief, but a man of understanding has wisdom. And the same Bible also says, when a wicked man dies, his expectation shall perish, and the hope of unjust men who are working with him will also perish. Let me tell you, this government will come to pass. Perishing doesn't mean that somebody is going to die, but it means an era of that wickedness will come to an end. And then God will bring another person who will redeem that government or that country from the wicked ends. The same way he did to Tanzania. Actually, Tanzania, Magufuli was God-given to Tanzania. And his work was done within the short time as possible. And God took Magufuli away from his people. Why? He did his best. He protected the poor. He was true. I remember one day he said, I'm the president, but I cannot interfere with another institution which is independent, which is courts, the investigative agencies. Na alisema hivyo saa zile aliletewa kesi ya mama, alikuwa na kesi kotini. Akamwambia until that case is over is when I can go into it. But in Kenya, Maraga was frustrated till akaenda kuretire. Why? Because there is a lot of mischief and wickedness in the leadership. And if the leader is wicked and mischievous, then we are heading to nowhere. What we can do is to change now that narrative from the wicked ants now to see. And among those guys, those who are the Silak guys we are calling the Kina Gideon Moi, Kina Mudavadi, Kina Wetangula, those are men who cannot even make their own decision. The other guy was beaten by his wife and just went to police station. As a man, should I go to a police station or should I keep quiet? And you are
that is so personal.
Watu wengi hawajaniona, si tunapigana tu kwa bedroom, hata watoto hawatajua. But going now to public, that is being cheap. And then you are telling us you want to be a president of Kenya. How? Then
to take you to the police station where you misbehave.
Gideon Moi is another case. That guy was brought into politics. He has not nurtured himself to politics. Those are two different things. Self-meant and being meant. The same way to our president. He's not a self-meant president. Actually, he was brought into the politics. That's why he doesn't care. He has no people at his heart. He doesn't care. Kina Murathe wanaongea so powerfully than yeye. How? Na ni just a chairman of a political party. a chairman of a political corp, an appointee, my friend. Then you say, hata anaongea mpaka has powers more than the elected deputy president. That is so mischievous as Kenyans. Even those people should not even talk before a deputy president, a second in command, my friend. So the president is the one who has made these people to disrespect his deputy. Actually, deputy, I've never had deputy responding to anything to do with the president, if I'm not wrong, because he want to be submissive to his leader. But we guys, the leadership in Kenya is all about mischievousness. There is no, for one, Raila is a betrayer. He betrayed Kalonzo, he betrayed Mudavadi, he betrayed Wetangula. Majamaa, yeye akiapishwa huko, majamaa waliachwa na huko. Let's start with William Ruto. He first betrayed William Ruto. Akakuja huyo jamaa mwingine wa Budalangi mwenye alikuwa anajiita jeshi la Ruto, la Raila. Saa hii yako wapi? Akakuwa betrayed. Saa hii Joe ako almost to be betrayed. I can count so many guys who have been betrayed, and that is politics in Kenya. We have never built a political party that is so strong.
Excuse me, Francis. Ukisema kwamba baba alibetray Kalonzo, akabetray Weta na Mudavadi. Hao watu walielewana kwamba nikishaenda miaka 5 nitakuachia. Baba alipata miaka yake 5.
When you are in marriage,
hajapata. Sasa utaachiaje mtu kitu hujapata?
I'm not talking about inheriting the seat or what. I'm talking about when they started this mambo ya handshake, they were in a coalition. Before he went to meet president, they could have sat first as a coalition, then they talk before even going to talk with the president. But at the end of it, we saw what? He just appeared with the president, 2 of them. So hii country imekuwa, it's like being run as a family, an individual family. Mtu anaamuka akidecide chenye anataka anadecide. This is not a family issue. It's not an individual person. This is a country that should be run with a understanding. Somebody who is full of knowledge to lead. But now, she has already has destroyed his deputy, my friend. What do we expect?
Thank you, Benson.
Already, that is seen. It's not an assumption, Clinton. The truth is that UHURU has destroyed RUTO, and that's a fact. And RUTO is going under frustration. It's only that he cannot talk.
No, RUTO
he just wants to be cool. You cannot destroy yourself. These things started during the handshake.
You cannot be somebody's deputy, then you violate the directives.
You
When you are
can.
in marriage, when you are in marriage, when you are in marriage, you should discuss some issues with your wife. He should have consulted with his deputy before even making the handshake. Sure.
Thank you.
The handshake was meant to reconcile the people that were.
Thank you.
That is not true.
So thank you, Francis. We've heard from you.
That's not true. Absolutely.
Thank you. So let's hear from Ayaga, Wangugu, and Lynette.
Thank you very much.
Na ulinikata Clinton.
Hello.
Kewel, ulikatwa ama nilikukata? Sema tu
I'm the one after
ulinikata.
Francis.
Kewel can talk after Ayaga. Mimi niko sawa. I just talked a while ago.
Okay. So
Kewel itabidi uongee kwanza ndipo Ayaga aongee.
Okay.
Ayaga, Kewel alikatwa na ni hivyo. Acha amalize alafu utakuja nyuma yake. Ama hapo pia nimekukazia live, wajua. Okay, Kewel.
Thank you so much, Bwana Clinton. Unajua Kenyans are happy nikiongea. So nimefurahi sana. Number 2, I was Saa zile tuliingilia maneno ya Eritrea, ilikuwa Eritrea ama ilikuwa nchi gani? Ethiopia. Then ukakuja ukasema yako, alafu ukanipoteza kwa mwelekeo. Nimebaki tu hapa. So tumesema mambo mingi. I had a few things which I wanted to mention. That was all about the Uhuru government, and it's in connection with what is being discussed at the same time, Saizi. And really Uhuru ametuangusha, especially sisi watu wenye tulimba ile wimbo ya wembe ni ule ule. Jamaa imebaki ametunyoa sisi wenyewe. You know, this guy has let us down, ametunyoa, hata tujui tunakaa wapi, where do we belong. Wenye wanaendesha serikali saizi ni kina Yaga, lakini naona pia wameoneshwa mlango. But ni sawa tu. Kenyans are happy, but life has to move on at the end of the day. But then Uhuru, to speak the truth, I think he's just there. He's just sitting there. He doesn't know where he is. He doesn't know where. I mean, the business of this country is being run by other people from different quarters. He is not himself. Because if he's in charge, I don't think things would be going haywire like this. And so the holoi polois of the Kina Matiangi, Murades, and the Tujus are the one who are running this country. And honestly speaking, they don't know what they are doing. They don't know what they are doing. The priorities are upside down completely. And we are heading to the worst level that this country has ever been. Hata kama tulisema Nyayo's era, things were not like, the economy was not doing good, but then this is the worst of the worst. You can imagine, we are still seeking loans. We are still seeking loans. Hata saizi tuliendea sijui 234 billion. 3 weeks ago, we were told that there was a secret loan that was approved na iliingia Kenya. You know, where are we headed to? Even the fight for COVID-19, we are not seeing the real fight that the rest of the countries are giving it out. You know, I was so surprised when I heard Sam and Nancy speak of, Germany and UK on how these guys are really on the front position in fighting and COVID. And I don't think it's really a challenge here in Kenya fighting this COVID. The numbers are still manageable. The spread of the virus is still manageable. And if this country really focuses on, ijiandae kabisa in fighting this thing, I think we can almost put it on control the way we had it between December and January when we were below 5%. So with the fact that Uhuru is not himself and is not in charge, things are going haywire. So mimi naona the future is really dull. As from now going forward, even up to December, if the trend is like the way these guys are doing things, it would be bad. And that is why I said last week that we need to tell Kenyans the true thing that, this country, we are suffering, and it is for you and yourself to take care of yourself. Sai Jama amefunga the 5 counties. That means the rest of the northern Kenya, the southern Kenya, the eastern and the southern cannot move. You can imagine if somebody wants to move from Mombasa going to Kisumu for his own businesses, he can't do. The rest of Machakos, iende mpaka huko juu Kiambu, you can't access. So, the economy, it was trying to lem kidogo, ijaribu kugrow kidogo, is really pathetic. It's really pathetic. So, my only thing which I'm telling my fellow Kenyans who are listening to this, following this forum today, it is you alone and you alone. You need to jipange, how to take care of your family, how to take care of yourself, and how to keep yourself safe from COVID-19. The government that we are having right now doesn't care. It doesn't care about you. It doesn't care about the economy. It doesn't care of anyone else. It just cares about themselves. The billions they've just sorted out from the IMF and the rest of the grants which are coming from the outside world, it is going to people's pockets. it is going to people's, banks. It doesn't go to anywhere. If I ask, amongst us, who received a free mask, for example, if I asked Ayaga or Francis, have you ever received a free mask? Enye umepewa ukaambiwa shika hiyo ni yako. Or upewe, what do we call the sanitizer? Take that one. This is yours for free. Or you get a branded mask from you remember Jack Ma, that shika hii, this is from Jack Ma. We never saw those things. Do you think with this lockdown in Iko Saizi, this government is ready to help their people? I doubt, and I don't trust what is happening right now. Even hizo ma AstraZeneca yenye mmetuambia sijui Sputnik ni fake. Even AstraZeneca yenye zinatembezwa hapa labda hata ni makojo ya punda tunadungiwa. We don't trust these people. And so I tell people, take care of yourselves. Take care of yourselves. Make sure you observe the guidelines. Osha mikono, sanitize, keep social distancing. When you don't have business to do outside, stay at home. Work from home. Kama kuna deal unapiga, piga madeal kwa simu, pata pesa zako kwa M-Pesa, and you stay at home. This government is not ready to help us as a people. They want to feed their family. They want to fill their banks. They want to fill everything to be their own. Another thing, bado tunaona locusts zinasumbua watu in Eldoret tuko kwetu. We are worried about the season. I mean, the locusts are still, bado inatusumbua huko. Bale Baringo, bado kuna floods zinasumbua watu. Where is this government at the end of the day? Ni COVID, ni locust, ni floods. Where are you? So this guy, I don't know, sijui atatolewa aje kwa hii kiti, because we want leadership, because everything, falls under leadership. If there is no leadership, hakuna kitu ingine. We were expecting that maybe mtu kama Baba would talk. Baba and I've always said I respect Baba as much as, anapelekwa hapa kule, but he's been compromised. Baba aliletwa akasalimiwa, akapewa chakula, akakula, akashiba, sahi analala. Juzi akasumbuliwa, Baba akajiadmit kwa hospitali. We want people now to come out, the human rights, people, activists, wakuje. We need to kashifu hii nchi. Otherwise, people, if this thing called COVID really hits us, and I ask God as he tupeleke into that kind of a situation, because things are really bad. Kenyans wataumia sana. And so this thing, tuombe Mungu isitusumbue mpaka ifike maybe 2022 tutoe huu jamaa kwa hii kiti, hata kama tutamngoe kwa kiti, angolewe, aende kwake, aende apike chakula huko na aishi huko. Otherwise, he doesn't care about us. He doesn't care about the country people. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kewel. Thank you. Sorry, Francis and Bernard. Nilikuwa naona mlikuwa mnataka kuingilia Kewel, lakini microphone hamkuwa nayo. But pia ni sawa.
Ayaga is the next in line.
Yeah, so Francis and Bernard, you talked your time, so Kewel had to finish his time.
Okay.
Who asked you whether they should relax or not? So Ayaga,
can I go? Thank you.
You can proceed in 5 minutes, Ayaga.
Thank you very much. Number one,
5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. I want to answer Francis in 1 minute, simple and clear. If you talk of betrayal, who has betrayed who? Kalonzo Musyoka betrayed Raila Odinga plain and clear in 2007. I was in class 8. In fact, we joined Form 1 with a lot of trouble because of Kalonzo Musyoka. Number one, he ran with a party called ODM Kenya, which they changed to Wiper. We know, maybe you don't know, maybe you know, but you are forgetting. Him and Dan Manzo. So, the person who betrayed Raila, Kalonzo came to Raila because he had no option. So he have to work with Raila. He had no option. He will work with who? So, even if yes, even after election, he was the first man to accept the Kibaki victory and even ready to become Kibaki vice president. Throughout that coalition government, I was in high school, Kalonzo Musyoka was the man who was fighting the leader of business government in parliament. It was between him and prime minister. Until that day, Kenneth Marende brought that what we always refer to as Solomonic rule in Kenyan history. You remember? So you accept Kalonzo Musyoka, he earned the word watermelon from that place and he will not run away from it. That is the fact, number one.
He is a watermelon. He is.
Yes, very good. So if he is eating what he is, don't say he's being betrayed. Ababu Namwamba is my neighbor down there. Ababu Namwamba is my neighbor. What Ababu Namwamba? Ababu Namwamba is somebody I'm talking to personally, the way I'm addressing you. I used to even go to gym in his home when I'm down there. Yeah. Ababu Namwamba did one mistake. Ababu Namwamba, Budalangi constituency is like Nyanza region. The majority of people there is Manyala and Luz. So the moment you start fighting Baba in Budalangi, he suffered and he will suffer. Same to South Mugirango. Let me tell you in Kisi. Omingo Magara. What Omingo Magara faced is what South Mugirango border Migori, inside of Suneka, for those who don't know. If you start fighting Baba from that side, you will suffer the fates. Take to the bank. Take to the bank. No, Nancy, listen. You had your time. Take to the bank. Osoro will suffer the same. What a Babu Namwamba save. I'm not even supporter of Baba. In fact, I'm in Kanu. I'm a Kanu guy for your example, for your information. I'm in Kanu and I'm not living there very soon. I'm in Kanu and I have to stay there. Yeah, so nikiwapea information. Kewel, I want to answer you. You have one problem of forgetting very fast, my brother. You can't be a fool more than Uhuru Kenyatta, whom you voted 3 times. You can't. You can't run away from your stupidity or foolishness. Call a spade a spade. It may be vulgar language, but I'm sorry for that. I'm younger than you, and I should not use that strong words against you. Uhuru Kenyatta, you voted in 2013. That's when Eurobond was eaten. That's when SGR was doubled, or not even doubled, tripled. That's when RUTO, mwenyewe, that is the only problem. When they shared the government, RUTO appoint all Kalenjins as the CS and only gave us a lawyer. He was a class 4 dropout. He was not. He could even produce a third term report form of a class 4 HSA. Yeah, Ruto bring us somebody who is a class 4 dropout to a cabinet. You see, what that was the only alternative. The rest was his Kalenjin countrymen. In 2013, we voted young people when they were branded digital. I was in court by that time as a young man, and we were branded analog. We gave a digital government, a digital. Uhuru was at late 40s. Ruto was at the early 40s in 2013. Again, you are telling us here we should look for young people. Unless you support Ayaga, who is 27 years old, to become a president of these countries and make some changes. But telling us, we look for which 30? We vote Babu Owino, we vote somebody here, almost DJ Evolve. Look at Jaguar, look at Didi Nyoro, look at the Soros of this world, look at Dagoretti North MP, Simbarati. How are they behaving? If I
Thank
went
you.
there and now stuck to Baba, I know what I'm doing, my friend. For those who are not in Kenya, the young politicians in this world, Jicho Pevu, Ndidi Nyoro, Kimani Chungwa of this world, Moses Kuria is a bit older, but he's very confused, even more than everybody there. Osoro. In Nyanza, we have Utiende Amolo, where Rieda I'm coming to, a little bit sober. Yeah, we have young people leading this nation today. Even the youth fund was Gor Semelango. Gor Semelango is my in-law from Kisumu County. He messed up. Now by telling us,
I gave you 5 minutes, and you've done for
5
8
minutes.
minutes.
Is not yet over. I have time. It's almost
over, man.
3.5.
So you've only talked for 2 minutes.
3.5. I said.
How many minutes have you talked?
3.5. And you are taking some part of it. True, I'm seeing it here, even on the screen. Nilianza kuongea na 5 hours and 44 minutes. How many minutes are they? 3.5. Some of you are disrupting, wananichukulia mamuda hapa. So, I'm telling you guys, I've been in Kenya. I'm studying in Kenya. I know Kenya. Even 2022, for your information, I'm going for something in West Tuyoma. I'm going to remove the majority Siaya leader, which is my MP, Okotolasi. I'm going to deal with that man according to the laws of the land. And I'm going to change everything there. So mkiniona niko hapo kwa baba, ni kujipanga pole. Maisha ni hivyo bana.
So umesema uko KANU tena uko kwa baba?
I'm going to run on a KANU ticket because I know very well ODM will not give me a ticket. So mkiniona ati I'm defending baba, no, I'm not defending baba. I know what is taking place in ODM. Thank you very much.
Those are the laws of the land.
Right. Thank you very much, Ayaga. It's okay. With the time, I can say nothing. So, Lynette, we can hear from you now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, wait, Lynn. Ashley, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Have you said something? Okay.
And we've never even seen Ashley's face.
The deep state. Deep state wanachukua information.
Oh, I'm not deep state. I'm just
Ashley, utaleta sura ama kesho.
Kindly, can we see your
you hear
face?
my voice?
Let's see your
I'm more
face.
concerned about having my voice out there, and whatever I say, if I can contribute anything to make our country better, that's what I'm more interested in. So I hope that doesn't.
But you're a good listener, Ashley.
Maybe she's in a compromising position, so stop harassing her.
System.
Yeah.
The system.
Every day compromising.
Okay, thank you, Ashley. So, yeah.
Thank you. Can I go on?
Who is talking?
Can I go on?
Lynn.
Yes, Lynn.
Yeah.
Proceed.
Yeah. Ayaga, I didn't know you're this young, but I appreciate your political spirit. He's an upcoming politician, I can see. But I just want to back up what Kewell just said. I'm not much of a politician, but I would stand for the common mwananchi. I was reading about this story about Kenya getting another loan from the IMF. So I was so puzzled because last year we got some quite several loans, of which I don't know if they were put public, but we read them from some good news. But how that money worked, I don't know. I don't know if there was a body really in charge of COVID-19 funds. So how that money worked, we cannot tell. And it was so sad. We just, what we had next was the COVID-19 millionaires. So venye hiyo pesa ilifanya kazi, and also there was this money that was being collected by Kenyans, where the government was urging Kenyans to contribute money. And until to date, I've never had a report about that money. I even don't know how much it was. So my concern is about the common mwananchi, because mwananchi amelokiwa down. Last year they were locked down. They were locked indoors, or maybe as per county. This year also wamelokiwa as per county, but a common Kenyan is one who goes out on a daily basis to look for something. Mpaka I've been reading some news, some restaurants wameforciwa kufunga down because there's no business. But now, how is the government really concerned about the common mwananchi? Did they even give anything? Like, kuna mtu alipata hata any 5 bob? Hata sijui kama kuna mtu amepata 5 bob from the government. Hata mask, sijui kama kuna mtu alipata mask from the government. I don't know. Yes, I'm in Europe, but I've been communicating with my people back home, like my mom. I even asked her, did you even get even 100 bob from the government? She says no.
Yes, actually,
I'm really glad that where I am, I was glad to get some COVID money funds or money. Maybe ka 50K. Sijui kama Nancy, you got something from the UK? Were you given something from the UK?
Wow, because I can work from home, I didn't. But what I got was, if you walk around the street, there is people who are called COVID marshals. So you get mask, you get sanitizer, you get all those things. But also the people who didn't work, they were paid 80% of their wages. So, but we can't compare Kenya with Europe. There's like ni kama kulinganisha kifo na usingizi.
Yeah, now that is it. My point was Kenya got money. We got the COVID fund, and also Kenyans for Kenyans also contributed money. But what is the problem is we've not been the money has not been accounted for. We cannot ask, we cannot see what the money did. Kitu tulisikia tu ni KEMSA, COVID millionaires, hata hatujui pesa ilienda wapi. Mara tunasikia tu ati sijui China mandazi ilikuwa sijui milioni ngapi. Hata mpaka saa hii huyo Minister of Health hajawahi tuambia pesa ilifanya nini, na pesa ile yenye Wakenya walichanga ilienda wapi. The Jack Ma goods hatujui zilienda wapi. Pesa ya IMF na pesa ilitoka Europe hatujui ilienda wapi. Actually we cannot account for that money. Na sasa sahi, at this particular time, we are getting another billion from the IMF, not even just 1 billion, like around 30 billion. Is it 30 or 200 and something billion from the IMF as COVID money? And hiyo pesa pia hatujui itafanya nini. And the common mwananchi is seated back at home. Like for me, I really appreciate, I'm in Europe, yes, I'm in Italy. I'm glad mimi nimepata 50K. Karibu 4 times COVID money, serikali imetusaidia. 50K, you just make the application and you'll get the money in your account. 400 euros, I've been getting that money, which I'm really grateful about. At least wametushughulikia. But in Kenya, at least wangetafuta hata kitu kidogo kupatia mwananchi, hata kama ni 50 bob tu, mwananchi angefurahia kidogo. So that's my concern. Thank you.
Okay,
can I reply to Lynn?
So, just a minute, please. So, Lynette, when you say the Kenyan government did not provide something, yes, I am in Europe, but they sent me 6,153. And I really enjoyed my money, COVID money. So that money helped some of us. Yes.
They sent you.
Nilikuwa sonko ile mbaya. na sitangazi.
Si tutumie Clinton, si ushare, sambaza.
Kenyan
Sasa ile ilikuwa
government
ile
send
COVID
money
ya
to some
kwanza.
people.
Then inakaa nyinyi ndio mlikuwa wale top player, mlipewa pesa na mkupelekea wananchi.
Pengine mlikuwa naokoa jahazi ya Safaricom ama hizo loan
No.
Sisi tulikuwa watu sawa.
Clinton si sambaze.
Sasa ilikuwa COVID ya last year, Nancy jameni. COVID ya last year bado nikutunzie kitu.
Bernard, ulipata kitu?
Government gave people money.
Hamna, sijakumbukwa. Kumbe namba zilikuwa zinapeanwa wapi?
Clinton, how did you get the money?
Bana, ama ilikuwa inapeanwa kwa ma dynasties?
Okay.
Yes.
Nilikuwa nimetoka kazi.
Wana connection asiwa kwa deputy president.
Nilikuwa nimetoka kazi like order please, order. Kuna mtu ameniuliza nilipataje do. Nilikuwa nimetoka kazi. Nikaoga vizuri, nikakuja nipigie mabangu na line yangu ya Safaricom kuangalia message kutoka kwa sijui Ministry of Health. Hiyo siku mama alikula vizuri sana. So nyinyi endeleeni kuoda pesa. Kuna bilioni nyingine tunaomba. Endeleeni kuomba hapo.
Yani Clinton, you are saying it sarcastically. Ati tuendelee tu kuomba na sisi Kenya tunaumia na nyinyi mnakula do.
Alafu pia Lynn, hiyo issue ya kupewa 400 euro.
Gentlemen.
Hiyo story ya kupewa 400 euro sisi pia tumeambiwa tu apply tupewe 500 ingine hapa na tumengojea mtoto wa mtu.
Uko wapi? Where are you?
Niko Germany.
Oh, you are Germany. Mimi the Italian government siwezi waangusha jina because mimi ni very foreign and I didn't know I would get the money. They didn't hawakubagua. When I just applied na nikatengeneza financial statements, I got the money like 4 times. 400 euro, 400 euro, 400. Hiyo 50k nimeipata mara 4. Na this year pia wakitoa the application I will apply and I know I will get it. Hawakubagua.
So hiyo financial statement una apply juu kazi yako imeharibika, si ndio?
As long as your financial statement is below some threshold. Sasa kama ni below that threshold, they know that you're not capable of sustaining yourself. But kulikuwa there is a special package for those people who are not working. There is also a special package for those people whose businesses have closed down. So they're in levels. But sasa mimi as a student here, and I'm not working and I'm not sipati pesa yote by this time, I applied for the money just like the common people na nikapata hiyo pesa.
Clinton.
Okay.
Nikuulize swali.
Thank you.
Clinton, nauliza swali Population ya Kenya tuko milioni ngapi?
About
45
million.
45 million. About
50.
How many billions did they borrow?
Najua tu ya sahi ni 255 billion. Na nina expect kama
wawekee kila Mkenya, si tuko 50 million. Wawekee kila Mkenya milioni moja. Hiyo itabaki wajisort nayo. Si tutajipanga na hii milioni moja wametuwekea kwa account.
Clinton.
Primary ulisoma shule gani?
Clinton. Kama tuko wangapi Kenya?
Clinton.
Ni shilingi moja.
Ayaga una nini?
Si ndio hiyo, tupewe hiyo shilingi moja.
Francis nyamaza tu kwanza. Shida unayo. Francis uko wapi? Yuko Nairobi.
Niko Kenya.
Uko Kenya. Wale walikuwa wanapata pesa. Actually, I don't support Uhuru government, but let us speak the truth. Wale walikuwa wanapata pesa, majority ni wale walifungiwa mostly in urban centers. They have rent to pay. What does my father and my mother need with that money in Siaya? Hawakufungiwa kitu chochote. They
Wewe
don't pay
ulipata?
rent.
Hebu nikuulize Anyaga, wewe ulipata? Cause me I'm
Mi
working in
nilipata
Nairobi, but I
5,000,
didn't get.
5,000, then 4,500. I got it about 3 months. Ukweli wa mambo. I don't want to lie. I still
And
have
that
the
cannot
messages.
sustain you. That can't
I
pay
still
your
have.
rent and
It
can't
can't.
pay
It
your
can't.
bills.
It
Yes.
can't. It can't. Yes, but I got something. It can't. I know it can't.
Wacha nikwambie,
But
the
hiyo kitu nilipata ni kidogo.
last year my landlord was lenient. Actually, he told us to pay half of the rent. But let me tell you, even guys who are unable to pay. Then one
Same
day
to
he
me.
told one guy, my friend, this is my house. I build it with my own money. Tell your government to give money, you pay your rent. I didn't bring the pandemic. He had to kick some guys outside. So they didn't care. So even the government should have.
No matter how little we got.
Okay, that one aside. It is true that landlords also have bills to pay, and therefore we cannot stay in their houses without paying.
Let Nancy speak.
Clinton, can I say
yes
regarding the rent issue? Like,
yes,
to me, I find the Kenya government very hypocritical because, like, I remember the other day, Uhuru or whoever said that landlords should think about the people who are renting their properties. And I don't want you guys to think I'm good or I'm bad. I have some properties for rental somewhere along Thika Road. When the pandemic started, I thought it's a goodwill gesture. Let me give these guys 4 months rent-free, wajipange, and then after that, watalipa rent, okay? They're genuine people in Kenya who are suffering. Their jobs, they've lost their jobs. They don't have a way of paying their rent. And you know them, and you can tell these guys have no way. But there are others who are, given that Kenya is a country of impunity, we've all learned from our leaders because our leaders are full of impunity. So that drips down to the common man. Some people are taking advantage of the landlords who have built those houses with loans, and those debts have to be surfaced. You have to pay your debt. The government of Kenya lied to anybody who had borrowed money from the Kenyan banks to build any properties. They said that you can go to your bank and agree a repayment plan and they will not do anything to you. Remember, these banks have got your title deeds. So they did not even alter the interest rates. They never agreed a prepayment plan with you. They still demand their money because the losses they were going through were not backed by the government. So the government of Kenya wastes so much money on nonsensical things. And they need to start thinking of the person who cannot genuinely pay their loan. And for me, they collected details for everybody through the Huduma number. At that point, they were able to collect data saying this person works here, this person works there. So they're able to tell who can afford or who cannot afford. So they would have been making some disbursements to people who cannot afford to live a life. But as it seems, Huduma number was also another fake hoax government way of spending money because they've not used it during the pandemic. Because I thought Huduma number would have cushioned a lot of people because they would have been able to collect enough data to support people. So as much as landlords want to support the common man, these landlords also have to repay their loans. So it all needs to be worked out for the people to be able to feed through. Our government has to lead. Like, I work in housing, and I can tell you, the Kenyan housing market, it's just a time bomb it's a ticking time bomb. I don't know. We have leaders who don't think. And we have leaders who do not think about 10 years down the line because they are all Cerelac babies. They are all come from dynasties. We need leaders who understand the needs and the basic needs of a poor person. That's just my own view because I get confused.
Thank you.
They really confuse me.
Thank you, Nancy. Thank you, Nancy. Thank you, Nancy.
Glow is here,
And
Glow is here. Glow.
so
Glow has
everybody
walked
is
up
seeing
from
everybody
Australia.
is seeing Gloria. Everybody is seeing
Gloria from
Gloria. So
Australia.
I fail to understand why you are just excited too much. So
Yeah.
Ashley, do you have something to say before we go to Gloria?
Yes, I do. I wanted to say, like in the US, what they've done is people who cannot pay rent, they've given the money, like let's say to the counties, and they're going back dating anyone who cannot pay from the beginning of the COVID in March of 2020, and they'll pay you for your rent up to that March year and 3 months ahead, and have to check your status in 3 months. If you can still not afford, they'll go ahead and pay it again. And I know Kenya has money because when you look at the leaders, how much they are paid and their packs, you can compare that to their counterparts in Europe. But when it comes to service to the common man, that's where they drop the bomb. Then they go below average. So I know with the money we've borrowed, there is capability for Kenya to take care of its poor people who are suffering from COVID. And even initially start with the NHIF. They took out COVID from a coverage, not being covered by NHIF. With all these billions that they are borrowing, they should be able to pay for everybody who wants to get tested, who wants to get treatment, and who wants to get vaccine, and also be able to cushion people as much as rent is concerned and food.
Nancy.
Okay, thank you, Ashley. Thank
Nancy.
you, Ashley.
1 minute to a
Ayaga,
point of
let us
information.
have order,
A point
please.
of information.
Wacha Glow aongee
No.
kwanza.
A point of information.
So excuse me, members. We have to go in order, please. Order, please, Ayaga. So Ashley, thank you for your information. Thank you very much. Lakini tunashuku kwa sababu umetunyima sura. Tunaweza sasa tukagezi. You are one of our MPs in Kenya. Ama wewe ni yule mtoto anajiita June Ruto. Ama we si Mwafrika, we ni Mwingereza, cause venye umeita counties, kama ulikuwa keen.
Actually,
anyway,
any disease that has been declared as a pandemic.
Glow, please. You may proceed. Glow.
Okay. Hi Kenyan, I'm back again. Mmeniona jana, nimerudi tena. I live in Melbourne, Australia, and I really love this discussion. And I was really anticipating and waiting for it. But I've woken up and I've tried to come here to add. And venye mi naona, and the way people are saying people are suffering, the way I've heard Lynn speak, I've heard Nancy speak, and all our other members, Ayaga, Keno, Bernard, Francis, Clinton, and thank you, Mutembe, for this show. From what I've heard from the show is that you expect the government to be able to help. Yes, that is their duty. That is their only. They had one job. That is the one job they were employed to do, to help people. And now, in terms of the pandemic, they're not doing that. So, what I want to say is that with the government and the tax and everything that's happening, what our country is doing for us, what they did during the pandemic, there's something called superannuation. And I was reading this segment, I think it was in NTV or KTN, they were talking about superannuation. That money you get, the pension you get once you get older. So I've worked ever since I was 15 years old when I came here. I started working in a pizza shop. And that money that I was getting, my employer used to deduct from that and put it into a superannuation account. That was a form of it's an institution where they keep after tax, they tax you, yes, and they also take a bit of money from your pay and they put it into a superannuation account. So that after when you're older, when you're 65 is the age of retirement here. And after that, they give it all out to you. Ni kama tu kupatiwa milioni kadhaa. Once you're older, they just give you all this money and they're like, yeah, if you decide to retire, that's your money and that's what's going to keep you going for the rest of your days. So what this country did, since I started working since I was 15 years old, what they did was they were like, you can get 200,000 Kenyan shillings equivalent. So that's $20,000. You can take it out from your superannuation account. That's the maximum you can take. Do whatever you want with it. We are going to give it to you. And this money, you just can't take it when you want to. No, there's they don't allow you to take it out until you're 65 and over, or until you're having like major surgery. Maybe you have a life-threatening disease like cancer. That's the only time they'll give it to you. But until then, they're like, you can't take this money. But during COVID, that's when they said you can take up to $20,000 out of your super account. Ile pesa that you have there, you can take it. And many people took it. And that's what I think the government needs to understand, that you need to have these systems in place. And that's what I keep saying. There is systems that you need to have in place if you want your company or your country to be better and to have their people enjoy that country. This is what Kenya doesn't have. Kenya doesn't have that system. How do we know who has pension, who doesn't? Does Uhuru have pension? No. It's just a dynasty, as someone on this forum said. Sorry, excuse me. Someone on this forum said there are dynasties that they have, and they don't care because they have money. You don't. And that's why we are like, where are the systems in place that can make sure that when things like this look at this pandemic, what it has done to so many Kenyans. People are relying on wera, hustle. Where is your hustle now? Your hustle is finished. Now what? Where are you going to pay your money from? Here, things ended. People's businesses have been gone, but they are still able to pay their employees because they had these systems in place. They're like, I'm going to pay you this is your wage, and I'm going to pay the taxman this, and I'm going to pay you.
So Glow, what you're saying is valid, but how? Because for me, I want to look at the systems we have abroad and how we can help our country transform. Like, it's about offering, like fish nuggets for our people in Kenya to be able to influence the government in Kenya, because it's well and good. The systems here are set up for 200 years. But we know that our country, that is not the case. We are a 60-year-old democracy?
Yeah. 57.
So how does the Kina Francis, Kina Kewell, Kina Ayaga, who are in Kenya, on their day-to-day basis, where they're employed, how can they influence? Because remember, they might not be able to influence the government, but they might be able to make a difference where they work. Or maybe they're even business people who can make changes to the business models that they have, helping their own employees to have pensions, having their own employees to have sick pay. So from your own experience in Australia, what is one of that thing that you can share that maybe can help us in Kenya? Because me, I count myself as being down there to make a change.
Yes, Asante Nancy. What I can say from what I've witnessed from working here since I was about 13, 14, I started going into the working industry, and I've been there since then. What I can say to everyone, I would say for a start, and I'm glad I had this forum, as I said, from a TV show. They're actually working on superannuation. So that's something Kenyans need to really get into, learn more about it, about the superannuation industry, where you tax your workers, you cut tax out of them to go to KRA, and then you have to cut out. Yes, your salary may be 100K, but what you end up getting is maybe, let's say, 80K, because the others go to tax, the other 10K goes to your retirement plan every single month. And that is not for the benefit of the company, it's for the benefit of you. So that when times of like crisis like this, you still have money. That's why I had money to support myself during 2020. Our work was stopped, and all I had to survive on was what I was paying on my superannuation. And it was even a lot. I was so overwhelmed by it, because I was like, what am I going to do with, like, let's say 300K, 400K in my account, and I'm a young person? What am I gonna do with it? I'm just there looking at it. So that is what we need as a country, to be like, we are so stable in our finances that in case of a crisis, the government can just be like, instead of bothering us, crying at you, serikali saidia, you can be like, mi nitajisaidia because I've been working for all this while. People have bought houses. My peers have bought houses off of this. It's because of this COVID situation. They've bought houses and are now paying their mortgages and everything. Why can't this Kenyan government do that to the same? People are out here working hard in Kenya. They are working day and night like dogs. And then now they're now saying serikali saidia. Why can't the government build up systems in a way that we can say, okay, yes, you're working, I will take tax from you, yes, and then I will just take this little portion for you, just for your own well-being, for you to not ask me money when you're 60 years old. I will take this money from you so that I'll give it all back to you. I will not use it for nothing else. But then you will keep on wondering, these leaders that we employ, can we trust them with such great, responsibility of keeping people's money? That's the only problem I have, is that the Kenyan government, we cannot trust them. Hata tuwezi, hata we can't even, yani pesa kidogo wanaenda wanaanza kupanda nyasi, wananunua wheelbarrow. Like, what? No, like, we can't even trust them with the little money that is not even for anyone. It's just to benefit people, but they go buy wheelbarrows and do weird stuff with it. So the government here, the thing here is, as I said yesterday, is due process, due diligence. And here everyone is accountable for everything. From the bottom to the up, yeah, you'll be accountable. Hata zile job ndogo ndogo za kukata nyasi. Ukikata nyasi vibaya, huku they ask you, why did you employ this person? They had no experience, they had no equipment, they didn't, why? And then you as a manager, you'll be scrutinized, you're not capable of doing this job, went home. And then the supervisor who employ that manager, everyone is accountable here. So you find that the systems are working because everyone is fearing for their head. But in Kenya, look at the chief in command. He is in charge of the whole country, but at the end of the day, at the 2 billion is lost and he doesn't even know where it's coming. No.
Thank you, Ashley. Thank you.
Gloria?
Thank you, Ashley.
Can I answer Gloria?
Oh, thank you,
Can I
Gloria.
answer
Thank
Gloria?
you, Gloria. I'm sorry. Who is talking?
Lynette.
Sorry, Glow, you're almost crying.
Lynn,
Okay,
I'm done
okay,
talking.
Lynn. Okay.
Yeah, let me just say something to Gloria. I think it would be wrong to say that Kenya doesn't have a system, because Kenya has a system. What they are doing is they are not utilizing the system. Because if you get employed, there's always NSSF and there's NHIF. And these services, these systems are the ones that are supposed to be helping the common mwananchi in case of a crisis. Like the NHIF, they always take some good, little portion from your salary. Let me not say little, because it used to be like 200, but it was increased, like compulsorily, it was increased, which I believe that is the money that is supposed to be helping the common mwananchi now. But if now they took COVID-19 and said it is not one of the services that they cater for as a national health insurance fund, that is really not kind of them, because it is a pandemic that a big institution like the NHIF should be catering for. Let's talk about the National Social Security Fund. That is equivalent to what Gloria has been talking about. They always take some good money, like around, is it 800 bucks? Or I think it's always deducted according to the amount of money you get. Somebody getting like 50,000, they may even take like around 1,800 bob, which is almost 2,000 shillings. But now looking at 2,000 shillings in a month, multiply that by 12. But now maybe you've been working for all those years, but now the pandemic hits. They're not helping you with anything. The National Social Security Fund at least would have come in, it would have stepped in by saying, yes, the pandemic has come, let's give you some part of your money that you've been saving all this while. Maybe you've been working for 5 years, 6 years, or even 10 years. So that money at least would have come in to help the common mwananchi. But what they are doing is they are not bothered as institutions of the government. They are not mindful of how the common mwananchi is feeling. So I would say the systems are there. It is just that the government and the bosses of those institutions are mean. They just don't want to help the common mwananchi. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Elaine, for that good advice. And so, Sam, I saw you cutting up your hand. Maybe in 1 minute.
Well, there are differences between living on handout and living when you know you're working. And the other thing is, during this time of pandemic, whatever happened did not happen only to Kenya. It happened in the whole world. But although we have laws and everything, the system, every system that can take care of the country can take care of our people, whatever we call the government officials, whoever in the offices or whatever they're doing, they don't care. First, the Kenyan lawmakers are the highly paid, the second highly paid in the world. Kenya lawmakers are the second highly paid in the world. They get more money than even in Europe or whatever. That's second, they take after getting all those money, whatever for this loan now, which is the government is been given. Those cartels, they take all this money and put it banks in Europe or in America or Australia, Panama, and the government of those countries which their accounts are take that money back again to Africa in a form of loans. So they play with their own money, which means The ordinary people, they are the one who are suffering more than everybody else. There's something this young lady talked about, Glory. Wheelbarrow. Well, I don't know. And I suppose, in my way of understanding that, whoever gave out those wheelbarrow didn't give them with intention from himself. It was things the people themselves, or the young generation, the young people, because they didn't have another option during this time of pandemic, they just wanted to have something to make their life go on, that they can earn at least 200 shillings a day. It was not imposed to them to give it to them by their force, by the force of whoever gave them. It was something that the people demanded themselves. They could like to have it. There are those who wanted saloons things, those who went to washing equipment, those who went, I don't know, those who went with the wheelbarrow, with the gumboots and spades, because they know the use of that those equipment. So we should not take it whatever somebody has been given. We shouldn't. It is something that why should you give these people? No, it's the thing the person himself or herself think or thought that is going to help her. So the other thing, NHIF. Let me talk about the thing of health insurance. NHIF is an account of the government for the either those who are working or those who are not working. And the government has to take that thing with all kind of responsibilities and moral principles, that for those who are working, they can pay 1% or the 3% of their salary to NHIF to cut their families. If you're married, have kids, you have maybe 5, 10, whatever, all those kids should be covered by the NHIF because you paid. For those who are not working, the government has to also to cut them because it's not their wish not to work. So whatever we're talking, we may not. I'm a little bit skeptical for whatever our leaders are doing. I don't know, but I suppose there must be a solution. In Kenya, we have a solution, and the solution is to follow the rule of laws. That's the only way that people can come out of that thing. Otherwise, year in, year out will be the same thing, according to my own understanding. Does anybody ever have anything else? I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, brother Sam.
Yep.
Lynn, are you still with us? Or Kevin? What can you say, Kevin?
Yeah,
I'm with you.
What Glo has just mentioned has really caught my attention, because if we really go by what she's already mentioned, it would really help a lot of people, especially the lower cadre. And the most and the worst thing here in Kenya is all about accountability. I've worked in institution whereby you have people who are doing the normal wages, the daily contracts and stuff like that. And when you're doing the payrolls and you're preparing the pay schedules, you will cost them I mean, at the end of the month, you will do the gross, and then you knock out the NSSF, the NHIF, you know, now those deductibles, which are government deductibles. So people don't really have issues with those monies being deducted from their net pays. But then accountability comes in to the question. You know, how many scandals have we had in NHIF? How many scandals have we had in NSSF? You know, when you get into NSSF, you will find board members who've been sitting there for decades. You go to NHIF, people who are managing there are just people who've been there, you know, for decades. And it really matters when you take as a concern that is the government really serious on taking into consideration being accountable to the people's monies? We understand even there are a lot of, I mean, billions of monies, you know, unclaimed. There are those people who maybe die along the way. I mean, they had deductions from their salaries and their wages. There are those people whom they've never done any claims, and monies are going to people's pockets. So it begs a question that, do we really have a government that is really serious to its people, and does it really have a concern on taking care of people's welfares? I doubt. I think we just have greedy hyenas who are just, you know, after enriching themselves. And you know, as we go forward, or as we progress as a country, you know, people should really sit down and think before you elect that kind of a person. Who are they? Where have they been? What's their history with you know, public public management and stuff like that? Because we elect people who go there and do things on their own benefit, on their own you know, for their own benefit at the end of the day. And you will find, as some has just said, that these monies which are coming back to the country are people's monies, which are branded like grants, or I mean, they are branded like loans, but really they are not loans. These are monies which are coming into the country, and it's being claimed by some people, alafu wanatudanganya tu that hii ni pesa yenye imetoka nje, but it's really coming again to boost their businesses here. So really, people, when we are electing people, we need to be super I mean, we need to be cautious enough tujue kama huyu mtu mwenye tunaenda kumpeleka kama MP, to be an MCA or to be a governor, are they people who are really driven by that thing of like kufanyia kazi wananchi, kufanyia kazi raia, and you know, sincerity and honesty be their first thing. So it's a challenge when Glo talks of such thing of a superannuation. You know, it catches an eye that people kama saizi watu wamepoteza kazi, watu wamefutwa kazi, watu hawako kwa mabiashara zao, and if we had a sober government that really takes care of the people, hii ni kiti tu yenye mtu anaenda toa pesa anasema, you know, we need to sort out some few of the things, kama ni chakula ya kupatia watu on relief basis, kama ni maneno ya kulipia watu school fees, because at the end of the day watu wanataka kusaidika. But if we don't have visionary leaders, we've not elected people who are really driven by people's needs, I don't think tutasaidika in any way. But then we really ask people who are outside, like Kina Sam, Ashley, I mean Nancy, and Kina Glo, you know, and I had said before that really we need that kind of an understanding. You make our people understand within your own capacity. Kwa ile uwezo yako tu, like a forum like this, we've learned a lot of things which we didn't know. I've learned a lot of things as a person which I didn't know, and would really want people kama you can get a small group, you know, make us understand a few things that would help us in life. But then tukitegemea tu hii serikali hii serikali inaendeshwa na dereva mwenye haoni, asikii na ni mlevi, you know, tutatumbukia tu, you know, shimo la tewa, as somebody said. But then we need to be super cautious, and we need to be people wenye tuna consult from people who have experience, watu wenye wako huko nje, and then tutasukuma gurudumu la kujenga our economy from where we are. But then if we tukitegemea hii watu yenye wako hapa mbele, we are headed nowhere. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Nancy. Okay, thank you. Ashley. Ashley.
Oh, sorry. Can I come back?
Yes.
Okay. Let someone else speak first.
Okay. So, Gloria, you are reacting to your sentiments, and maybe your internet connection let you down. So maybe you are in the background. So you can as well react to the reactions that have. Yeah, proceed.
I would say thank you all wenye mmeniunga mikono, and when I've just been watching because internet pole, lakini I just want to say that as well said, our leaders, they do not have that sense of integrity in them. And here, as I told you, the person who's leading us in my state, he only has a bachelor's degree. That's all he has to his name. And the fact that he put the people before anything is something that he has been celebrated about. He didn't put, at SG, the next elections, when am I going to be elected next? No. He had to put, as someone who is studying, it really gives me hope that I can be of impact as long as my heart is clean, as long as my heart is in the right place, as long as my heart is in where I need to be. And that's why I've been writing articles in regards to the human rights space. You can follow or not. I'm not going to mention it here. But I think this is a great space for us people who really want to advocate for human rights and the things that deal with the issues at home, especially my home, Kenya. I really, really feel sad when I see things like we're heading to 2022. I am so scared. I was in Kenya in 2007 when my mom came from Australia to come visit us with my dad. I was so scared because we had to lock our gates and our padlocks and everything. And we were living in Jamhuri then, and that was an area invaded by mostly Luo people. And then they were clashing and they were fighting and they were killing each other. I never ever want to go through that again. And when I remember that scene, that my dad had to literally stand there with a panga and two padlocks on the gate, I never want to go through that again. So at the end of the day, that's why I advocate for human rights at the end of the day. No matter who wins, who doesn't win, we have to elect someone who is sober, a sober leader, someone who should direct to the path of the right path. And that's just what I can say as a youth. I can say that we do not want to see violence. After we've moved abroad, we've elevated ourselves, we've been educated, everything. The last thing we want to see is people on here on social media calling each other, hey, wewe, sijui ng'ombe, wewe, oh, you support Ruto, you support Uhuru. That is backward thinking. Do you really think Uhuru cares about you? He's living in a mansion. Wewe unaishi hapo kwa nyumba ya mabati, nyumba ya kuku. He does not care about you. Oh, you are here. Oh, yeah, where's Raila? He does not care about you. He's there living in his mansion. Uko hapo unalia, oh, serikali saidia. The serikali does not care about you. And unless you change those institutions, look at countries like America. They're not a great example, like by no means, but they have an FBI. They have us in our country. We have something called an inquiry. There's a company I've worked for. They've been into an inquiry, and our government has been into an inquiry about COVID as well. Those inquiry were questioning them about why were there COVID people who are tested COVID, and then there was a security guard that went and slept with one of the patients who are in the hotels who had COVID. So there was a separate entity who questioned them. It's called an inquiry, and it was blasted all over TV. And here, where I worked with, they asked, why are you doing this to people? There are people who are becoming gambling addicts because of this company. Why are you doing that? So you see, they're separate entities, and they were not liable. No one knows them. It's a secret operation, like. And then Kenya, everyone just sleeps with each other. It's like one big bedroom. So the judiciary is sleeping with with the parliament. The parliament is sleeping with. They're all intertwined. So no one is saying anything because nikichoma huyu, nachoma huyu, nachoma huyu, nachoma huyu. So they're like, it's not worth it because nikichoma huyu, nachoma my source of income. They're being paid. So I'm like, if we just put all these people out of each other's space, I think that will be the solution, because I'm like, how do we just separate all these entities? Like, kila mtu akue tu mbali with each other. Like, no one should be in contact with each other. You should not have a direct contact to mtu wa mortuary na the president. Why should a mortuary attendant be in contact with the president and doing all this? No, there's due process before you get in touch with that person. You have to go through. And that's why I'm like, unless Kenya changes how we work as a country, unless we change how we operate and the due process that has to follow, because even at work, before you get to the CEO, unafikiria kama I will just call and be like, can I speak to your CEO? And you'll be like, okay, I'm connecting. Yeah, CEO, oh, hi, I know you're at your gym, but there's someone who wants to speak with you. That's how Kenyans work. It's honorable so and so, they want to speak with you. No, there's due process. You have to be like, hi, can I speak with you? You have to write an email first, say your full names, say everything, and then we send an email. If the CEO wants to contact you, they will. If they don't want, they will just ignore it. So I don't know. Kenya, we have a long way to go. So that's what Kenya does. They're like, oh, it's DP RUTO. You want to speak with Raila? Nah.
And if I may add, there's also conflict of interest. Like now, if the vaccine was supplied by a senator's husband, how do you expect that senator to go to parliament and advocate for the government to give the people vaccine if they are having their own interest of making money using the pandemic? So there's some things that I think the senators and their families should not be engaged in business in the pandemic to bring and sell private vaccines. That's a conflict of interest right there. And when they have that kind of interest, they will not be able to serve the people because they're only seeing profits. They're only seeing profits in their eyes. And that's why they're not able to serve the people.
Actually, I'm in Kenya. Eh?
Yeah.
I'm in Kenya. The issue of a senator being involved with the vaccine, and this senator is allied to William Samoei Ruto, that is a mere propaganda.
No, I'm
Please
not saying just that.
let us
I'm
sometimes.
not talking about the vaccine. I'm
Senator,
just
we are
talking
speaking
about.
about. I want to tell you, juu umekataa kutuonyesha uso yako. Let me tell you, eh? The
What does that
senator
have to
we are
do with what
speaking
I'm
about.
saying?
The senator we are speaking about, because it is rumors, you cannot even mention her name. The senator we are speaking about is Susan Kiika. Susan Kiika is senator of Nakuru County. Nakuru County, he got married less than 3 months ago to one man called Mburu. This Mburu is the one man who is being involved, anakuwa connected na hii issue ya kuimport the vaccine I myself took. So you can't talk rumors. Which senator? Let us speak the truth, my friend. Sometimes
Okay, what I was
we have
saying.
to come
Let's
to
stay
a
on.
moment
Let's
of
stay on
truth.
focus. Let me rephrase it, and I want to stay on focus. What I'm trying to help is our country. What I'm saying is that senators and their families should not be engaged in some kind of like, if it's true, let's say this is true, it shouldn't be, because if they're engaged in bringing, I'm saying,
Ashley, you are just a cowardice human being who is living in Kenya. Don't cheat everybody. You are in the US or whatever. You
I
are
did
in
not
Kenya
tell.
with me, and that's why you cannot show us your face. And that's why you don't want to show us your face. The senator.
So, excuse me, I will not
amekuwa
accept. Ayaga, please.
No,
Please do not attack me.
Ashley,
There is no
I'm not
reason for me to
attacking
show
you.
my
I'm not
face as
attacking
long
you. You
as
are
I put
peddling
in my views.
rumors.
You are
You
being
are peddling
personal.
rumors.
Clinton, can you get in here? I will not allow him to talk to me like this. He
Ashley,
needs not to become
you are
personal.
peddling
My
rumors.
face
We
has
need a
nothing to do with what I'm saying.
You are
Let us
peddling
respect one
rumors. You
another.
are not in Kenya. You are
We
just.
need to respect one another. We need to respect one another. There's no requirement that you have to show your face. If there was a requirement, I would have made that decision. So as long as I'm entering here and there's not a requirement that I need to show my face, I can choose to show my face or not. I don't have to lie where I live. I am proud of who I am. So don't go there. And please do not disrespect me.
I don't.
Thank you very much.
But
Ayaga, relax.
Stop.
Ayaga, relax. Yes, just mute your microphone, Ayaga. So, Ashley, you are on point, but Ayaga came as if he had a question, but maybe he was differing in opinion with you. So maybe, Ashley, you can finish what you are saying.
What I'm
So
saying
that
is he does not have to abuse me and start telling me I've refused to show my face. There is no requirement that in order to come on this forum, you have to show your face. So I make the determination if I want to show my face or not. And I've made that determination that I do not want to show my face. If you don't want to listen to what I'm saying, you can opt out. But you do not have to attack me for not showing my face. I am here to give my opinion. I am not here for you to see my face. If I am here for you to see my face, I'll put it on there. But for right now, I don't want to show my face for whatever reason. And I have not come here and told anybody where I live. And that is not even a factor. We are going too personal. I don't contribute anything to Kenya. I'm trying to help Kenya become a better place. And what I know is that personal interests play a part into why Kenyan cannot prosper. When Kenyans send their delegates outside, they keep sending people out of the country. Why aren't these people going out of the country, coming back and bringing those ideas that you're expecting people outside to give you? What are they going to do outside if they don't bring these ideas back? Because they are wasting money. It's all about personal interest. And that is why Kenya is not prospering. Until you face that fact, you will continue to be in the same hole. And it's not attacking me. My showing my face is not going to change how Kenya looks like. If I'm in Kenya and I'm hiding my face, then there's a reason. Maybe I'm scared because there are goons there who can come and attack me. If I'm here and I don't want to show my face, that's my own opinion. If Clinton wants people to show their face, he will make that a rule. And but as long as he's not made that a rule, you do not need to harass me.
Clinton.
Ayaga, we go with order. You don't just speak like somebody speaks. When she finishes, you pick up from there. Let us have order, please. So,
I was the next
Ashley,
in line.
Ashley.
Yes.
So Ayaga, just keep cool, please. We know you are next in line.
Yeah, let me say this in finishing. Please, Ayaga, stick to the point why we are here. It has nothing to do with my face or where I live. You're wasting someone else's minutes when you start to talk about those things. And I'm done.
Okay, thank you, Ashley. First, we are sorry for the attack that has been directed on you because you make decisions whether you want to be seen or not. Hata hapa sahi kuna watu wamemute wengi, Lane, Sam. Hata mimi kuna sometimes wana mute. Nancy akitoka kidogo ana mute. So it is a decision that we make. So sorry for that. I could not have allowed it. Maybe I was just not close to my mouse. Haigesikika hewani. So I'm very sorry. And on behalf of this team or on behalf of this page, forgive us. So Ayaga, this discussion here, we may differ politically, but we cannot make it personal because Gloria just told us here that these politicians that we fight for, they don't know us. Yeah, they do not even know that we are here now fighting over them. Who is right, who is not right? So let us have a sober discussion. Calling somebody a coward, no. You've never seen her, you've never seen him. So calling him or her names is not good. So Ayaga, I just want to give you 2 minutes. 1 minute, you're gonna apologize. And the other minute, you're gonna put across your point. 2 minutes. Saa 7 na 47 utakuwa umemaliza.
Let me tell Ayaga one thing. I may be a coward, so what?
Ashley, we are sorry. Please.
Clinton, coward is not abuse. For your information, coward, calling somebody coward, kuita mtu muoga na Kiswahili si matusi. Wacha niongee Kiswahili kidogo.
Yako, lakini you don't call me that. But if you call me that, so what? If I'm a coward, what does that have to do with this forum? It has nothing to do with this forum. You speak on the point.
Ashley.
Be professional.
Excuse me please. Ashley, tumeomba msamaha kwa niaba ya kila mtu hapa. Na tunaomba utusamee sisi sote. Alafu nimemwambia Ayaga atumie dakika 2, moja kukuomba msamaha na dakika yake moja ya kuchangia. So naomba utulie because we are sorry for what has just happened. Please.
So I don't want him to ask me for forgiveness anyway. I think I've made my point across, so he can continue with his point.
Clinton.
I accept.
Okay, thank you, Ashley. Thank you.
Clinton, I'm still waiting for my 2 minutes. Let that man.
Clinton.
There is somebody calling me from background. Clinton.
Yeah,
who is this?
It's me, Sam.
Okay, Sam.
Anyway, I'm very sorry to that young lady, Ashley. I think Ayaga said sorry, so she should not take it more to be more penalized and mean as if it is an abusive. Anyway, the young man has said sorry, so she should a little bit calm down. Everything, there's no problem. There is always solution. So she should accept that the man has said, I'm sorry, it's so far. And we remain the same because we want a solution. Will become taken into personality. That's what I say.
Okay, thank you, Sam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Before Ayaga speaks, Lynn,
Yes.
say something.
Let me just stress on Ashley's point, because I think she was being attacked when she was just commenting on a point on a very neutral platform. I think what Ashley was trying to say was the conflict of interest, in a way that if you can remember the COVID-19 merchandise that arrived in Kenya, the Jack masks, and I think from other organizations as well. When the masks and the PPEs arrived in Kenya, and KEMSA also wanted some to procure some of these products. I think they tendered out, and those people who applied and got those tenders were not the usual people who supplied them with items, but instead, when the records were being perused through, we got that there was some relation with this top official. So I think that is the point that Ashley was trying to pass across, that this time around, if the COVID-19 vaccine is being distributed, since we've had the government is coming through that stopping everybody to supply the COVID-19 vaccine, they are the only ones who want to supply it. So they should not procure the vaccine. They should not allow their officials to procure this vaccine. They should not allow the parliamentarians, the senators, or anybody in the government to have this tender. So in order to rule out the conflict of interest issue. So I think the senator thing that Ashley was talking about was just as an example that, for example, if somebody is a senator, he or she should not be given a tender to supply the vaccine. So I think that is how maybe I had it from Ashley.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for your clarification. Thank you very much.
Can I make myself clear on that vaccine? Because, sorry. I didn't mean what Lynn said, but it's an expansion on what I was meaning. What I meant is, when you're a member of parliament, if she's a member of parliament and the government is not providing the vaccine yet, when you're also thinking about getting business from making or bringing vaccine into the country, it's so hard for you to go to parliament and advocate and urge the government to bring and vaccine it to people through the government-sponsored vaccine, because you have an idea to bring on vaccine. So it should be a requirement that anyone in government with their families cannot be involved in business that would conflict the interest of whatever the people they are serving. In this case, I am giving an example. If it is true that the vaccine was brought in by Kihika's husband, that's a conflict of interest, because it would be hard for Kihika to go in parliament and say, let's say the government had not brought in the vaccine, and start urging the government to vaccine its people, buy vaccine to vaccine its people, because she already has her own vaccine that she wants to sell, and she wants to make the utmost profit. So it would be hard for her to go in parliament and advocate for the people, because she has what she wants to sell. And that is where the conflict of interest comes in.
Ashley?
Yes?
When I hear what you're trying to say, in Kenya, it's not illegal to do business with government, whether you're in parliament or whether you're in Senate. So, and unless that is outlawed, conflict of interest is real in Kenya. And that is why you see everybody want to become a member of parliament, everybody want to become a senator, everybody want to become something in the government, because and unless there is a law that outlaws, you see, like the United Kingdom, America, Australia, whatever it is, you've got to declare conflict of interest before you go into any business with any organization. But in Kenya, this is not a requirement, and it's not something that is outlawed. So for now,
for argument's sake, and as I said, I don't want to demonize anybody because I have no facts in front of me. If true Susan Kiheka's husband is importing the vaccines in Kenya, her husband or herself, they're not prevented from doing it because it's not illegal in Kenya. All they need to do is complete a register and say, this is the business we're doing. And that's
So
why you
what I'm
find
trying
that
to say,
there is no a transparent tendering process in Kenyan government.
and that is the problem. That's what I'm trying to say. That is the problem, and that's what's ailing Kenya, because most of these big things, only people in leadership will find out about them before other people can find out. So you see that most of the business is held up by the people up and not anyone below that, because those big people are finding out about opportunities before other people.
So now, Clinton, can I have a chance to talk?
Okay, Ayaga, I'm coming to you. Ayaga, I'm coming to you. Daktari, can you mute kiasi tu? Yes, thank you. Glow, in a minute, what can you say?
Bana.
Glow?
Sorry, I've been away from the conversation, but I heard part of what Lynn was saying, and I agree with her 100%. It's all about accountability for our government and for all the systems across our Kenyan institutions, and that's what people are fighting about. People are fighting about BBI. They're fighting about who is on whose side. It's like a game of sijui soccer. Hizi magames ati Manu versus sijui Arsenal. Ni gani kali sijui ni. No, it's not about that. Here we are talking about people's lives. And that's what it all boils down to. It's about people, accountability. Ukiona, even though this person you work with is your best friend, yani the best person you've worked with all your life, are you going to hold them accountable for if they do something wrong? Are you going to tell on them? Are you going to tell the supervisor, the manager, the CEO? You're going to say, there's something I found about this person. I don't think this person is really true to their work, and I don't think that they're doing something which is good for the company. Are you going to do that? Most of you won't. But that's the mentality that will get us further into the area where we need to be as Kenyans. And that's what I hate about Kenyans. Ni lenye, you're being caught in petty things. Ati, you've been caught doing illegal things. The first thing you think is bribing an officer. That's the first thing Kenyans think. Bribe. Ati nimpatie 5 so nimpatie 50 bob. To get out of this. No, you say, okay, nimeshikwa. Okay, let's go to the station. I book myself in. Yeah, nitakaa huko. You serve your time. But then that obviously ruins your criminal record history and every other history. But you did the crime. You anticipated the whatever measures were going to be taken against you, and you decided to still take the bait, and you still went on and did that. So at the end of the day, I don't know. I don't feel sorry for criminals. I really don't. I never feel sorry for criminals. No, never. So at the end of the day, with Kenyans, it's just the accountability. Just even at
Clinton,
your
can I
job,
speak?
once you take a job, there are requirements. They say, can you do this? Can you do that? Can you do this? You say yes.
Thank you, Gloria. Thank you. We are getting back to you, Gloria, in a short while. So, Ayaga, you have 3 minutes.
3 minutes is very few, my friend. I've been very quiet.
You want how many minutes?
Let me take, give me about 5. I need time management, so I know. Nimeanza na saa saba, 7 hours, 7 minutes, 50 something seconds. So let me take my first. Ashley.
Continue, please.
Ashley, number one, I know rumors spread in a dry bush. Now, who is that who is making noise? Rumors spread on a bush very fast. Stop rumors wherever you are. Get in touch with those who in this country. The vaccine, let me tell you, and I can be even if I'm arrested tomorrow or in the morning, I can explain myself because I'm talking about the fact the vaccine of Russian vaccine is connected directly to Mburu. Mburu married Susan Kika 3 months ago. 3 months ago, around December. That they have not even gotten a child in that marriage. So when I'm telling you the vaccine is directly to a senator, as you are talking of a senator, you cannot mention that senator. And I'm bringing a point home by telling you don't be coward, just saying the senator is Susan Kihika, kwa sababu Mburu is a businessman known in Kenya who married her the other day. William Ruto proceeded over that marriage, even bargain of the dowry. You are a Kenyan, my friend, even if you are in US or whatever. The fact remains you are a Kenyan, you have roots in Kenya. Yeah, you have a root in Kenya. The fact is, that's where the bottom line lies. If that is kama hiyo ndio imekuoffend, pole sana. I'm very sorry. But stop rumors, upate ukweli. The senator we have only 47 senators. I can even count from number 1 to 47. We have only 47. The rest are elected, are nominated. We only have 47. They are not many. They are not even 1,000. You say, if I say senator, so you cannot even mention them all. Oh no, you are wrong. We have only 47. We have only 47 elected senators in this country.
Excuse me. I just want to interject. Earlier today, and Clinton is my witness, I'm the one who said Susan Kihika. I talked about her earlier. So I thought you already knew. So it's not like I'm not mentioning her. We had talked about her when Alex was here, and I said her name. So it's not, this time I assumed you were there. I did not hide her name. I had talked about her. And I mentioned her name earlier.
Yeah, I wasn't. Pole. So, Susan Kihika, a senator who just got married to a businessman not less than 3 months ago, cannot be blamed. Me, myself, what I studied, let me be open. I'm a very young man, only 27 years old. What I studied here in Kenya is international freight management. Kitu nilifanya iko in 3 stages. Number 1, semester number 1, clearing and forwarding, marine law, warehousing, and logistics. So I know, nikikwambia najua the process of importing and exporting, hiyo ndio kitu nafanya hata mpaka sahii. Nikikwambia tumefungiwa airport, I know I'm affected. So hizi rumors unasikia Kenya, please give us a break. If US and number 2, I want to talk about the democracy in US. The democracy in the United States is about 200 years old. Those people killed even the indigenous there. If you look if you follow me kwa WhatsApp hapo kwa status nimeweka jina Eronimo Ikia. Hiyo Eronimo Ikia, kama wewe ni mtu amesoma historia, ni ile the word was used when killing Osama bin Laden. Eronimo Ikia is a dialect. Ametoka Clinton, huyo msichana ametoka.
Yeah, maybe ako na shida ya network na
Yes,
pengine
but
anakusikiza uko
for the
background.
purpose, kwa sababu iko recorded, ataipata akitumia Facebook yangu, kwa sababu apart from being a writer, I'm also a historian. Atajua Eronimo Ikia ni jina ilitumiwa mbali sana. Hata kuijibu ataipata, he will answer me. She will answer me. Number 2, I have a problem with kwa sababu nilikuwa naziandika insurance. Wale walikuwa wanasema insurance. My friend, when a disease has been declared a pandemic, no insurance covers that. I myself, mimi mwenyewe nilikuwa kwa Jubilee Insurance, nilikuwa kwa Amaco Insurance, nilikuwa kwa all these insurance, most of insurance companies in Kenya, plus additional NHIF. Those insurance companies cannot cover for a pandemic unless those people do not read international law. When they read international law, watakubaliana na mimi kwamba a pandemic, when a disease, you are getting me, Clinton?
Yes.
When a disease has been declared a pandemic, it cannot be covered by insurance company, kwa sababu number 1, those insurance companies zote zitaanguka. Waangalie hiyo. I have evidence, I have an international law, kwa sababu sahi I'm applying to study international law in the US. Maybe Mungu akinijalia in next 1 year, maybe COVID 2 years time, after 2022 hapo vitu zikitulia, I will be in US studying an international law. So I know what I'm speaking about. Wasituone hapa Kenya wakitudharau. Number 2 is BBI, ile iliongelewa na Sami. BBI is bringing home. And I love that somebody talked about RUTO being a higher education minister, then moved to agriculture. I was quiet. You can't be a higher education minister in an developing country, then you become a deputy president, not even a vice, a deputy president after few years. And today, a RUTO, I have the clips with me here. I will send them to that WhatsApp group. RUTO was promising us, watatujua tukichukua hii government 2013, tutawaambia sisi ni digital na tuta create jobs, tutapatia watoto alafu leo hii anatupea wheelbarrow. That is the only problem I have with William Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta. Yeah? So wasituambie ABCD. Issue of BBI number 1 is solving the issue of HELB. Sahii mimi nalipia ndugu yangu HELB ako Kenya Poly ile ya Mombasa Polytechnic. Siku hizi wanaitwa Mombasa Polytechnical University. MUK. Mombasa Polytechnic University nalipia ndugu yangu. Simlipi kwa sababu mimi nataka next time akuwe kama mimi. Kuna HELB, kuna ile relief tax. Mimi nikikwambia hapa mahali nakaa saa hii, unanisikia Clinton?
Yes.
nilianza biashara, ndio hii, hata nakaa hapa, you can see. Yes, I'm selling an alcohol. Look at the camera. Hivi. Hii business kidogo, ile tax relief, it will help me as a young man yenye anasaidia. I don't support BBI kwa sababu prime minister, hizo hainisaidii, kwa sababu inaongelelea kwa sababu ya help na then tax relief kwa wale watakuwa below 35 years old and above. So any human being anapinga hiyo, tutagongana na yeye. Wakuwe na facts. I'm in Kenya and I know what we are passing through. I have a permit here. I have a permit here. Yeah. I have a permit here. This one is 50,000. I hope you can see. This one is ya Kanjui, Nairobi County, 10,000. Then there is this also from Nairobi County, is like health and whatever. Yeah, about fire plus hizo takataka zote inakuja around 9,000. Hii ni 50, hii ni 10. Tell me, if you are to start a business today, Nairobi hii, unajua kuna wengine wanaongea and then they run from the truth. If that tax relief actually succeeded with the BBI, hatutakuwa na shida kama hizi. Apart from paying a 50,000, 10,000, around a 10 or 9,000, that is like to approximately to 70,000, ndio ufanye decoration na duka yako na ulipe duka na everything. Na ulipe duka mahali utakaa, itakuja around 80,000. Ujaleta stock, that is number one. Ndio ulete stock, itakuja around 150. Wacha nikwambie, kama si loan, huwezi hata funga duka na pombe mbili, wacha hata pombe tatu. Utakuwa na hayo yote, na with that, mimi yenye sina hapa, nimekuambia nimeshikwa juzi kwa sababu apart from all the licenses you see here, the liquor which is 50, Kanjo which is 10, plus health and food hygiene, bado wananiuliza kuna ile ingine inaitwa sijui fire extinguisher. Police ya Kenya bado watakukula 50-50. BBI is coming with a resolution of that. Ita solve that. Useme,
okay, thank you.
Yeah, useme itapungua kidogo ile tax. Ukianza kazi, hizi takataka mingi ziko hapa, so ukiwa hata na 50,000 ni kutafuta duka maybe ni 5,000, hiyo 45,000. Ukiwa na 50, ukilipa duka 10,000 deposit plus first month, uko na 40. Hiyo 40 utaleta nao vitu kidogo pale na hapa na pale ya kufanya, is reasonable. But somebody who is in US is seeing BBI is burden. Is burden for who? I'm in Kenya and I'm talking as a businessman in Kenya. Mimi
Thank you, Benson.
andikwa.
Thank you, Ayaga.
Andikwa. I've never been employed since the world began.
Thank you, Ayaga. Thank you.
Yes.
I think we have to end the show because it's time. It's almost 8 hours, and I thank you for your contribution, and we may meet tomorrow or next week. So thank you for everything. Always keep in touch, and may God bless you wherever you are.
Yeah.
Asante sana, Ayaga.